I was going to do some alt keys today. I need some vaults, many vaults. Let's see how many we can get today. But I logged in and saw a friend of mine in a 15 Pit of Sauron. So we will do that real quick. And then I believe I maybe have some people to come do some keys afterwards. So let's just do this real fast. And here we go. Let's do it. I believe we have some keys to do. Now, depending on how much we actually get done today. Today's a big day. Today's a big day. I'll tell you why in a second. Let me just get set up. I'm on the clock. I'm on the clock because they're waiting for me. Yo, what's up, noob? Good morning. Today is a hilarious day. Whatever character, this is how it works. I'll here. Let me just pull a Discord notification out. Right here we go. Right, alt vaults, filling vaults on alts. There we go. Ha, reverse. You having fun? You're very sore. Nice. I'm also very sore because I didn't sleep last night. I have not been sleeping well. All right, here we go. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay, so basically, here's how this works. Whatever vault I do not get right now, this is the litmus test. This is basically whatever I do not actually get a vault on today, I will not play for the whole season, most likely. That is just how it works. I don't make the rules. I'm not the one who decides these things, although I actually am. This is exactly how it works. Let me tell you. Whatever I do not get a vault on today is most likely not seeing play for the entire season. So if I don't play my shaman today, rest in peace, shaman. I leveled him, but he's not getting played. It just is like that. That's how it is. I don't make the rules. And if I don't get a vault on my Prez Evoker, it's probably GG's. Probably not playing Prez. It's kind of like, I don't know how many we're going to get done, but we'll see. Anyways, we're starting today with a 15 Pit of Sauron. Already done this, of course, but we'll do it again. Help some friends out. I had my cooldown manager enabled, I just realized, because I was doing some coaching last night for Guardian Druid. So let me just turn that off. I don't actually like playing with this right now. I like playing without the cooldown manager. Yo, what's up, Mohammed? Good morning, Duder. Good morning, Lidmek. I have questions for people. How do people feel about tanking right now? That's honestly what I want to know. It's been a week. The keys are pretty accessible. I don't think they're too hard right now. I think they're pretty easy this season, unexpectedly. What do you feel about it? How do you feel? Out of curiosity. That's what I'm wondering about this, genuinely. I really want to know how people are feeling about keys. I want to ask basically all day today how tanks are feeling in particular. And my reason for this is that I've been tanking. My Guardian Druid build is so chill that I'm just like, it's pretty chill. Like, it's all right. I played beta a lot. There are some, tough tank moments. I get, my cheeks clench a little bit in Skyreach or in this or whatever. But mostly, like, I'm actually kind of just chilling, right? However, when I'm healing, man, my tanks are doing some weird pulls. They're doing some weird routes. They're learning, and I know I'm not blaming them, not flaming them, but, like, there are some tanks that are just actually getting one shot. And I'm curious to know how, in general, people are feeling, right? Let me get the routes. Open areas like Cedar Pit. Exactly. That's what I'm thinking that as well. It must be really, really tough to be kind of a new tank right now, trying to learn all these routes and stuff. I hope, I have the routes, but even then, I'm going to have a video come out tonight. That's just basically a big tip for all tank players about how to route these dungeons. Because I'm sure you guys have realized timers are not hard right now. Timers are not hard at all at the moment. It's like pretty chill to time these keys now. Feels good to tank on Brew. I want to play my Brew today. Brew seems like it's a little bit too good right now. Doesn't it seem a little bit like Brew is like so good it's almost too good? I've kind of noticed that Brew is like really powerful at the moment. I'm not sure. I don't know if I like how powerful it is because I don't think they're going to nerf it. Let's just drop Natural Recovery for Remove Corruption. Let me help the healer out. Or maybe we can actually, we'll take this. Certain areas to know what percentage you need. That's a good one too. Yep. But I also think that honestly the biggest tip is, guys, don't overpull. I honestly think that the real tech for these dungeons is don't pull massive. If you don't wipe in a 10, you're probably going to time it. That's what I feel like right now, at least. I think that, like, this is a big kind of play safe, big IO type season. Like, I don't really think it's a good idea to, like, push like crazy. Let me ask Kent if he wants to collab, by the way. But like that's what I feel like right now. You know what I mean? What is this? I've caught somebody on right now. I see you. I'm not gonna say anything, but I see you. If he needs alts, if he needs vaults, he just needs to ask. We asked a fresh 90 to heal 11C. She panicked the whole time, but we did it. Nice, nice, nice. Congratulations on that. Good job. Let me ask him. Collab? Collab stream, if you want? Let me ask him if he wants to. I don't know if he always does or does not want to be honest. If you want. I know he's chilling. Let me buy a flask and stuff. Flask, like. Okay. I have one big problem this season, and it has nothing to do with tanking. Would you like to know what my problem is? Why? And can anybody explain to me why are flasks 1,000 gold each? What's up with this? Can anybody care to explain why I am spending 1,000 gold to buy a single flask? I have never seen flask prices be this high. I don't think. I think I've actually never seen flask prices be that high. That's ridiculous. What's up with that, man? What's up, Ekamon? That is a weird emoji. Yeah, well, I hovered over the emoji, and that does make sense, though. Plastic Economy is crazy. Hi, Spec. How's it going? Have you had a nice week? I hope you've had a nice week. I got to play with Sam one of the days. We played like a few keys, and they didn't go very well, so I don't know if he had a good time. But I hope he did. I hope you guys have been having a nice little first week of midnight. I've had so much fun, but the problem is I don't think I've been taking very good care of myself recently. I think that's been my problem at the moment. Let me see if Kent wants to collab. He did not respond to the whisper in game. I'll see if he wants to or not. If you want to. All right, ready? It's been chill. 3 tunes is a bit much. Can only fill vault for 1 tune. Yeah, so I have too many tunes. That's something I run into. Spec is like, I'm a little bit in trouble now. Yep. I'm running into this issue where I'm like, okay, how many vaults am I actually going to be able to do today? That's my question right now. And I don't know the answer to that question. I have no idea. Because I know how much I want to do, and I don't really think I'm actually going to be able to get there. Like, I want to, but I don't know. There's just... I might have bitten off more than I can chew. And I think I'm okay with letting go of a few characters. I think that might be an adaptation that I have to make, unfortunately, is just realizing that I might actually just not, just I'm pushing with the no raise. Pushing with it. Yeah. It's routing, a little bit of tech with, like, some other things, but mostly this build, if you want to do damage with it... and sorry, excuse me. If you want to do damage with this build, it's actually pretty simple. It's a big routing game, basically. That's what this build actually boils down to. And I've just decided, by the way, that I'm going to start pulling this in the first pull. You can do damage with it, but the rotational differences are important to realize. You kind of have to be aware of the rotational differences. One of the strangest ones for sure. Like there, I could have Sundering Roared a little earlier. I will watch the abilities on me. We are playing with the Disc Priest, by the way. I don't think I've seen a Disc Priest this season. This will be my first time playing with a Disc Priest. I'm really curious to know how their healing looks like. I want to know. I'm very curious, actually. Do you think Disc Priest is good? Have you guys played with a Disc Priest? I haven't seen one, to be honest, though. Yeah, what's up, Captain? I don't know if you noticed. I was up at times that I should not have been awake. I was like in my Discord responding to messages at 5 a.m. and it was like, I think that my power went off again last night and my AC turned off and I live in Thailand and it's just like, oof. So you can see, for example, there, I actually did pretty fair damage, yeah? Like my damage was pretty good there. And that damage comes, it's not like I have any secret tech about the rotation or anything like that. I've shared what the rotation can be. You definitely get gear. Gear is huge. Can't overstate the value of just having good item level and good gear and stuff. But gear still doesn't make up for everything. This build, though, is so straightforward that, honestly, there's not, like, a crazy amount of complexity to it. That's why I like it. That's why I like it, though, right? Because they take a Nocturnal Flask. And why are they so rare, though? But why are those flasks like so crazy rare? I don't really understand how the economy works with that stuff. If we take a look at my damage in this run, here. We can put this, first of all, to DPS stun, right? And then I'll just hit one Frenzied, one Lunar. I think that the biggest secret for this build of why it might work for me is just Lunar Beam uptime. My Lunar Beam uptime is ridiculous. It's like 50%. Like, I have ridiculous Lunar Beam uptime, you know? It's a rare drop from Herbing. So it's just like, it's just rare. Like, it just doesn't drop that much. So I've decided that we are pulling this guy, but preferably not the Lich. I will Bark Skin this, and then I will pull this here. And then we just need one kick on the Cadaver. That's all we need. And then I go in here, and I'm Giga Tanky. And then my first season playing Mythic Plus, decided to tank with your bear build. Nice, nice, nice. It's working for you. It works really well. Oops, we missed the one kick. All right, hold up. All right, pay attention, folks. Pay attention. I didn't get the one kick. I trusted my team. And that's the first mistake. This a pug. I mean, I know the Red Pally here, but this a pug otherwise. So never trust your pugs. If there's like an important kick that absolutely needs to be got, that's on you. That's your job. That's basically your responsibility as a tank. That's how it works. You just got to get used to it. Yeah. Originally, when I was doing this, my damage was lower, and that wasn't an item level diff. That was actually a me playing wrong. Like, I kind of figured some stuff out yesterday in particular, and I feel way better with this build now. Yeah. You should never trust anyone with the important kicks. If there's a fear in a dungeon or anything like that, like, that is on, you know, that's your job to get it. That's just... So here we Lunar Beam again, and watch, Lunar Beam's already going to be back for next pull. Did we get this pull? Nice, nice, nice. But yeah, like, there's no secret to the damage here. It's just big thrashes. This whole build is the most thrash-centric Guardian Druid build that I've had in, like, a long time. I think it's super fun because I've always liked that. Like, I kind of miss Shadowlands. You remember in Shadowlands when we had UFR, but also Thrash had no cooldown during Incarn? I actually liked that gameplay where you just, for 30 seconds during Incarn, you could just spam Thrash. I don't know if anybody played Guardian back then, but those were the days, man. Those were the days, right? I'll take that Paints Up. I was going to SI there, but actually, if I get Paints Up, I'll just use the Paints Up. That's fine. Paints Up, very powerful. So I kind of miss it. I've always liked that playstyle, though. I will Incarn here. Don't want to waste it. I can be decursing as well. Help my team a little. Any other tanks you recommend for new tanks? I would say Brewmaster or Prot Warrior. The two tanks that I want to actually invest in right now. I have my Prot Pally too, and my Prot Pally's actually almost had a full vault. I've done like 5 keys already. But I would say Brewmaster or Prot Warrior are probably the two I would be thinking about the most. I may not be the biggest brew enjoyer, but it's undeniable that that is the, you know, the meta tank right now. Tank is ridiculously powerful. I'm curious to see whether or not it gets nerfed. Maybe it does. Maybe we actually do see a Brewmaster nerf. Because it is, like, extremely powerful right now, right? So I'm not sure. Flask will probably get cheaper when Herbing people get more knowledge points for it. I hope so, because it's going to bankrupt me this season. Because, like, I won't play without Flask, or even, like, combat potions, too. Like, I don't want to play without these types of resources. At least for me, personally. Okay, Lich is dangerous. Defensive combat potion. Here we go, though. How often they push out class changes? Is this, if you're new to WoW, not that often. Like, it's pretty rare that they actually put out, like, a significant amount of class changes. Is my remove corruption not bound properly for some reason right now? I did make some UI changes, but should be... It does not appear to be casting when I want it to be casting. That's interesting. Do you think Brew will get nerfed? The problem is, Brew is not actually... You don't have it in the build? No, I swapped it with this key. You just swap natural recovery. You just swap lingering healing, like, if anything. If you want it in some dungeon... Like, I normally wouldn't take it, because actually these curses are, you know, since the hotfix on beta, like, you just... They're not that hard to out-heal. Most healers, like a Mistweaver, will literally press one button and just go here. You don't think it's OP? So I wonder. All I can tell you right now, Exide, is that I'm a little concerned about this season because they're kind of deciding on something right now, and I don't like it. Which is that I think that a lot of tanks are dying. The keys are easy. in terms of the fact that many people are getting to their plus 10s or even their plus 12s like a little bit earlier than they ordinarily would. But I've noticed when I'm healing, the tanks are still learning the routes and obviously the mechanics of the dungeon, and they're not doing well. Like it's really, really rough to heal a lot of the tanks right now. Like they're just dying, and there's like basically nothing I can do. That's what it feels like. I really feel like there's like, I'm just like, as a healer, I'm like, they're just dying through my external. It depends on what tank I'm playing with. Prot Warrior seems to be the most sturdy of the pug tanks I've healed, and Brewmaster is obviously good. But I feel like it would be good if they could buff the other tanks defensively, not offensively, just defensively to Brew's level. I think that would be best case scenario, but I don't know if they're actually going to do that or not. I'm not sure what they'll decide to do. It would be interesting if they did decide to do that, though. We can't put this guy into boss, so... But, like, Blood DKs, VDH, I can't... I'm, like, really, like, focused healing them. Like, I'm going dedicated tank healing builds on my Resto Druid. And I actually have a very hard time keeping them alive. And that's, like, without cat weaving. Basically, like, spam healing them. Like, I don't know what to do, you know? Like, I feel a little bit lost, though. Doing very low damage. The sentiment that keys are very easy from DPS players, I feel. I know, and that's... This season is not easy to tank or heal. Oops. Boss. Funnel. Here we go. We pull this for a funnel into boss. Exiday, are you playing this season? I know Squish and people have been playing, but I haven't seen you... I don't know if you're... You got, like, a team to push with Exiday? Are you doing high keys right now? Okay, one kick. There's one kick back there. Surely somebody will get the first kick, but if not, I'm going to come back and I'm going to get it anyways. Because I don't trust, actually. I'm not. This is a lack of trust here. I guess I'm just spoiled. I don't seem to trouble my tanks dying. Well, I do also think that the way Mistweaver heals tanks is pretty good, but also I've been tanking for you a lot, and I feel very comfortable, but I'm also... I'm not a good example of how most tanks are most like... You know what I mean? Like, you can't use me as a metric because... Obviously, I played beta and have, like, significant amounts of experience, etc., you know? Well, I mean, my prot Paladin didn't. To be fair, my 234 prot Paladin was able to do the 12 Mysara Caverns with you, Deco. That didn't seem to be a problem. We did time that. I mean, it wasn't great, but we did time it. Do you macro Iron for into Thrash? Correct. Don't want to burn out start a season? Very fair, Exiday. Very fair. I just am so excited to do keys again. I don't think I'm going to burn out. I mean, my real life might get me because, honestly, Jadery and everybody, man, my real life do be hitting sometimes recently. I've been feeling the stuff. Yeah, I saw Kenton here, so I'm just doing this real quick random, but after this, we do vault stuff. I'll be good. Yeah, I would love to. I don't know if Deco will come to alt stuff. He said he might be busy with stuff, but we'll see. I want key on Prot Warrior. I want key on Brewmaster. I preferably, if possible, want one key on... Even just one on all of them I'd be happy with. Although, preferably, we could do multiple. That would be also pretty cool. All right, there's going to be a little space to line of sight here if we break this one. Yeah. I don't raid, so for me, that's like a big plus. I'm not a big raider Exiday. I don't like it. It does not spark joy. It does not spark joy for me. Raiding is not my thing. This way. Holy. Whoops. My healer is omega dead right now. All right, prep the B-Res. The healer will need me momentarily. Prep the B-Res immediately. There we go. Disc Priest can fall behind. I don't have any off healing here. Heal yourself. Health potion. Yes, keep this one open. Okay, good. I think we're settled. I probably have to save Incarn for next pull, though. You know what else is a big plus? The Red Cross. I mean, you're not wrong. That does check out, technically speaking. That is correct. Okay, let me pull the boss over this way. Oh, it's a little bit of a sus line of sight. It should be this forge here. Yeah, we're good. Nice. So you're doing Vault Keys most of the time? If you want to do any Vault Keys today, Exit Day, that's my plan, as we got a lot of Alt Keys to do. They'll be kind of chill, but if you want to do them, you're more than welcome to join, of course. We got Ransom, who needs on his Evoker, on his Devour, I believe. I don't know how many he's doing. I need on my Prot Warrior, Brewmaster, or Mistweaver or whatever, the Brewmaster is fine because he actually has some gear, so he's not really going to be a problem. But the Prot Warrior, I'm going to need some help. And Mage, that sounds good. I would like to, if possible, I'd really like to play my Prez for a Vault Key, just because I like Prez, and I think that'd be fun, but that could be tough. That could be a tough ask. He is not geared. Like, I think I could do... I think I could do like a relatively solid key, honestly. I think I could do a 10 on a 200 item level character, but there's a certain amount of skepticism that would be healthy if I told you I could do a 10 on like a 200 item level tank or healer. Like, you should be skeptical. It would be weird if you didn't have some level of disbelief. And it's healthy to have some level of disbelief. You know what I mean? That's good. You should. Because, yeah. Let's say I want to pull on a Prot Warrior. Prot Warrior Gather is actually super interesting, though. Your cat TikToks are so cute. Thank you. He is adorable. Oh, I need to upload one today. That reminds me. Yeah, he is super cute. I know. What a cute cat. I got my Prot tank to Mythic plus 10. Nice. And didn't... Oh, okay, got you. What's up, Travis? Your Resto Druid cook, I'm still curious about, by the way. I'm actually still curious about that Resto Druid cook. I don't know how I feel about it. Can tank on your brew? Okay. What's your... I mean, again, item level exit day, as you know, is really, like, it's a lie created by the media. It's a fear-mongering tactic, you know, or whatever. It's a conspiracy theory. Like, it's not a real thing. It kind of is a real thing, but is it really? Not, you know... There's a world. It's not really a thing. It's just a pretend thing. It's like, haha, you know, item level. Like, we gotta have 5%. I can't play the key until I get 5% more secondary stat. And it's like, well, you probably could. We should do more key togethers. Any more IO? Well, we'll see what happens today. Come around, guys. Don't pull that Cold Wraith. We did have yesterday a weird route where I saw a Cold Wraith being pulled. Okay, actually, Gargoyle, honestly, is fine into boss because just freedom boss. Freedom. You have to freedom the boss, though. This is not a problem because we have a Paladin, and I'm kind of hoping that my Paladin understands that he does have to freedom, like, immediately. Okay, here we go. Let's greet a Lunar Beam. I'll kick that Death Bolt early. So if in the second that this guy jumps out, the Gargoyle is actually a non-mob if your team can help you with it. If your team does not help you with it, then it's GG's. I'm going to off-heal the Hunter. I will Bark Skin myself. I will take this out of the Crick. I will kick that Death Bolt. He will freedom himself, probably. Freedom. 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 Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Where's the freedom? Here we go. Big trust, big trust, big trust. My Disc Priest, he's pumping. He's doing good. I actually, by the way, the first key I've done with the Disc Priest. Just had a dragon swear he couldn't rescue himself out of it. It is okay, though, Jadery, and I think this is so important, you know? Like, you have to remember that people don't normally watch guides, and it's like, you can't really expect, oh, we didn't kill one of the ads. No, we're dead. Oh. We didn't kill one of the ads. You gotta swap to the ads. GG's. You gotta swap to ad. If I pull funnel, I keep on. I want season 1, The War Within Disback. That was fun. I'm curious to know, this Disc Priest, he seemed to be doing okay. Let me check his HPS there. I'm actually curious. What was his HPS on that fight just now? He was doing pretty good. I mean, he's got enough HPS there. Did you watch Bog's podcast today? No, I did not actually watch his podcast. The Rep Paladin, Mr. Bogman. I did not actually watch that. No, it looks like we were... Yeah, if I pull funnel on boss, sometimes people accidentally forget that there is other targets to hit. Do you use LVY? I do not. So, I don't think Brew gets nerfed, to be honest, though. I think, actually, though. Yeah, the Atonement Healing is weird for sure. He's playing Oracle. He's not playing Void Weaver. Easy fight. Just gotta... All good. Weird way to lose that key. We had it easy. It's just sometimes people, the DPS will tunnel. Just gotta swap. Easy fight. No need to, we just tunneled. Just tunneled. All good. Timer is amazingly easy. Just go ahead. Are we only getting 3% buff tomorrow? Who are you? Wait, who's getting a 3%? There's some class changes tomorrow, but Guardian is not really getting much. I'm chilling. Gonna go do some alt stuff. Where's the 3% coming from, Karambon? I'm not familiar with this. Are they buffing Guardian tomorrow? Are they? Also, why is it so hot in Thailand? Holy. It's so hot in Thailand, man. GG's. Maybe I misread. I thought I saw blue pills from our friend. I don't think so. But I don't think Brew is getting nerfed. I think it'd be hard for them to figure out how to nerf Brew because it's not overperforming in Raid. And I still think Exit Day that they definitely tune from that. Like, if something is not doing really, really well in Raid, then it doesn't tend to get nerfed. Also, this build, just a reference, 90k, Thrash. This Trinket actually is not the worst, but anyways. Where can I find... Oh, Discord, sorry. Yes, you're allergic to all breads. Yes, I can. Yeah, I have celiac, so I'm not allowed to have any sort of bread, correct? Discord, right. Build, routes, UI, linked in Discord. Good call. I'll pin that for today. Okay, we just have to pray for good internet. All right, Exit A, what would you like to play for our 10? The first 10 we do, what would you like to play? We have a bunch to do. Random is going to come. Unsure if Deco wants to push at all. If he wants to try to find some keys. I feel like today is okay to not push just because tomorrow we get a Mythic Vault and then whatever key, we're just going to go up a key level or two though. I can tank, otherwise I'll mage. Okay. If I bought some stuff on the auction house. It would be... do you have a 10? Basically, what we actually have to track, though, is who has the 10. Did I hear you say you're celiac? Yeah, I was diagnosed when I was 14. When I was like a kid, I used to just eat McDonald's chicken nuggets all the time, but then I've had to be properly gluten-free for a long time, though. Yeah, so here's what I'm thinking, right? Most likely, one of us is going to have an 11. We bring a few people to that 11, and that exactly. So my Paladin has an 11 or a 12 or something. Why don't I start on the Paladin, and then, or that Twavis, or that. That's how I was thinking too. If you're like kind of done with the week, maybe somebody will lower their key for us potentially. Would you be willing to heal, Twavis? I would be very honored if you came on your very geared Resto Druid and was willing to heal us. That would be pretty sweet. It would be pretty cool if you'd be curious about this. I'll lower it. Okay. All right. Now we're talking. All right. Bet. Sounds good. All right. What key do you have? Nexus Point. All right. So Exit A. I will tank the first one. The question is Prot Warrior or Brewmaster first. And Twavis, if I play the Prot Warrior, I might need some help. You might need to watch me a bit more. 11 or 10. So the idea is that if we do this, everybody will get an 11, right? Because if we do the 11, everybody will get an 11, and then we'll have 11s to kind of share around. So that's the idea, right? Random, where are you? Oh, Random thought. I think he saw I was on a key. Let me just get Random on. I messaged him. Ready? Dropping by to say hi. Hi, DN. How's it going? Bro, it's way too damn hot in Thailand. Apparently, they said that this summer, it might actually get to the point where we're not even allowed to go outside because they didn't loot a key yet. Okay, that's the plan. So you can get a fresh 10. Correct. And then we'll swap around based on that. How many are we doing here? Today was your day off, so I played the whole day. How was it, DN? Okay, so we're playing... I'll play Warrior if Twavis can heal. Here's the thing. Bricked a lot of 13, 14s. I think that keys are having this issue where you can get to 10 pretty easily, right? Like the 10's no problem. You can get to 12s pretty easily too. But kind of around that moment, you start getting to the 13, 14, tanks start getting one shot, healers start getting checked, the actual mechanics start to matter a little bit more. And I think people are a little bit surprised by it because they were steamrolling so early on that they kind of almost forget that they actually, keys will get to a level where they hurt, All right. How much faith we got? I got 221. I actually did a delve last night so that I could get a little piece of gear. I'm 221. I sent some crests. Like, I actually think this would be fine, though. Make good Christmas tomorrow. Do I not have you added? Probably not. All right, I'll add you. How much do we trust me in an 11 Nexus? Because I'm a huge bear now. Nice, nice. Definitely, if you haven't sent any crest or craft, by all means, please do not send a crest or a craft. Don't do it. Bad idea. Just save it now. Vault is tomorrow. Don't do that. I will list this as a Nexus 11. 11. Oh, I'll put my name on it, though. Oh, it gets one-shotted on first pull. If I were to do massive pulls, I think it's possible. Because it's not like Warrior is, like, the best at this dungeon. But, I mean, I have confidence. All right, Travis. Adding you. Add friend. I think I have space. I think we'll be okay. There you go. If it doesn't die in time, I feel sorry I'm not having a problem with the first pull, but A, yes. So AA has to do with, you either have to have a perfect rotation for it, but it also has to die on time. I'll be taking notes on the Warrior. Okay, I'll do my best to, I'll try to be as good on my Warrior as possible. All right, there's Exit Day. I see you there on the Mage. Your Mage is actually kind of geared. Technically speaking, like a Hunter or something would be good. Did you remove one fret? No. Is my friends list full? Hold up. Town could live the Berserkers in my star. Trusting he'll this first pull? Kinda. Alright, who's this? Badass S-Priest who top DPS on Sanguine Depths, bro. Sanguine Depths a long time ago, man. Yeah, you're right. I could do it. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. Pumper, he says. I wouldn't mind taking another plate DPS, but first let me just see who's around. I believe. But Sanguine Depths was too long ago, so we don't need this. Apostrophe the Warrior. I do remember this guy, although they're offline, so maybe, unfortunately. Sorry, Apostrophe. Twavis is here. Nice. Died only once today. 2 12s. Yeah, so the problem on Algathar Academy is there is some tech for it, by the way. Krim wants to come heal. Oh, I'll play with Krim another time. Hi, Krim. I see you there. I see you there. I can't. We have Travis healing. Otherwise, 100%. I'll play some later if you want. I don't know if he's listening. I wasn't feeling confident, though. Tech for Algathar, the first pull, you have to outrange the bleeds. There's actually a point where you have to time the bleed removal. Because, like, if you don't trust your DPS to kill it on time, like, you will just die. Like, that pull, the bleed, when it stacks to 5 and perma stacks to 5, it does so much damage. I can't Whisper Krim because of faction diff. I want to Whisper him, but I cannot. Let me just find him on my friends list. One more DPS spot open for an 11 Nexus. Thoughts, prayers, concerns? Anybody in particular want to come? So it perma stacks to 5, yeah. How do you get over that initial anxiety of trying to learn how to tank high keys? That's a good question. You can kite it on a bear. I save roar right now. What I'll probably do on very high keys, Dion, is I'll most likely, instead of roaring to gather it, I'll have to save roar, and then right about when my second bark skin is expiring and that frenzied regen is up, I'll basically have to plan a movement to just try to contend with the bleed, basically. That'll be my plan. That'll be the only way I deal with it ultimately. At the end of the day, I think that's kind of what's going to happen. Because it does hurt a lot. Or I just soak it with really good cooldowns. Yo, what's up, fellow degens? Hello. Shaw made a video explaining the exact timing on Brewmaster who can roll. I'll have to learn it exactly on Bear, but Bear has a specific timing for it. You can't outrange the bleed once it starts casting, but they won't start casting if you are out of range, if that makes sense. Brick keys, but be aware of what kills you and do better. There are so many tips for tanks. Number one is that you will brick some keys, and guess what? That's okay. It's part of the process. Like, actually, I think it's just important to understand, like, you know what? Some keys are not going to go your way. You're probably going to end up bricking some as you're pushing higher. There will just be a point where tanks have to learn. And you know what? That's fine. Do you know what I mean? Like at some level, tanks, like, because it's an infinitely scaling system, right? So the idea is that at some point your tank will just get checked. Aru, hello. This follower key, this is not a follower key, what we're about to do. We are doing a much higher than a follower. I was kind of maybe thinking if there's probably going to be like a plate person who applies, who's some geared maybe soon. 13 with no death. I'll seconded damage. Yeah. Yeah. You stop worrying and just put the work in. I would not even say that. I think that the truth is... Oh, there's a warrior right there. That's the one I'm talking about. Hey, Sig. Thank you for the sub. Much appreciated. Jaderay, here's the major thing to understand about breaking keys. You will almost never get to the end of a key without one death. It's just that it's not the tank death. Tanks can't die, but everybody else will die, right? Isn't that just the fact of it? Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's always going to be like 1, 2, 3, 4 deaths. Like, it's very rare that you ever see 0 deaths at the end of a key. It's just that your DPS will die, and then you combat res and you GGs, and you just keep going. But if your tank dies, that's what bad, you know? Incoming nerfs to the last boss of AA, that was a good nerf. That last boss was just really, yeah. And you could do the Farquaad quote. Good quote from Shrek, by the way. Some of you may die, but it is a sacrifice I am willing to make. You know, that's my Warlock gateway. My Warlock Soulstone has that macro to it, actually. The second boss, Mysara, was fine, though. So the thing is, too, on how do you overcome anxiety for tanking? I think, honestly, that the strategy for that is, in fact, the same strategy of how to overcome anxiety at anything in life. There's a combination of the fact that you need to have grace for yourself, because being super hard on yourself and just telling you and, you know, like smacking yourself on the back of self-flagellation doesn't really accomplish much. So if you're trying to learn something and it's scary and it's new and you're attempting to put yourself into uncomfortable scenarios, you know, really just taking, you know, just like if you just keep hitting yourself, then that's not going to help. At the same time, you do need that little bit of a push because it's scary. So you do want to actually have a bit of motivation to say, hey, you got this. Keep going. Try again. And so you do need that. It's a balance of those two things. You need some exposure therapy where you need to actually go practice the thing that makes you uncomfortable, but you want to do it on your own pace, at your own time. And unfortunately, because of how World of Warcraft works, there's going to be other people involved. There's nothing you can do about that. The fact that other people are involved, it is what it is. Usually because I'm waiting, wondering about something rather than going forward, the thoughts are anxiety is very real. But that shouldn't hold you back from living your life. How to manage last boss in AA, struggling with that boss only, is getting nerfed next week. So to be honest, it'll be much easier next week. You know what I want this key in particular? I'm trying to think about what I would drop for it. I almost want to drop Stormbolt somehow. But yeah, it is getting nerfed next week. I really want Piercing Howl, even though it's been nerfed. I actually kind of want Piercing Howl. It will help me this key. There will be a few pulls where Piercing Howl would save me. I just wish there was a better... I wish I could path through, but somehow... It's really annoying to me. You got to path through here now. Oh, yeah, I see what's happened. What do I drop for Piercing Howl if I want it? Maybe... I mean, I don't want to drop this. I guess it would have to be Stormbolt. It's annoying. Thanks for the insight. I'll think of trying the no raise build. Yeah, and it's okay. And you're just going to have to learn, though. Second boss in A is taking so long to die, even on 12. That's just a DPS check. That's just one of those situations. All right, ready? This will be an 11. I will pull safe. 221 prot warrior is going to be sketch a little bit, though. Do you macro Ironfur with Moonfire too? No, only Thrash. And the reason is because I always need to make sure I have Rage for Frenzied Regen. Frenzied Regen has changed. It is no longer a reactive ability. It's way more of a preemptive ability now with Nature's Resilience. I just came back to the game after 8 years off playing Guardian. Yes, and just got all... Nice. Congratulations, Bluff. Well, first of all, welcome back. Can I ask you a question, Bluff City Friar? If you've just come back after 8 years away, how you feeling? Did you have fun tanking after 8 years? That's a long time, by the way, to not play World of Warcraft. How are you enjoying it? Okay, can we do this? Like, am I gonna die? Honestly, I don't have a flask. Like, I don't have anything I should have. Am I gonna die? More passion, more energy, more footwork. Da da da. I see your name there. Hello. Am I doing the big first pull? I know my team's gonna want me to do the big first pull, but if I do the big first pull, I am proccing cheat. I'm proccing everything. I think I can still do it. Maybe I just don't pull the extra 2 defenders because warrior and oh, wait a second. Hey yo, why does it look like my Platinator is kind of not a thing? Oh, that sucks. I just realized my Platinator is not enabled. All right, AoE taunt first and foremost because I'm definitely not holding threat. Let's see if I even proc cheat here. Dude, base nameplates are actually so bad. I can't see anything. I can't see the game. It's impossible for... I can't even see what's happening. What... I probably need to actually just take a moment and enable Platinator. I haven't proc cheat, by the way. There it is. I literally can't see what's happening. I don't even know when this thing is cast. You gotta get a plate. Okay, definitely. This is an example. I hope you guys can see how bad this is right now. It's not even a question, okay? You gotta have something. You gotta have Platinator or Plater. Like, it's sec. There's not even, it's not even like, I don't think it's optional. Because that first pull, I can't see what's happening. Close your eyes, Padawan. You do not need eyes. Just trust the Force. Where can I tell? My Platinator in Discord. Just go to Discord. No problem. My Platinator's there. This is so much clean. Look at this pull, for example. Just check the differences of these pulls, okay? So here, you asked me how to gather on a warrior, right? The thing about gathering on a warrior is that it is basically entirely about using your charges. Yeah, this is much better than using the Force here. It's all about using charge and heroic leap. Like, those are the ways that you basically guarantee that your movement is not going to get hit in the back. At least for me. One of the things about me playing warrior personally, though, is the fact that I am a little weird. So here, for example, I'm not going to walk into this pack. I'm going to let it come to me, and then I'm going to basically let it funnel into me, and then I might even just kind of little spell reflect on the Null Warp Blast, which you cannot reflect, by the way, but it still gives you magic DR. Is that you can't highlight purgeable buffs on the enemy. Yeah, you kind of have to know. There are some... Platinator is not a perfect system with the add-on restrictions. You kind of have to know, like, when it is restricted, but ultimately I do like it, and it does work, and it does help a lot. What's happening? How we die? How did we die there? Oh, a Dread Flail. We missed something. I see. I guess I could change how where I tank this in a pug. I see. What's up, Saito? I'm going to have to actually send this next shield wall here. A little unfortunate. I might be a little dry going into the next pull. For the first pull, AA after the second boss. Yeah, what's up? What spawns the big guy you pulled the other day? Oh, Lidmac, you might have to clarify for me. What big guy? What big guy are you referring to, out of curiosity? I'm not familiar. No, little eyes after you kill those. Oh, don't make me take another Null Warp Blast. Kill it. Kill it. Oh, okay. I probably won't die. It's going to be kind of close, actually. There's only so much I can do to live. Alrighty. Base UI wasn't bad, though. Hit over 2k on your first ever Mythic. Nice. Congratulations. Let's go over here. So there, for example, I should have leapt earlier. And that's how you gather on Warrior. Because I actually took 2 melees to the back, and I should have been even faster with it. The Shadow Rift in Algathar Academy. The Shadow Rift Void Caller. In Algathar? I actually am not sure what you are referring to. I'm not sure. I actually don't know, Lidmac, personally, what you're referring to right now. Any Prot Warrior tips? If you're playing Prot Warrior, don't get hit in the back. Oh, Magister's Terrace. Oh, if you want to proc that thing, you just have to go ahead. It's just like a location proc. That's all it is. You just have to be at the right location. That's all. Yeah. That's just You just have to walk up to it, but not be too far ahead. The key there is not being too far ahead, basically. Okay, so Prot Warrior, you want to know. Here's the thing. Right now, I'm going to charge here and then leap here. And the idea behind that is that I'm going to be able to actually maintain some threat, and then I'm going to funnel it back in, and then here, because of the way I gathered that just now, I don't actually get hit in the back. Prot Warrior, I have very strong defensives, but I really don't want to waste them. That's the problem with Prot Warrior. I really, really, really don't want to send stuff early on a gather. So I have to make use... Think about using Heroic Leap every single time you're going for a gather. I think that's just good practice and will help you feel way more fluent on a Prot Warrior. If you want Prot Warrior tips, the rotation itself is not that complicated. In fact, rotation for Prot Warrior is like simpler than Bear. Like this, the rotation here is like the most sleeper, technical, easiest rotation, but it's just, it's the positioning and the actual tanking skills that matter. So from here, yeah, if you're too far ahead, those scroungers do like to teleport out. Let me just heroic throw a few times. Cool. Pretty sure I could live this if I actually just brought this in. I do have cheat death as well, so why don't we just a little bit of a bigger pull. I'll get my resources up. I will AoE taunt early and often. Okay, my cheat death procs right away, so to be honest with you, I'm a little overconfident right now. I think my overconfidence might be our downfall. I rally cry in case that does go off. This was most likely a bad decision because I can absolutely... I forgot that I am not geared. Part of me was like, oh, this will be fine. Like, this key is going so well. It was most likely a bad idea. I get the Iron Bark. I see that here. Healing potion this back up. Okay, keep myself nice and healthy. The Nullify is going off. 1 second. I have... one more on the next Searing Rends. I'm basically going to send my next shield wall. Yeah. I'm not exactly the most... I don't know if you've been paying attention, but I would not describe my Prot Warrior as particularly ready for this challenge. I've finagled my way in, you know, and the thing is, the best part, the reason everybody's like, well, like you keep saying, like, how do I get big IO? It's like, you gotta make friends in WoW. You just have to eventually get to a point where you can basically, here's the key, right? The key is that the reason that you should be social, I'm going to give you the best motivation for this because you're thinking to yourself right now, I don't really want to do that. That's absolutely fine. Understood. But if you are social, perhaps your friends will take you to an 11 for a vault key on your 221 alt tank. Yeah, wait till I see some other stuff, though. Prot Pally is extremely hard at the moment. I tanked a 12 Mysara Caverns on 234 Prot Pally. So just know it is very doable. You just have to really understand. Like, Prot Pally is one of those tanks right now where dungeon knowledge becomes extremely important. You really have to have very good awareness, though. You can't access the Discord? Oh, really? Let me check for a second. Sometimes it just gets blocked. Give me uno momento, por favor. I must survive this first. I checked momentarily, though. Breaks in Games just subscribed. Yo, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Okay, hold up. Spell Reflect and Demo Shout, though. So, yeah, developing your social network actually might allow you to bring some very, very, very rat alts. I mean, this is, I don't think you understand. This is such a rat, it basically grew up in Jake Peralta's desk, which is an amazing reference, and whoever gets that, what a wonderful show. I really wish they made more Brooklyn Nine-Nine. You know, this social stuff sounds like a trap. It kind of is, but it's a trap that might lead to quality IO later in life. Okay, so I'm going to basically aggro those, leap over here. I love Brooklyn Nine-Nine. What an actually just gigabyss type show. So here, let's see what that feels like, first of all, on a not fully prepared. Okay, so that was without shield wall. Are there any defensives you should never overlap as a Guardian Druid or as a Prot Warrior? As a Guardian Druid or Prot Warrior, out of curiosity. Okay. Taunt this. I'm probably going to actually send my AoE taunt. I'm getting hit in the back. My bad. I really want to save cheat death if possible. Because I'm going to want... I need to, like, actually intentionally proc my cheat death here, probably. Like, I don't want to use it here. There we go. Okay, that's so far so good. Nice. Okay, everything's... Oh, okay, pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. My healer's definitely helping me. But I'm content with 10s. Like, I can just... And not title. I could probably go to a low IO. Oh, yeah, probably. 10s are okay, though. I wish Spear was more meta, so people... That would be cool. Yo, what's up, healer? Lives in Keys and has for a while, so it's really just come down to knowing what to do. Yes. Why is Prop Pally not good right now? Squishy. What do I think it needs? An armor buff. Straight up, actual base Shield of the Righteous armor buff. Nothing fancy. No bells and whistles. It just needs an armor buff. Immediately proc that perfectly. So that was a Spell Reflect on the first hit into... I'm going to proc Cheat Death here. This is definitely cheat. This is cheat. I'm going to intentionally let cheat proc here. I mean, if I can have it for next pull, that'd be great. So maybe I didn't actually proc cheat. So why don't we just go shield wall then instead? I'm cool with the shield wall. I'll go Stormbolt this as well. Keep this into my team now, though. Hey, Furrow. I think Prop Pally just actually, like, it can live right now, but I think really, like, outside of perfect cooldowns and stuff, it could just use an actual armor buff, like a physical damage reduction, not anything else. It's fine on everything else. I think it's okay though. Yeah, 9-9. What a great show. And hello. What did I miss for comments here? Let me check the Discord. Most likely it just has this. Let me see if I can get this real quick. Sometimes this does happen. Try joining now, maybe? Should be okay. All right, so these defenders for Prot Warrior are really toxic here, though. Yeah, I think that the raid statistics might actually let it so that maybe you actually do see, like, a Prot Paladin armor buff. Okay, so how to gather on a Prot Warrior. I went and tagged those with Thunderclap, but I know that my aggro is going to be loose here. If I want to keep gathering at this point, I have to use my movement speed tools to actually get to the pack, because I can't get meleeed as I'm grouping it, right? So my job as a warrior is to basically not take those additional melees before they actually reach me, right? There's a cheat death immediately. I figured that this would proc cheat. This pull is pretty hard. I did have it, though, so I was going to commit the cheat there, and then I'm going to go right here, kick that into the shield wall, and then we're going to have to pull this area just, like, really safe. Knowledge of the dungeon. Spell Reflect on cooldown here pretty much, just to mitigate some of the magic damage. And then shield wall again into this, into that. Okay, next we're going to have to go super safe here, because I actually will get one tapped. 100% though. I'm playing a little bit of warrior. I just need a quick vault. Not exactly super geared. Just, I've convinced my friends to take me to some vault keys on some characters that otherwise probably don't deserve to be in vault keys. I cannot pull that next thing yet. I would very much like to. I can pull one Arcanist, okay? But I can't pull anything else. I know myself. I will die. I got an extra defender in here too. I will die. So I need to only pull this right now, because this is kind of toxic. The recent nerfs for Druid tank. I think the recent nerfs were okay, but if you're having aggro problems on Druid, I would highly recommend, you don't have to, again, clarify, you do not have to, but I would try my build, because my build has zero aggro problem. Like, it's very, very, very difficult to lose threat with the Guardian Druid build that I was playing, although I did see that there was a lot of threat problems, though. Prot Pally feels squish. I tanked a 10 last night on my Prot Paladin. My Prot Paladin is now 20 item levels ahead of my warrior and has 2 set, by the way. To clarify, my warrior has no tier. Let me just group this properly. Make sure I pull this back so we don't fight the other seer on accident. Yeah, just to clarify, okay? My Prot Paladin is like 250 item level now, I think, with 2 set. My Prot Warrior is 221. I feel tankier on the Prot Warrior. Isn't that wild? I don't think that should be... That doesn't seem right to me, but that's honestly the truth is, like, Prot Pally just is kind of squishy. And that was me playing pretty well on Prot Pally. However, my Prot Pally had 68 kicks in a Pit of Sauron 10 last night. So, you know, pretty cool I do miss Prot Pally, just like being able to solo kick everything, freedom, all the gargoyles and the cold wraith, dispel everybody, and all the support that Prot Pally can provide. If it can live, it's always a good tank to play for raid or for keys, just because it is actually so powerful in terms of that, you know. Had to try your Bearable in 14. What a tanky build. Was lack some DPS. It was a good test. I'm glad that people are at least willing to test it. Understandably, if you're trying to do like max damage, then the bear build is not going to be the max damage build. But I still feel like the more I've cooked it and the more I've played it, I feel like my damage is pretty decent on the thing. On my Druid, I'm sad by the nerfs. Don't worry about the bear nerfs too much. I honestly think that bear still pumps. I think that if you want to play a DPS build, you can do very highly competitive damage, to be honest, on bear right now. I really, really think that you can do quite a bit on bear. Like, there are certain builds that are doing still very competitive damage, but might be a little squishier comparatively, or harder to play, though. What do you think is the most tanky bear build? Mine. I think that the macro build, for many reasons, by numbers and sims, like I know the Guardian Druid Discord doesn't appreciate this, and they're like, it's not more tanky, it's way more squishy, but like I highly encourage you to try it. It's more tanky, and the reason it's more tanky is because the lunar beam uptime is ridiculous. There's so many amps to everything that it's way more straightforward. It's significantly easier to play, and ease of access in a key environment means you don't panic as much. I don't know. I think mine, not by like a 40% margin or anything like that, but I think the build I came up with is like an extremely tanky version of this. My healer just saved my life. Or I proc cheat death. Okay, cheat death there. Where can I find the in Discord? Can you guys see if the Discord link is working though? Blood DK all day. I've had bad luck with blood DKs recently. Going into like 13, 14, I've had a few okay ones. I think we did a 15 Pit of Sauron though. It's working. Cool. But I've just had a lot of blood DKs just die to one-shots. I've noticed that blood DKs are having a very hard time living. But I also think that a lot of times you have to be careful because these keys you have to be willing to learn them, right, as a tank. And how are tanks going to learn without being able to walk in and actually just die? Isn't that, like, that's the thing? Like, a lot of people don't understand, by the way, right? Like, a lot of times I feel like people don't understand that tanks have to walk in. Eventually, you'll get to a key level where you die to the mechanic that you were not expecting to die to. But you don't know. There's no way to learn that, right? Until you get there. Go break it. Nice, beautiful break. Nice. Do you know what I mean? And I think like DPS players, like an example being like this. What's the highest key you guys have done so far this week? Just in general. Shoot. Is it a 10, 12, 15? Are you one of the people who've done like an 18 or a 19 already? A 10. Okay, so you've done a 10, a 12, a 13. Okay, so 10, 12, 13. Fair enough. And I'm assuming that most of you guys are a tank healer. I think in general, people here are like a tank or a healer, a 1. Am I correct on that? Bear, okay, so a lot of tanks, a lot of healers represent, fair enough. Hey, D2 Mephisto. 12, okay. Bear, got it. If I told you right now, I have a 17 for you today. I have a 17, plus 17. You can come do a plus 17 with me right now. Could you do it? Right, I'd lull you. You would not feel confident. Do you know why you wouldn't feel confident? Because as a tank or a healer, you start thinking to yourself, bro, I don't know how to do this because I don't have the reps. How much damage are things going to do? Do I get one-tapped? That one mechanic, normally I'm fine with only this, but would I actually be fine at this key level? You have to start making a plan. As a healer, you start thinking, hey, that boss, what am I going to do? Like, how am I going to ramp it? How am I going to do this, etc., right? You just don't know. There's so much anxiety, and you think to yourself, hey, woo, I really appreciate the invite. I'm going to step out here. I don't feel comfortable doing a 17. Okay, I want you to just pretend for a second that you were a DPS main. Okay? I want you to pretend, just think about it for a second. You're a DPS main now. You're not a tank or a healer. And I say, hey, The highest key you've done this week is a 13, but I have a 17 for you. Would you like to come? You would sign up, wouldn't you? Because you think to yourself, well, all I need to really think about is the fact that that mechanic probably hits really hard. For sure, yes, 100%. Because you just think, okay, maybe I need a defensive there. And honestly, perhaps I don't understand that one mechanic and you die, but you're a DPS player, so you don't feel that bad. That right there, that, exactly what we just talked about is the differences between tank, healer, and DPS. As the key levels get higher, a DPS basically does the same thing, it's just harder. Right? But as the key levels get higher, a tank and a healer need to actually learn, practice, like you need to see it. Because you will literally die. Like you will brick the whole key because the one global that you normally would work at the previous key level now all of a sudden doesn't work. You need to actually be okay with failing to be a successful tank. Does that make sense? It's part of the process. And DPS players do not have respect, unfortunately, for this process. They see a tank die and they go, oh, bad tank. It's like, not bad tank. That's your tank's first time in this key level. They've never seen it before. They thought it was fine on the 10, but now all of a sudden, this is a 14, and they weren't expecting the fact that that thing would one-shot them. You have to learn. And I actually think that this is by far the biggest difference in mentality when it comes to just tank healing and DPS. Does that make sense? Yeah. And you just don't want to fail. Like a tank, the thing about tanking is you don't want to let your team down. You don't want to let your friends down. You're like, I'm willing to do this hard job, but I don't want to let people down, right? It's the worst feeling. Because when you die, everybody's dead. And it's like, I'm in an 11 right now, and I am, by the way, 221 item level on a warrior. That's why I'm pulling safe. It's why I'm kind of distracted. It's why I don't have to do these giga pulls, but I also understand these keys so well to say, look, I don't have to route aggressively. Ordinarily, I would do double this. Ordinarily, I would go fat. I don't need to do it though. The stress checking keys, I'm really new, and I feel like everyone expects. And that's, by the way, it's a wrong expectation. And I don't know how to fix this in the WoW community because WoW players are still thinking, like, I don't know how to convince DPS that you have to let your tank have the opportunity to learn. How do you teach them this? Because, like, I've heard so many tank players tell me this week that people are yelling at them, that they're just getting raged at. And they're like, I don't want to tank anymore because I didn't understand the route, or I died to this mechanic or whatever. And then all of a sudden, people in party chat are whispering me like, why'd you sign up for my key? I'm like, it's the first week of the season. It's literally week 1. This is the first week. How are you supposed to know? Even if you watch a guide, I'm the sort of person at the very least, I don't learn until I see it myself. It was one of the biggest problems when I was actually CE raiding back in the day. I had like the raid lead would say, hey, here's the video. You all have to watch the video. And I'd be like, okay, the problem is I need to see it. Like I won't get the timings right. I can watch the video and it's helpful still. Like it's still helpful, right? Like it's good for me to watch the video because it will give me some information and that will be nice. But like, bro, I don't know. Like I need to be able to see things. At least for me personally speaking, I really need to have like very high awareness. You know what I mean? Bro, if we time it, of course, why wouldn't we time it right now? We're timing this easy. Of course we time it. I'm not worried. Warrior is super tanky right now. Also, again, I've made some route adaptations, so we're going to be fine. We just need these 2 images back here. We just need this one tiny little pull over here. These guys. Is this the exact percentage? You can pull this with boss, but again, I could pull it with boss. That's what I would normally do in a higher key, and honestly, I feel pretty fine with this, so let's do it. But I know that I have Demo Shout plus Spell Reflect, and I know that I'm going to be fine here. And we know the positioning for this boss. Warrior is super tanky, guys. Like, I was playing with a Warrior in a 15 Windrunner Spire. I was healing him on my Wrestler Druid, and he was a brick wall. I think that Warrior might actually be, like, the sturdiest, in terms of the fact that their health just doesn't move. Like Warrior is unbelievably... It was like this on beta too, by the way. It was always tanky on beta. The reason it was ranked lower was, again, another problem with tanking, by the way, since we're chaining into conversations about the community not really understanding things, the fact that so many tanks genuinely feel from the bottom of their heart that they have to do damage is the weirdest thing. Key timers are very free right now. You need to have aggro. You need to do decent damage. You don't need to parse 100. Torzi, thank you for the sub. You need to do good damage. You don't need to do max damage. There's a big difference between those two things. They are not the same. They are very, very, very not the same, by the way. Specifically not the same thing. Do you know what I mean by that? Do you have ignore? I actually am using a macro on Warrior. It was something I wanted to experiment. It's basically like an iron for a macro. It's the same thing as I do on Druid. It's just on the Warrior. I actually am... I'm willing to consider it this season. I'm curious to know what it feels like when I do have a little bit more gear. I am using a macro that basically has shield slam, shield block, and ignore pain on one button, by the way. I'm unsure how I feel about it as of right now, but my uptime doesn't seem to be suffering, so should be fine. Oops, that was a mistake. I have made errors. I will recover. I am new in the game. I get flamed a lot, but I will not stop playing. Argus, thank you for the sub. I hope it's the first week of the season. I really, really hope the community doesn't drive any tank player away. We need more tanks, not less. We need more, not less. It's so, like, you know, what's my most fun tank? For me, it's Guardian, because Guardian enables me to play the way I want to play. And I'll still be able to do the keys, and I just, you know... Yeah, there's one macro for all of it on Warrior. But does this make sense, this conversation? Like, how do we help the community understand to let tanks actually get what they need? Until Blizzard actually puts in a proving ground or like a tutorial for tanks, there's so much that tanks have to learn by actually going in and dying. Like, that's how you have to learn as a tank. It's very unfortunate, by the way. Easy. 10. Cool. That was a first key on the Warrior. That did not feel bad at all. There were a few sketchy moments in there, but that felt really, really chill. Need? Question mark? This is a good question. These are good questions. Need? Question mark? It would be some item level for me. What's up, Erie? Honestly, other tanks understanding and giving pointers help a lot. I wonder what you can do to really solve the problem. Oh, nice. Got a piece of loot. Solid. Thank you. Jeez. You need that? Which one? Do you want the cloak? If you want the cloak, by all means, you take it. You mean trinket or cloak? Trinket or cloak? If you want the cloak, no problem. This is just an alt. I'm very okay. I will do like 1 key a week on Warrior right now, though. As a newbie, having somebody show me the thing, I want to make content to try to help tank players in terms of routing, in terms of this, in terms of that. But I do just dislike the fact that people yell at you. The biggest thing I see tanks do is wrong and turn their backs. Yeah, but where do you learn that, though? But that's the question is, elitist DK. Where in the game do they have an indicator on your screen, by the way? My question is, where is the indicator to tell you that something is hitting you in the back? That's my question. Because I don't see it. Do you see an indicator? Where? That can't be hard for them to add. Does that make sense? Like, that cannot be hard for them to add. There should just be something on your screen that at least flashes, gives you an indicator, does something to give you something, right? That's what I think. Just to let you know, like, hey, this mob is hitting you in the back. Is it just advanced? You kind of have to turn your back a little bit. So you strafe on a blood DK. Basically, you want to be doing this, though. Oh, yeah, my gear is really bad. I know. My gear is, like, super, super bad right now. I am aware. Trust me, I'm aware. No, with a no Apex build is a good time. I think so, too. I like that no Apex build for Bear. Bear is the only tank that can do that, though. I do have some 192 greens. Yes, I would not describe my Warrior as being particularly geared, okay? Listen, I wouldn't describe my Warrior as being fantastically geared. The question is, what's next? So now my Warrior has a thing. You guys want to do more Vault Keys on these exact characters? Because I also have a Brewmaster to bring. The real question is, do you want to heal my 160 item level blood DK? When people randomly post up by jumping across the room into another pack, it's just like, yeah. I could be a leather passer for your brew if you need. Oh, I'm interested. I'm so down. No. That's too far. That's going too far. I wouldn't ask you to do that. I have show some talents. Yeah, warrior talents is going to be something like this. You're playing one Apex. It's going to look something along these lines. There's the question of, I think, last stand. Maybe I want to swap this around somewhere, but something like this right now, though. Yeah, Suddy, you can come, of course. I'd love it. That sounds great to me. I'll link this here. Here, if you guys want the warrior build I just did for this, that's okay. I'll link this to Discord. 1 second. New loadouts, a Woo Safe Mythic Plus, something like this, right? A Woo Safe Mythic Plus. What talents are flexible for warrior? Oh, that's a good point, because I have 0 gear, and I have macroed my thing. Because into the fray, I might actually drop shield. This will make it... No, the haste is better technically, sure, but this will make it so that I never drop my block, just without gear and stuff. There a placement of base UI Mythic Plus with trash percentage? There used to be, but I don't know if there still is, Talon. It's a good question. I'm not going to probably do a 160 blood DK. I could at least be 190. You got to go to bed, though, GG's? No, I'm definitely not bringing my blood DK now. All right, thank you for coming, Twivis. I appreciate it, though. I volunteer as tribute. Yes, Deco, come here. This is the moment, Deco. Come here. Fantastic. Okay, so if we do at least an 11, y'all got a 10 from that, right? Buy 220 gear on blood DK. Where do I get 220 gear from? The auction house? No, I'm buying, like, cheap gear. I stopped tanking because I can't take the stress and getting yelled at. It's tough, Mega Man. It really is. I don't know how to solve the tank anxiety. Is there any benefit at all going to follower dungeons as a tank? No, because follower dungeons don't actually challenge you to the degree that you're going to be stressed enough to really learn how to do things. Yeah, I'm not buying the... I'll buy like 202 gear, 201. I can play but Brewmaster will be fine, but I'm not playing my Demon Hunter and I think my Demon Hunter is actually like 215, but I think I'm dead on the Demon. I can't maintain every character I want to maintain. Like, I think realistically, as cool as it would be for me to play all 6 tanks this season, I'm not going to be able to get all 6 things, though. Tank anxiety is much less than healer anxiety. Depends, Torizi. It's a good point. Sometimes healing is way more toxic. Sometimes tanking is more toxic. What I would say, at this point, I've had my Patreon for a few months, and I've done a lot of WoW coaching. You know something? I've really learned about, like, I was thinking, how do I help tanks really prepare for pushing Mythic Plus and Pugs? There are so many little things. You know, one of the really important skills to learn, genuinely, hey, what tank are you playing? Okay, when something gets butt pulled, how are you going to respond to that situation? So what I do is I'll go into a key with you, and I'll be like, I'll bring my hunter, and I'll be like, whoops, I've disengaged, and I've pulled that pack over there. What are you going to do? Because you need to see that, practice it, and actually have that in your head, not to panic. You say, okay, I know what my plan is, and you make a plan from there. Watch you die? No, because you still want to time the key. So although you might want to watch the people die, you're not going to do that. You have to actually make a plan for this. For tank 10, it depends if you have friends to play with, Jones. Like, to get into a 10, probably very high item level, but we'll see. I guess we'll find out. Okay, so I got a Brewmaster. I have no key on the Brewmaster, but my Brewmaster actually has some gear because I did enough. I did some stuff, though. Where's the Blood DK? It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, man. The Blood DK, it's a fantasy. You know where the Blood DK lives? In the same place as Japanese animation. It's wonderful to think about, but if you ever saw that in real life, you would be like, oh my God. Like, it's not a good, you just want to keep that in your imagination. But I definitely think, what's up, Ikarn? I think that at the moment, I think basically at the moment, follower dungeons are not adequate to teach you how to tank Mythic Plus dungeons. Yes, exactly. Now that's the thing, makers. How can you... So you have to anticipate that and make a plan regardless. Ikarin, you're going to have Brazil 15. Nice. I feel like 15s are a good goal this week. I kind of wanted Brazil 15, but power going out, among other things, I couldn't get it. I was just shy of Brazil 15. All right, what key do we have, by the way? What are our options now? And Exide, did you want to comment on any other characters? You are welcome to bring any rat. Zero problem if you want to bring anything. And hello from Japan. Hello. You have 516, 215. Nice. What's up, Sinner? I don't think the follower doesn't help us the weekly quest and the rep. Yeah. We have Magister's Terra's 10. Okay. Hello. Can you list? Yeah, of course. You bring whatever you want. I'm just deciding what key we're doing. I don't have you on. Oh, do I not have you on the B tag? Let's get that. Let's get that change exit day. Looking for a tank with a PhD and 30 years experience for real. All right. So we're doing a 10 terrace. If we time the 10, do I still get a 10 on my monk? Out of curiosity. Let me just check something. If we time a 10, do I get a 10 or do I get a 9? I thought I got one key level less than what we time. You get a 9. Okay. Believe it's a 9. Would we... Okay. Well, I was about to say, does anybody have an 11 or a 12? So could we potentially do that? I know Deco actually has Resil something 13. I think that I might do a few keys on Brewmaster today. I think I might want 2 vault slots on a Brewmaster. Okay. So we want to do like an 11 or 12. Are you capable of doing high keys without? Yes, but what's your definition of high keys? That's the question, Mohammed. What is your definition of a high key? My Brewmaster should be able to live. I mean, I'm not the best brew, but he's not like 200 item level. He's got a little bit of gear. Okay, so you have a 12 Skyreach. You want to do that exit day? Are you okay with that? Can we run your Skyreach? Man, of all the keys you want me to tank on my first tank brew, I got to do Skyreach? Bleh. I don't like Skyreach. To make your DK some plate armor around 200-ish. Here's the problem. I want to do a vault key. I would love to do a 10 on the DK. Here's how it works. I'm going to be real. Oh, yeah, Sonny wants to come. Yeah, but bring it. Here's the problem, guys. Y'all ever seen Harry Potter? You remember the very first, basically the first 10 minutes of the first movie of Harry Potter? You remember how he was kept under the stairs? That is going to be every single one of my characters that does not get a vault today. If the character does not get a vault today, that character is not going to be played. It will be forgotten. It will be kept under the staircase for the next 6 months. It's just how it is. I don't make the rules. It needs to get a vault today. So I would love to just grab one. I would love to do... Yeah, Blood DK would be really cool. VDH would be really cool. Just get one vault, potentially maintain it over time. But, I'm not sure. I think, realistically, I'm okay. If I can't maintain all 6, then I'm okay. We do have actually some good leather. It's true. That's true. It's true. Okay, so here's what's going on now. Do I have enough space? I think I do now, though. I don't have any more room for BattleNet friends. All right, bet. Who's getting deleted? Fairy, Singaporean guild lead that does 2 mythic clears each week. He's offline. Sorry, Fairy. Rest in peace, Singaporean guild lead. Bye-bye. All right, Fenton, you're offline. Boomy Alton mentality that gave me chest tier for free on heroic kill. Damn. All right, sorry, Fenton. I appreciate that heroic chest from a long time ago. Bye-bye. Who else is offline here? Here we go. I remember this guy. Let's see. Anybody else offline? 9 months ago, Hectic. I don't know who you are. I'm sorry, Hectic. Bye-bye. I wish they had more space in here, though. Yeah, rest in peace, heroic chest guy. All right, who else? Incognito. Pretty solid monk who timed... So here's the problem. Gambit, Theater of Pain, and Mists. Was this in Shadowlands? Or was this last season? Was this in Shadowlands or the War Within? I didn't note. I don't know. No tier set, but okay. I feel like this was Shadowlands. It's hard for me to identify which season this was. Probably Shadowlands. Sorry, Incognito. No one's supposed to know you exist anyways. All right, here we go. Cool. Slutty Exide. Welcome. Shadowlands plus... I'm assuming that's what it was. It's hard for me to identify sometimes, but... All right, is this a 12 Skyrim? I can do it. Probably. I'm playing Shaw's easy build that he had recommended to me. I think it should be okay, though. Jeffo just subscribed. Yo, what's up? Yeah, I agree with you, Foxy, by the way. To make a Guardian Druid, watch a video put out some years ago on Bear Tank. Years ago? That's crazy. Do you have a list for easy tanks? Yes, I actually have a whole video I made about it, and I still think that video applies very much, Robo. If you want to watch the entire video on the best first tank, what dungeon is the hardest to learn as a tank now? I think terrace routing is actually pretty intricate, to be honest. I think terrace is actually it can be very difficult to learn. Best first tank though. I watched your video about aggro and use your build. Finally felt comfortable playing with the bear. Okay, so it did help. That video was received very poorly. I made that video and I was like, I'm really excited for this to help people, right? Because I made the video. I was going to actually release a completely different video. And I was like, man, bears are really struggling with aggro. Let me see if I could make a video real quick to help people. I put that out. It was one take. I had work, basically. I was just like, I got 15 minutes. Let me just record this. I didn't actually get to watch it back, so I probably ranted a little bit or whatever. But people were not happy about it. They were like, you don't understand, Awu. Bear has problems right now. And I was like, man, does Bear actually have aggro problems? Like, where is this coming from? Because I have not had aggro problems. Like, I'm just kind of curious. I'm like, I'm trying to really identify, like, where is this coming from? And I'm like, okay. So I talked to some more bears about it, and it seems like Raze just doesn't have the right aggro threat modifier or something. Like, maybe when they nerfed it, they also nerfed its threat. I don't know. But it almost seems like it is almost a build diff, because my build has no aggro problems. And also, it's not just the positioning, but it seems like the build diff of just not playing Raze. Like, I just don't... Like, aggro is super chill. I don't know. What trinkets do we want for Bear? If you're playing from Raid, I still think you're probably going to play the Almseer trinket plus Heart of the Wind. If no Raid, then it's just Heart of the Wind plus whatever. That's away from how do you get aggro? What tank are you playing, Mohammed? Multiplier seems weird. Yeah, I'm not sure, Ultimus. All I know is that my build has no aggro problems, and I don't know why. What's up, Paul Van Der Seer? Thank you for the sub. Much appreciated. Druid, you have a few options. Best thing to understand, and this is, again, something I go over when we do the coaching, is like, if I'm over here, and I pull that, you need to first of all think, how can I get to this location? So I need to first of all get to the mob, because that's going to be the absolute best thing. But the next thing is, if it's a single mob, we taunt. We can try to Moonfire from range, but I also have a few other tools. Vortex is very helpful. An in-cap roar will give me an extra second to get an extra thrash. That will give me an extra second. If I'm Tauren, I can War Stomp. I have to try to make use of my CC. I could even Typhoon the mob away just so I can have a second to connect. There are many, many things that will help you with that, though. Dipper's common attacked on soon. I'm interesting, though. I'm curious to know, like, where the aggro problems are really coming from. But trinkets, in terms of key trinkets right now, probably this. I have a feeling that trinkets are going to be like this. You're going to want the one from Windrunner Spire. At least from beta testing, it seems like you're going to want this one, Heart of the Wind. And maybe the second key trinket might even be something like, you could play Feather. You could play this Feather. There are a few other trinkets, like not these ones. Not these ones are not so good. Puzzle Box is not the worst option in the world. You could play... I think there's a few decent options. What was the one I was playing? Right now I have it. It's this one. I've been playing this one because I don't have the Heart of the Wind yet. This one actually is not the worst thing in the world either. It does like 3% overall. It's not bad. Like 2-3% overall for a trinket is not actually the worst thing. So maybe there's some world where you could consider playing something like this. I think there's a few key trinkets that work. Heart of the Wind, the Solar Core. Yeah, that works. Just Heart of the Wind something, basically. Our group dropped it plus 10 last night, but I didn't get it. Yeah, on my group, I think needs like 3 Heart of the Wind, so we'll be farming it next week, I'm sure, though. Foxy, in my opinion, healing Blood Decay has been really, really challenging, especially in a dungeon like this where I can't save them. What healer do you prefer to heal you the most? Mistweaver. Mistweaver has the best tank healing. I think that's actually a decent trinket, Eerie. I need to see the numbers on it, but it seems to be a decent trinket for me. Yeah. Blood Decay. Well, in terms of the healer, Mistweaver, because of the way that they do tank healing. So I'm going to show you, for example, I'm 238 item level, right? I'm not super geared. Do you think I can win this key? I don't know if this is going to be an 11 or a 12. Maybe I get one shot, maybe not. But I can tell you how my healer is healing me if you'd like. I can walk you through what he's going to do to heal me. How much threat different ability does. There is a way, Oath Mountain, but I'm not the right person to ask about that. There is some way to check it, but I don't remember what it is. Not the right person to ask. All right, let's do it. Oh, that's true. Also, Deco does stream, exactly. But his rotation in AoE, those birds do a lot of physical damage. Correct. Well, It's not physical damage. It's actually nature damage. That's a good point. What's up, Obedience? I'm probably where I do more damage and slices with Revenge than Shield Slam. Is there something wrong with my rotation? Are you playing Colossus? That seems like a Colossus thing. That seems to me that seems like a Colossus thing. Okay, I'm not that squishy, man. My brew is not. I'm not the best brewmaster in the world, but I'm not that squishy. I like the immediate external. I'm almost offended actually. And this is only an 11. We're not even doing the 12. I think I could have done 12. But my brewmaster is not actually that undergeared. Yes. Now, because the camera angle is bad, I highly recommend that you tank this on that side, not on the other side. If you tank it on the other side, I agree, camera angle is terrible. But you don't have to tank it on the other side, by the way. Don't do that. You just tank it right here. You're fine. Yeah. But that's actually a good point. So in a pug, right, if you expect everything to go bad... Hold up. Let me make sure I have aggro here. A little bit of loose, a little bit loose, a little bit loose. There you go. Expecting the fact that somebody's going to get hit by something they're not supposed to, or that aggro might be a problem, just don't go into the area that you just were. That's all you have to do, by the way, to mitigate that. Brewmaster is so tanky right now. Especially, actually, the funniest thing is, you know what the best healer combination is? I bet you for Brew. It's better than Resto Druid. It just, you don't want to class stack, but technically speaking, based on healing profile and AoE, Mistweaver and Brewmaster is such a good combination. Even though you would never ordinarily class stack, I'm just saying that Mistweaver and Brew would be an unbelievably good comp, technically speaking. It would, actually. Because the way that they work together is very, very good. Very good, I think. Okay, so first shear here, we're just going to Fort Brew this one. I'll make sure I get a kick. Just out of safety reasons, because this is my first key I've actually done this season. I'll chain the other guys in soon. Boom, and then I have a plan for threats. Whoops. So here, for example, I don't know where my leg sweep is. What I would have done there to make sure that threat was okay, I would have leg sweep just now. But since I didn't have leg sweep available, or I don't know where it is on my bars, it's right here. I got to move that over there because I went to look for it where I would normally have CCs. Going to get hit hard by this. I'll heal it back up and then cleanse it off. I'd be curious. Maybe, I think that actually if I was to actually gear my brew, I would really consider playing it more. It's not necessarily not a fun tank right now. It's just normally not my style, but... what is Resto Shaman good for in your opinion? The buff. Honestly, listen. I know 2 extremely good Resto Shamans that are casually doing 18 and 17 level keys right now. So, Resto Shaman can clearly do the keys. That is not in question, by the way. Tank can just soak these to make some more room. Obviously, Resto Shaman can do the keys. But in general, I wouldn't... I feel like they're there for the buff and lust. Like, they fit really well into, like, a Brewmaster kind of melee comp that doesn't have like an Ellie Shami or something like this. But I think that right now, key timers are in this very weird spot where key timers are very chill. And so this season will be about living more than it will be about damage. I don't think that's necessarily a good thing, by the way. Like, there's pros and cons to that. But also, yeah, obedience. Revenge should not be that high. In fact, on my Prot Warrior, I don't even think I would hit Revenge. It's only to reset Shield Slam as Thane, depending, or to fill your rotation. But Revenge is basically a thing, though. Talking about Rain. Yeah, so Rain is one of them. Shamlock is the other one. He's been healing with melee recently. But, like, both of them are actually doing... I've watched them do some keys, and they're both able to put out the numbers that are required. But this is going to be, like, this season will be about, can your healer live? Like, you just have to live these keys. Most of the 15 or 16s that I have lost this week, by the way, were just from... Not from, like, DPS deaths necessarily, but just from random deaths throughout the key. That they just add up. It's just about living more than anything else right now. You just gotta live. We'll see how I feel on the next pull. But you should only use Revenge as a filler for sure. Touch of Death. The one question mark that I have still about tanks, I don't mind exactly where most tanks are right now, but Brewmaster is super dominant. And normally this type of dominance, when you look at the high key representation, by the way, when you look at high key representation, the fact that Brew is this high is kind of wild early on, because normally this happens about midway through. Like after Race to World first, you see some buffs, you see some nerfs, etc. though. Survivability. Not the damage. Not damage. Not damage. There are other tanks that also do similar amounts of damage as to what Brew would do. It's not a damage thing. But the fact is, if I Exploding Keg right now, I will refresh my bleeds, because they shouldn't connect with me. Ooh, I was wrong. All right, I ring a piece. Interesting. They shouldn't connect with me there. I wonder why. Maybe I missed, actually, with the Exploding Keg. I don't actually think... They're not, like, top damage. They do some good damage, but they're not, like, the most amazing top damage. The thing is, in a season where timers are super free, man, tank damage doesn't matter. That's, like, a big, weird... Again, it's the weirdest thing. I know everybody... It's fun to do good healer damage and good tank damage. Guys, it doesn't matter what your tank damage is right now. That's not the way to play. Like, you will actually brick keys playing offensively if you ever stress your healer out or require externals or require extra healing. Like, not this season. Maybe Algathar Academy. Algathar Academy right now is the only timer that's just like, we can't necessarily route this that much more aggressively than we already do. So how are we gonna manage an Algathar in higher key levels? That's a good question. That's a great question. How would you do Algathar in higher key levels? I'm very confident on my brew right now. I feel extremely confident. I'm just like casually doing this triple pull without any issue. Just make sure that the one caster in here does not get their cast off. Dude, the Cocoon of Shame. My health is full. What is this Cocoon of Shame? I'm looking at my healer giving me this external, and I'm just like, bro, I'm chilling. I'm fine. It's not for the shield, it's for HOTS. All right. I was just noticing I got an external there. I respect it. Fair enough. You even have Fire Beam? No. Well, the tank doesn't get it, so that's okay. The healer is in here right now, so I'm just laughing with him, basically. It's an inside, let's call it an inside joke for me that because like the monk external is so obvious when you get it, I'm just like, the Cocoon of Shame. Psychotic Tank, my last winner, who cleared the entire dungeon less than 5 gigapulls. He's the sole reason I was able to parse a 95. Now, Cape, I enjoy doing that when the key maybe is like Resil, or it's just a quick weekly key or something like that. But in push content, people over-obsess about tank and healer damage way too much. You need to do good damage. Good damage. Not perfect damage. There's a very, 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 very big difference between those two things. Good damage means good threat, means good leech, means good self-sustain, means you're playing adequately. Because if you're doing very bad damage, that means something's wrong with your rotation. So you just do good damage, but not perfect damage. You don't need to be going for 100 parses. It's actually, like I said, there are so many tanks this season, and I had a tank like this also who was in a Windrunner. He was a very good warrior tank, and he changed up his pacing after the second area. Yeah. He was pulling way too aggressively. He was doing some pulls, and again, he could live, but he was pulling double dragon spits onto AoE guys, onto other dude, and it was like, there's only so much we can do about this situation here. Like, that wasn't smart. He should not have done that, etc. That's on one buttoning your DPS focusing on surviving. Depends on the tank, because a lot of tanks, they function, again, their damage is not only a source of damage, it's a source of leech, it's a source of a proper feedback loop of rotation and either like cooldown reduction on this, on that. Like there are many things that tank damage provides, but it depends on the tank. Most things that do damage on a tank also have an additional effect. Do you know what I mean? So I think it depends on exactly what tank. Like, for example, on Bear, one of the biggest critiques about the way I've been playing Bear is that, well, the damage is a little lower. It is a little lower, but as long as you do good, it's fine. I still pull way more than enough overall, and there was only a single dungeon this week, which also we had some other deaths that could have been resolved, where I thought to myself, I really wish that I did, like, just a tiny bit more tank damage. Every other time this whole week, I've just been like, Mom, my tank damage doesn't matter. Like, literally, it's like super chill right now. The timers are not a problem. Why would I be trying to greed my damage? Like, if I want to play a full Apex build, I can, but I like this build, and it totally works. I have not seen any evidence, again, except Algathar Academy, that this season will come down to tank damage. And you understand there are different seasons. Like, some keys... Let me put it this way. If right now you're timing your keys and there's like a clean key with like 2 deaths, even a suboptimal route, you have ridiculous time. You have like 7 minutes left. The timers are pretty chill. Some seasons, they're way more limited than other seasons. This season is not one of them. So I think that depends. It's a good question about what the season will come down to, but certainly tonight I'm going to post a video trying to help explain to people, if you are concerned about a pull as a tank, just split the thing. An example being first pull Algathar Academy. There is tech for it to understand it, right? Just my druid. Everything else is very undergeared. My warrior was like 221. My paladin's still around this. My monk is kind of geared. I think there's a tier piece in Vault, actually. I just haven't taken it yet because I want a key first. But does that make sense, though? And I think it's just really important for people to understand. But you can split this. Whoops. Oh, you went back into melee real fast. My bad. So, like, the first pull of Algathar Academy, you're going to time that key on a 10, on a 12, if you just actually don't... Yeah, because that pull is super toxic now. Did they have to make it that toxic? No. Are they going to make it? Like, is that how it is right now? Yes. So there is tech for it, but if you're not going to do the tech and you're not supremely confident and you think I might die, just split it then. You're still time the key. And that's like a big knowledge check of like, hey, if I'm going to, for example, be bringing some undergeared tanks to some keys, I'll still win partially because I'll use that sort of information. Like, where I don't really mind saying, well, I don't have to go ridiculously large. I'm actually totally fine chilling, if that makes sense. Like, I'm very okay with just doing some chill stuff, though. Why do you not use 4 out of 4? On which character? Because I'm playing a bunch of characters today. 4 out of 4 Apex on Warrior, 4 out of 4 Apex on Druid, or like who? On Monk? On my Monk, I should have 4 out of 4 Apex. On Monk? Don't ask me that question. I don't know what don't ask me that question. I don't know. I think I am using 4 out of 4 Apex right now. I do not know currently. Well, bye-bye. I actually do not know. Looked at one of your talents at a 1 out of 4. As a Mistweaver or as a Brewmaster? For one of the Brewmaster builds on Monk? Uh-oh. Yo. Brewmaster. That must be a wrong import. It must be a bad import, because I don't think I ever didn't take the final point of Apex on Brew. I mean, the only Brewmaster build I think... Because I'm pretty sure the only one that I have posted is the one that Shaw recommended anyways. Nope. No. Come on. Get it. I don't know if I found something that worked better or not. No, I wouldn't ask me. I am not a specialist in Brew. I basically am just using the build that Shaw gave me. Certainly, if I was going to play Brew this season, it would be a big learning curve for me. This is not my tank. There are some tanks that I have a lot of experience on. This is the tank I have the least experience on. Could I play it this season? Yes. Am I good at Brew, though? Would not describe myself as a very proficient Brew. This is the one tank that I have actively avoided playing for a very long time. For many reasons. It doesn't mesh with my brain. It normally isn't my style. I haven't liked how it's played in the past. This version of it, though, I can get behind. I think this is the first season where I'm like, oh, honestly, that doesn't seem so bad. To be honest with you, this is the first time I've ever looked at Brew and I thought, that's very doable. I could play that. Like, I'm just kind of seeing the rotation. I'm like, okay. Yeah, I could learn. That's not impossible. Yeah, It still has a lot of complexity. I think in terms of like its damage output and stuff. I've noticed that on beta, whereas I started feeling very tanky, which was awesome, I was not putting out the damage that, you know, Shaw was putting out or whoever. I was not able to match damage, not even close. But Brew is certainly very powerful this season. I think that if no nerf, I mean, it's the meta tank, you know, by far right now. Okay, Fair External. What I have for the next one is I'm going to Ring of Peace here. It's okay, that's the plan. And then I will take the next Shear. And the next Shear will just be Celestial. Time that perfectly so I don't get one-tapped. And then I'm going to roll through. And then just kite this out a little bit. Yeah, I actually, it's interesting, because I think the one thing that's confusing to me, Cape, and this is when I was asking people, and I'm still curious to know people's thoughts about this. I actually kind of want to get on like a call with some people, to be honest, soon. I'm insanely curious about one big question. If you've mained a class like Cape, you're a survival hunter main, correct? Big survival hunter enjoyer over here. How does it feel now after pruning? How do you feel? Do you still like survival hunter? If anybody has mained a spec for a very long time, how do you feel after 1 week of Mythic Plus, 1 week of Raid, Midnight is out, the pruning is here? Give me some feedback. Tell me the spec, tell me your spec, and tell me whether you like what's happened to it. Is it fun to play? Are you having a good time? What are your complaints? Ellie definitely feels worse, so you do not like the current version of Elemental Shaman, okay? Sentinel is just dead now. So Survival Hunter, so what are your thoughts then? Yes or no? So you don't like the fact that Sentinel is dead, like one of your hero talents is gone. But overall, what are your thoughts though? Oh, we never pulled the second bird, right? So we need an extra, the Elemental downstairs, by the way. Heal Dragon looks weak. Spec to Aug and easy done all 13. Healing Dragon is certainly in a tough spot, especially because it was actually good in the raid, so they nerfed it. And that was super sad. It received a nerf when it needed a buff, but the problem with Healing Dragon is the same with Blood DK. Yeah, Receipt of the Triumvirate was great. Oh, nice. I'm glad that helped. I got to make some more stuff for that soon, though. Yeah, but it's something I actually want to basically go ask players at some point. You know how I did the collabs beforehand? I really want to basically just talk to players and just be like, yo, how do you feel about this? Wait a second. Oh, no, we did pull the bird. Oh, what am I doing, bro? We have percentage. I'm sorry. I forgot. I'm not really paying attention right now. My bad. We literally did. We don't need this elemental. I don't know why I pulled that. Sorry. I was distracted. I thought we didn't pull the second bird earlier, but now I'm remembering we did pull the second bird. So, oh well. Easy percentage. Extra 5%. Easy. Funnel. I want to pull this into boss. Prop Pally Survival Sentinel. Yeah, I'm curious to know how people feel. I personally do not like this version of Bear. I cannot tell you I'm a fan of the Guardian Druid changes. I don't like it. I think that I miss the old Guardian Druid. I liked Thorns of Iron. I liked the fact that you had two play styles. I wanted them to have more equal play, so the people who enjoyed a no Thorns of Iron play style, I just don't like that they removed it. I think that that was a miss on Blizzard's part, because I think that there was a ton of Guardian Druids who honestly really, really enjoyed that version of it. And I like the fact that there was an easy, accessible version of Guardian Druid that was very friendly to beginner tanks. And I think they should have just kept it as an option and maybe made it do 5% less damage. You know what I mean? 2903, yes. Although I need to just quickly double check that that is a fully updated one. I think I was cooking something that day, and I think I would have changed a talent into 2 from then. But yeah, basically that one. But yeah, like Ultimus, you know what I mean by that? Like, in my opinion, there was no reason they didn't have to actually get rid of Thorns of Iron. They just had to maybe tune it so that it wasn't the dominant. Like, maybe I understand that, like, maybe it wasn't supposed to be the best way to play Druid, but you understand that there's so many people who are tanking that need an entry-level tank, you know what I mean? And it's like, Guardian was that, and now this version of it, I'm glad that I at least found a build that plays effectively identical, because there should be an easy thing for people to learn. Like, there should be a healer that's easy to play, and there should be a tank that's easy to play. I think those are non-negotiables for WoW. I think that both of those roles have so much stress involved with both that there should just be a fun way to play both. In my opinion, I think that that is something that's like should really happen, hopefully at some point. It's the lowest in AoE by quite a lot. Gotcha. Yeah, survival needs to be pumping in order for it to really have value a lot in keys, right? Okay, easy 11. Nice job. I got a 10 from that now. Beautiful. Good +2. Blood Feather Mantle. Bracers of Blazing Light. You need that shoulder. Need that shoulder. Should not have lowered. Yeah, we chilling. Yeah, we chilling. Chilling. Yeah, we could have just done it on 12 and not a problem, though. I do want those shoulders. Thank you. Look at that. I go from 238 now to this. Nice. That's like a big upgrade. Okay, now I can go take my vault as well, and I think there was something in my vault. Cool. Brew does feel pretty good. Question is, how many more vault slots are we getting? Though, depends how many people we got to play. That's a good question. I'm new to the game. I have 9 days playing. First of all, welcome to World of Warcraft. Do you know of any good Preservation Evoker player? I have a basic Preservation Evoker guide. There are very good Preservation Evoker players who also make some good content, but you have to be aware. I'm doing it and taking a lot less damage even with defensives up. What are you playing, Alan? Which tank? 4 slots, like 2 slots? So my vault will look like this now. Like, technically, I'll have something. The question is, do I want to go make a little swoop and get another 10 real fast on a bunch of characters? Do I want to go for a full vault, like 3 more 10s on this? I think I got... Oh, man, my shoulders were tier, but you still take this for a 4-set, unfortunately. Yeah, I still have to take this. That's okay. Still worth it, though. Yeah, item level for keys is a little bit overrated, though. Only 216. I think I'm too low to tank a 5. Item level is not going to give you that confidence. My mage got vault. Nice. Exit A, you need anything else? Thanks for coming, by the way. It was nice to game. Chilling. Never doubt my rat alts, though. Pick between 2 best trinkets for Mythic Plus. I have Glorious Crusader's Keepsake, Gloom Spattered Scale. I probably would use, personally, maybe like Dread Scale and Glorious Crusaders, because I don't like Puzzle Box, but most likely it is actually Puzzle Box plus something. Not sure exactly what the current sims are, though, current one. I haven't really been paying attention this week, so we'll say unsure. I would say Heart of the Wind plus one of those is going to be best. I got vault on 4 characters going crazy. All right. I think I did, by the way, I have to double check this. I'm pretty sure I did something like 40 to 50 keys on my Druid this week. You want to check my Raider IO? Should we find this out? Because I'm pretty sure it is... I'm pretty sure I've done like a lot. I just want to check this. I just want to take a quick gander. How many I've really been enjoying this week. And my power was out all day. 3rd day of the season, my power went completely out. Frustrating. Okay. How do I check? Timed 28. Oh boy. 82. Wait a second. 82 timed runs. Holy. Does that say 82? No way I did 82. That seems like it's too high. That number doesn't make sense to me. I don't think that number is correct. There's no way that it's 82. I think that must be counting Mythic 0 if you're counting all of that. I think it's more like 40 or 50. That's crazy. My enchants are all rats, though. I mean, yeah, you know. I don't, it's not exactly like I'm enchanted either. Light of the Cosmic Crescendo is the one you're looking for now? Gotcha. Oh, that's the new one. I see. Okay. While we're here, what do we want to do next? Do we want to just keep going with the Brewmaster? I have a 10, then we can just send up real quick. I got the Nexus point on the Brewmaster. Should we do that real fast? Or do I go over... I think while Deco is healing, I'm going to keep going here. The question is, Prot Warrior or Brewmaster? Probably Brew. Brew seems really strong. The only problem with my Brewmaster damage, I'm going to have to figure out exactly where my damage is low. I think it's just low Tiger Palm single target. Either that or I just need gear and stuff. Need everything, so I'm down? All right, bet. Let's just do some vaults then. We chill. Sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. Other question is, basically, since I haven't really been sleeping and I feel kind of dysregulated, you know what I really want? Thai tea. Eggs a day. Before you go today, I have one important question. You ever had Thai tea before? Do you know what Thai tea is? Oh, by the way, you guys want a list? I mean, you might be able to bait some, like, if you can find a leather person, that would be kind of cool. If we have, like, I'm looking at our comp right now. We got a lot of leather here, though. I got ads rough. But I don't know what Thai tea is. You don't know what Thai tea is? Eggs a day. Look at me. Have you ever cried in the shower? Have you ever felt like there's an overwhelming sense of dread in your life? Perhaps a pit inside that hasn't been filled? It's because you've never had Thai tea. It's either that or creme brulee steak. One of those things will fill that hole that's been inside, that yearning you've had for however many years you've been alive. Given that you're good at World of Warcraft, I imagine it's more than 20, more than 30. That being said, highly recommend. You got to try Thai tea. This is my sales pitch for Thai tea and / or creme brulee steak. It's up to you. Your choice, by the way. But yeah. Very, very delicious. Highly recommend. Fun fact I learned from a new friend today, returning to retail. Apparently, we earn teleports to the dungeons after doing them on +10. Yes, there are 2 rewards, mostly that Blizzard has implemented in their system. Number 1 is it's tea made in Thailand. No, it's like a specific flavor. I don't know how to describe it, but it's really, really good. Yo, what's up, Joe? The healer's very important on Brew. It is, Alan. It's true, though. Hit 3K Raider IO and Brazil key on 3rd day of the first week. Nice, nice. Kind of just lost the drive. What motivates you to keep playing? Joel, what motivates me to keep playing? Honestly, I just think keys are really fun. I honestly think that keys are really fun. Oh, you got it, Nikarin? Nice, nice, nice. I might have to kind of poach you later. I might have to be like, Ikarin, you got Brazil 15? How interesting. Like, I don't have Brazil 15. Have I told you, Ikarin, that your eyes are like the jewels of the ocean? I got to start glazing you. Nah, if you want to do some keys next week, Ikarin, let me know. My first key of the season, Holy Paladin, did AA. Not sure how I feel about it. Holy Light is very expensive. All the other heals. Yeah, so I personally don't like Holy Paladin when Holy Paladin has to be casting a bunch of spells like this. Who is this? He's on my friends list. I don't know who he is, though. Just hit me up. Sounds good. Thai tea is great. It is really good. I love Thai tea. I want more of it right now. I always want Thai tea. I basically just want sugar, though. All right, basically we just take this mage, I think, or whoever. Who is... Invite me, please. Me, big damage. Is that you, Snape? I don't... Who is this person? Snape. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Oh, of course, of course. Sure. No problem. Sure. What do you think about warrior tanks? PS, because of your videos, I really got better at tanking. Nice. I'm glad that my videos helped. Nice. Very solid, Ikarin. Nice, nice. Yeah, I got to get up there. I mean, it was kind of hard for me, though. Is the condensed milk? Yes. That is why it is good. Correct. That's absolutely true. Sometimes I just put condensed milk on a spoon and just like a snail. Delicious. It has been so hot in Thailand, though. I have not been sleeping very well. Yeah, I have Thai tea here anyways. That's really good. I honestly think Warrior Tank is really good right now. I think Warrior Tank is probably the second best tank. If I had to rank the tanks objectively without subjective influence, I think Warrior Tank is probably second best tank. Very strong. Oh, what are we listening to right now? You posted use Mangle a lot? No, 0. No Mangle in that build. If it's the last one, the EC Turtle, then it would be no Mangle, because I think I dropped Soul of the Forest. That's the no Mangle one. I had a Disc Priest earlier in a 15, and he was able to do it cape. What's the lowest performing healer? I mean, on average, I bet you it's Prez Evoker, but obviously I've played with like Kigalion, and Prez is really, really strong when obviously in the right hands. So I'd have a hard time saying Prez is bad, but I think that Disc might be struggling a little bit. What are we listening to? I don't know how I feel about this song. What's up, Strange Magnet? You do a semi illustration of what you mean when you say you have to strafe while collecting as a DK. Yeah. It would be very helpful if I could log on to my DK. Actually, I tell you what, if you're playing DK, this video is free. I made it free so that people could have access to it. I got you. Watch this. I don't think I actually, funny enough, I don't think I covered the strafing in this video specifically. But on my Patreon, there is a DK gathering video, a DK threat video. Did I send this to you yesterday, Sig? What key was this? 10 Nexus. Let me find it. I gotta search it. I also need to have just a better... I gotta clean up my Patreon soon. First time here today. Oh, really? Oh, hello. I have a hard time keeping track of people, my bad. Here, I find you. Here, let me... I gotta clean up my Patreon a little bit. Delete posts. Don't need this one. Magister's Terrace quick guide, setting up a Guardian Druid from scratch, Prot Warrior action bar setup, how to set up a Protection Paladin from scratch, the Cybear thing, we did that one already though. Yeah, there's no need to have someone, because I sometimes I release stuff, yeah, I release stuff early, like as early access here, but then I put it to YouTube eventually. Talking current state of Warlock with Arson, current state of Brewmaster with Shaw. We ended up having that one. I posted this one too. Where's the Blood Decay guide? That's what I would recommend. I think that this... Yeah, here it is. Perfect. Found it. February 22nd. God, I posted a lot of content here. Okay, here. There you go. Found it. There. Voila. Boom, boom, boom. So let's get like 3 more keys on Brewmaster. Maybe 3 more keys on Prot Warrior. Although if we only get 1 on Prot Warrior, that'd be okay with me. If I had to choose 3 tanks to play this season, I would probably choose Prot Warrior, Brewmaster as alts to my Druid. I also don't mind Prop. I'd be torn between Warrior and Pally. But I also wouldn't mind having Brewmaster as an alt because it is powerful and I've never really played it. So I think I could give Brewmaster a bit more of like time of day. It could be interesting for me to experiment more with Brewmaster this season. Who's this? Who this? Wait, who this? Who that? Hunter, you stream? The Hunter stream? Hold up. Who this? Ah, sweet. It's like, I gotta go Chrome. Ah, that's fine. I didn't realize the Hunter streamed. Let's get him. Boom. If I had to choose 3 tanks for you to play this season, would be Brew. Really, Karn? Have you done any like 16s without Brew, by the way? Out of curiosity, have you done any like specific keys without Brewmaster? Like push keys for now? Who this? A Russian streamer. I guess am I collabing with a Russian streamer? All right, bet. Here we go. That's fine. Trying your new Druid build, timing way higher keys. Nice job, Nez. I like that Druid build a lot. I don't really understand why people really dislike it so much, to be honest with you. Like, I think it's such a cool build. I really like the fact that it works too, you know? Genuinely. Sent. I think what your videos did for me was those videos gave me confidence to try tanking. But that's what tanking should be fun. Dude, this is a game. Hold up. Back up a step. Tanking should be fun because it's a game. Right? Don't you... Wait a second. Wait, no. Who is this guy? Wait a second. Who the fuck am I trying to collab with? Bro, wait a second. Wait. I've gone to the wrong person. Who am I just randomly... Wait a second. This isn't the right guy. Wait. What is your stream hunter? Who the fuck just sent what? Wait, who just sent me a random collab? Wait a second, that's not the hunter. This is some random Russian rogue that I keep hitting collab with. Oh my god, he must think I'm a weirdo. Bro, I'm so sorry. Wait a second, I'm looking at his stream actually. That's not him. This is a plus. He's in Russian. He's not even on my realm. Wait a second, hold up. Wait. Wait. I'm so confused right now. I've misunderstood something. There's been a social cue that I have failed. Wait a second. Wait. Wait. What? Okay, I received a collab request at exactly the same time that the hunter joined the key, and then I said, "Hunter, you stream?" And he said, "Yes." And I go, "Oh, okay, let me collab with you then." So I copied his name, and then I basically put it in, and then I hit the collab request back, but I didn't actually check, and I'm like, this isn't... What? Wait. Okay. So wait. Who is this? Wait. I'm so lost right now. This is like whenever I have to go to a family dinner and there's a new person there, is a rogue Russian streamer. Deco wants to collab. All right, Deco. So yeah, he's a rogue Russian streamer. Why did he... But he just went to collab with me. Hold up. Wait. Wait. It's okay. I'm genuinely so confused though. This rage bait, Guardian Tree said, "Oh, I said I'm gearing alts. I'm gearing my alt tanks. I gotta gear my alt tanks, man. I have so many alts I want to play though." I'm just getting trolled apparently. All right, let's go do key. Here we go. Countdown 10. We gotta do keys. Bro, I'm genuinely, I'm like, what is going on right now? Okay. Can't go wrong with either, honestly. Most play tanks are Pally, Warrior, and Brew. I'm curious to know what I would end up playing, though. How often do you shield block up? 100%. I gotta be doing something wrong. Oh, if you're feeling squished on a Prot Warrior, you're doing something wrong. Biggest pieces of tech for Prot Warrior, by the way, is make sure that you, A, never turn your back to mobs. That's like first and foremost, right? Basics first. Make sure you're not getting hit in the back as a Prot Warrior. But B, if you need to and your shield is really dropping, play Heavy Repercussions instead of Into the Fray. Which is a suggestion that might land me in some hot water, just like my Guardian Druid suggestions. But I swear, people would just have a much easier time if they actually made that swap. Because if you're dropping shield block a lot, technically with perfect play, you'd be fine. But let's just say your gear's a little low, or your haste values are not quite there, or you're just struggling to keep it up, just play Heavy Repercussions, and you'll feel much better. If you're having shield block uptime problems, though, Aiden. It's true. I can give advice on this, Mua. You know, I've lived a whole life here. Between the Elune with Apex versus no Apex, how do you play it differently? A few things breaks. Now, you are a sub here. I made a guide explaining this here, by the way, though. Yeah, I was saving it on first pull just because I'm playing kind of safe right now. I didn't want to overlap there. I'll play it. I was going to play it like here. But I think that if I was confident on Brew, I would just bring it first pull with Fort. Unless I'm picking Russian Jade wins, easier pickup. Aggro on Brewmaster is a lot to do with just skill of gathering. It's way more about just the... Oh, we got the Dread Flail again, my bad. But fair shout, Exide. Yeah, I'm not trying to min-max Brew just yet. I'm focusing on just kind of seeing what the damage intake looks like at the moment. I'm curious about it, but there are many things I would have to learn about this. Fair enough. I did a guide video with Shaw, and I'm basically just following that at the moment. I'm not really caring about my damage at this exact moment in time, because we're chilling. If you are struggling with threat, the biggest thing is you got to make sure you're using your rolls. More than a talent swap, more than anything like that, use your mobility. It will make the biggest difference in your gameplay. Trust me. I know it's not what you want to hear because you're like, well, if you could just... If it was as easy as swapping a talent, then that would be great, isn't it? But unfortunately, it is not as easy as swapping a talent. It's about knowing, like, watch this. This pull is about to die. So I'm going to go here and then triple roll so I can taunt this, which is going to give me a ton of uptime walking into this next pack. And then I let them come to me. And the positioning here is why I did not lose threat. More than anything else. It's not because I got a misdirect from my hunter. He's playing Beastmaster. And it's not because I have super a lot of gear, because I don't. I have 241 now. Does that make sense? It's just the fact that I was moving well, and I did the tank skill of positioning myself better. The Herald? The Herald, you don't kick his cast. I'm also playing lazy. That's true, though. That's an uninterruptible cast on the tank, but you are correct. I am playing lazy. I will totally miss kicks here. So here, I want to go here. Good night, Ikarn. Congrats on your Resil 15 first week. Big ups, big ups. Hi, Vito. How's it going? Hello. Honestly, Vito, I'm glad you're here. Let me tell you why. Sometimes I want to tell jokes on stream, and stream is like, I veto that decision. But now that you're here, the true veto, I feel like you could basically convince them not to veto my own jokes. Because I got good jokes, man. Love you long time. Thank you, Ikarin. I appreciate that you enjoy my content and my stream. I'm glad. See, again, this is one of those jokes, right? Somebody would have been like, oh, woo. You got to stop with the dad jokes. Never, never. You know, I know for a fact pretty much that I'm never going to have kids. So since I'm never going to have kids, I just have to advance, you know, faster. I wouldn't say that I'm a goat. And let me explain why. When have you ever heard me go, bah? Very, very infrequently. It has happened before, but I don't think I do that enough to be considered goat. I wouldn't say that I'm official GOAT status, if that makes sense. I would say that if anything, you know, the nature of me being a relative furry, that is more of like an animal if you want to make an adjective about this. But I don't think GOAT is the right adjective, to be honest. Nonetheless, I appreciate the sentiment. Have a great night, Ikarin. Sleep well. Count some sheep, I guess. Here's a genuine question. How many of you actually count sheep to go to bed? Like, what do you guys do to settle your mind? Because what happens for me when I'm trying to fall asleep, right? This is the biggest thing. I feel like I have so much fear and anxiety around sleep that I gray parse sleep. This is the single-digit parsing of sleep. Last night, as an example, I was trying to fall asleep here, and then all of a sudden, as I was drifting off, my whole body went, sound the alarms, we're gonna die. And then it woke me up, and I was like, well, this sucks. So I was up for another hour, and then I tried to settle down, and I eventually did go to sleep, and then my power went off, and then the AC shut off, and I was like, and it's 100 degrees. So I woke back up, and I was around 5 a.m., and then I tried to go back to sleep after that, and that didn't work very well, etc., etc. How is Monk feeling? I'm having a hard time with Bloodsy Cave. Monk feels very good right now. Monk is clearly going to be you know, quote unquote meta tank. If no nerfs, I think that Monk is in a very, very dominant position for keys. I don't know if they're going to buff other tanks or if they would nerf Monk, but it's looking extremely tanky with very, for once, actually decent utility, among other things. So Monk's in a pretty good spot right now. It's a good time to be a Brewmaster enjoyer. Although, a lot of times I have heard that certain Brewmasters are not a fan of how the pruning has been for their spec. So aside from the playstyle differences, which maybe people won't be a fan of, in terms of power level, it's very strong right now. Blood DK, when you learn the dungeons, it'll feel much better. It's not necessarily that Blood DK is squishy, it's that it requires you to play and have a good understanding, right? VDH is fine. I feel like, I wonder what they're going to do. I'm not sure, actually, though. Cry a little joy how easy it was. What I find that my bear build feels pretty similar to how this feels on Brew, but it is true that Brew is extremely tanky right now. Only problem for me is that if I actually wanted to play Brewmaster, I would need to get a little bit of a schooling in how to do better damage numbers on it. Letting things funnel into your key is a Blood DK? Yes. Did you watch that guide? That guide will honestly make such a big difference in your Blood DK play. If you can nail that strategy there. Yeah, but Sam, he makes a lot of things look easy because he's just good. What's up, Thumbus? How much damage do you lose, you think, with your bear build? How much damage does a normal Druid of the Claw... Like, what are the average logs? Give me a key. Like in Pit of Sauron as an example, though, right? So out of curiosity, in a Pit of Sauron, how much do you expect your Guardian Druid tank to do? General pulls, higher key, not like a 10 that you're just pulling everything. So, real pulls. What do you think? I pull it out. I thought it was just insane. I just re-raised Dwarf. That's true. 400k, Mua. You know, at some point, we're going to have a talk about reality. Do. Whoop, boop, boop, boom. So here, I wonder if I desync Nizuao for defensive value, or if I would send for this, though. Sleep is like a waste of time, so I'm kind of different. I actually try to convince yourself you need less of it. The problem for me is that I worked out extremely hard yesterday, right? I went to the gym and I told myself, look, I haven't been working out recently because I was playing so much, right? I was playing so much World of Warcraft. By the way, we're just pulling this guy. I'm tired of him butt pulling, so we're just pulling him now. People are mean. It is true, Spec. We talked about that at the beginning of stream today. It's so unfortunate to me that the main reason I feel like people don't want to tank is because of how just straight up the community is so toxic to new tank players. A tank player has to be willing to actually just make mistakes to learn properly. And it's so scary to make mistakes because you just know, like, hey, I'm going to get yelled at. I don't want to get yelled at, right? Like, that's no fun. Yeah, that's the Blood DK gathering guide that I had made for free on Patreon. You don't have to be a member for that one. There are some member-only videos there, but not most of. A lot of the stuff on Patreon is just free. Yeah, so every single tank has a unique way of doing that, as an example. There are nuances to gathering on every tank, and I may not be a good, like, in terms of rotation, I'm definitely messing up a lot in terms of, like, min-maxing my damage, etc., because I'm just not a very good Brewmaster. But in terms of threat and understanding, like, how I need to play this as a tank, that I have no problem on. Because that's just a universal tank skill that once you get good at it, you get good at it. And then you're basically set. I just ignore. I would say that a not bad idea, to be honest, is turning off your party chat. You get distracted so easily. Try not to use that. I think that maybe one thing that I might have to do at this point is just stop trying to sleep. Normally when I get myself into like a chain reaction of just the fear starts really creeping up, I in general have to just stop trying to sleep. But it also means that I might have to make some small adjustments. The biggest thing for me is I can't work out as hard as I want to if I'm not sleeping. You know? I feel like groups want tanks to have the knowledge. Exactly. And yeah, and basically no, even Dratnos doesn't have the Dalai Lama's knowledge. Correct. That's a good way to put it, Tactics. You're right on this. Tanks are required, unfortunately, to do a massive amount of homework that is just straight up unreasonable. It's not fair to expect tanks to somehow have done all the homework for everyone else. But it is a reality of the situation is that, in general, as a tank player, you are expected to understand that, you know? And I do think that's kind of a shame. Feister Man just subscribed. Yo, thank you for the sub. Much appreciated. I don't know how they fix the community perception on tanks, by the way. There are so many things I have in my head. The biggest one, I think, is that tanks should just never die. Like, not never, but I think that tank death should be extremely rare. And one of the weirdest things for me is that they have intentionally designed so many mechanics this season to kill tanks. Why? An example being, by the way, first pull Algathar Academy. Y'all tank that yet? Kinda hurts. Those bleeds were not there before. Why did they add them? What's the reason? What does it accomplish? Does it make the dungeon better? If your tank dies on the first pull of Algathar Academy, are you having fun? Yeah, why in the reason the left wing hurts is because those packs have 3 different tank busters. Why 3? Why couldn't there be 1? Like 1 tank buster would still challenge tanks. What 3 is unreasonable. 3 starts to border in a why. But that's the question. That's a design philosophy change. They didn't have to do that. And my question is basically just why? What do you gain from this? Like, I'm just trying to think genuinely from their perspective, like, what does it do? And they're like, well, we want healers to have something to do. It's like, there are giant AoE puddles, double dispel profile, AoE damage from the seers, things to dodge, and circle. Like, there's a lot going on those pulls. Like, you don't need the tank to have healing there too, though, right? No, but I mean, this was in beta. This is a dungeon design thing. You don't have to have tank busters in every pack. The first pull of Algathar was better before they added the lashers to it, before they added the bleed. Like, it could have just been something where your tank doesn't die. I hate those mobs, personally, Owls. I think Seat is actually my least favorite dungeon right now. I would rather tank Skyreach than Seat. I'm really not a Seat of the Triumvirate enjoyer right now. I am a hardcore anti-Seat of the Triumvirate enjoyer. Not my favorite place. Yeah, I do not like it, though. What's up, Mac? Thank you for the sub on YouTube, by the way. Oh, I don't like Seat. Oh, bye, Deco. Seat haters stand up. It's not a fun dungeon. What's your favorite dungeon to tank? I kind of like Nexus, actually. I don't mind Nexus, though. Rerolled after 3100 Guardian Druid. Brewmaster feels good, man. It has like a 10% drop rate. I just want to be able to play. I just get bored. Does he feel tankier? I mean, I'm not geared, so it's hard for me to compare, right? Because I don't actually have the gear to compare, but I don't know. My Druid, to be honest, feels pretty immortal. There are moments where I'll die on Druid. I mean, it's not impossible for me to die or anything like that. But for the most part, my Brew feels very tanky, yeah. Hard to compare because it's only a 10 that we're doing right now. And I have enough gear that I'm not criminally undergeared. Because there have been some 12s that I've done now at like 230 item level. So I'm already above that. And Brew is tankier than like a Paladin or whatever, even if played poorly. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how I feel about Brew. I think that I wouldn't mind playing it, but the thing about me is I don't necessarily play what's meta. I just like to try new things. And I'm a big believer in trying new things. And I kind of hate the fact that in World of Warcraft, y'all ever been told not to play a new talent? Have you ever basically told your friend or something, you're like, I want to try this new build, and they go, psh, that talent sucks, don't do that. And you're like, no, I just want to try it. Like, you know, it's a chill key, it's Resil or whatever. I just want to try something. And they're like, no, you can't do that. I'm like, why not? Maybe it's like a 1% difference, but it seems like it'll be really cool, right? And they're like, no, it's bad, really bad, can't play it. Like, is it though? Like, they're like, yeah, it seems worse. But I'm like, yeah, but it looks super cool. I mean, the fire tornadoes, right? Like, who doesn't want to play with fire tornadoes? And they're like, yeah, but it's like 0.5% behind, so you can't play it. It's so weird to me. It's like, well, this isn't a job. This is, yeah, I know. It's a gaming thing. Gaming has changed in general. That happened with this build. I know it happens with a lot of builds that go, unfortunately. I think it's, yeah. Can we say my guildmates don't long as long as we time, though? What's up, King Barrel? Hi, Lightshaw. I think the best case scenario is that you end up playing with friends, and then your friends are like, oh, yeah, like, we would love to play with you, and you could play whatever build you want. That would be the best case scenario. But it can be very hard to find people to play the game with. It's not so easy, man. Like, it can be very, very hard to find people to actually play World of Warcraft with that are like-minded, that are going to have similar vibes to you. I'm certainly not good at making new friends. It's not one of my strong skills. We could try something similar. Yeah, but I'm always down to try new talents, though. On the very first day of the season, I think I tanked like a 12 Skyreach. It was one of the first 12 Skyreaches on a Guardian Druid. And that build went into one of like the top logs for it. But I logged in and I forgot. I was in the wrong build. I just forgot to change it. And it was like 3 talents that were super bad. And I was just like, I was looking at it and I forgot to swap it. We still timed the key, although it was much harder. So I didn't like that build. But somebody will go copy it and be like, well, should I play this? I'm like, no. Sorry, it was a bad, my bad. How do people find this RP so easily? Get better at this. You do the mechanics correctly, play with 100%. I'm going to release a video tonight that I think will help tanks. Tanks have a big problem right now in terms of the fact that a lot of things, we're still kind of in a previous mentality, but this season, the timers are so free. If you just want to get IO, especially if you're pushing into those initial 10s or 12s at this point, and you're playing with people who maybe are learning the mechanics a little bit, do not over-pull. Split pulls. If you think you're going to die as a tank, if you think there's even like a 10% chance that you might die on a pull, aside from Algathar Academy, like 15, Carmen, yes. Do not overpull. I think that's the biggest thing. Like a Dark Peninsula, each build has different strengths for sure. I like hearing that Taoitsu. I didn't queue as Guardian Town for the 14 group though. Oops, careful guys, careful. Is that a double kick? We missed 2 or 1. It's just a 10. We're just farming vault stuff. This character is not very geared right now. We're just doing some quick vaults. This is an alt day. It's the Tuesday. It's the rat fill day. I am an altaholic. I like playing too many characters. I can't stay on one character. I am very, very bad at staying on one character. Can't do it to save my life. Ooh, the ring dropped, actually. If anybody else needs the ring, obviously take it. Need the ring? Need cloak? I'll take the cloak. Good ring, actually. Item level for you. Yeah, keep it. How do you deal with the bleed of the first pull in Algathar? Good question. Amahiras, what tank are you playing? Depends on the tank. Cloak? Nice. Where's my DPS alt? I think I would want to play Ret Paladin this season. As funny as it sounds, Mua, if I could choose one DPS to play this season, I think it would be Red Pally. Is that Thai in your title? Correct. It is Thai. Have you ever been to Thailand before? I really like Red. I think this current iteration of Red Pally is good, though. You're a goat for saying Gret. Once again, just don't make a lot of goat noises, but I appreciate the thought. Yeah, I think I like the idea of it, though. I'm sad you didn't say DK. So the problem for me with DK is this. I don't know if I necessarily want to play Blood DK. I'm not a huge fan of how Blood DK is currently playing. So I don't think I would actually want to keep on the... Like, the Unholy means I would play Blood, right? Because it's just how it works. And then Frost. Sam taught me how to play Frost. I feel kind of confident on the Frost or the Unholy, but I don't necessarily want to play Blood right now, though. Yeah, well, what's the next key? We double timed it, right? You want to do 12 Cavern or just keep on 10s? 12 Cavern or keep on 10? Should we go 12, 11? Do we care? Do we want to just do 12 real quick? Do we mind? I'm pretty sure I could live 12 Cavern. I mean, 242 Brewmaster versus 12 Cavern. What do you think? I don't care at all. I mean, do we think so, though? .xy, are you Thai? Have you been here before? Ben Kontai Mai. Is Ret good for arenas? Oh, dude, don't ask me any questions about arenas. Bear bleeds AA continue. Okay, so, A. I will make a specific video about how I would handle it on a Guardian Druid build. That's like the first thing, okay? Is that there's a time limit for how long you can live. The time limit is about 55 seconds. If the DPS is not high enough, and after 55 seconds those guys are still alive, you must kite. You have to run away. That's the key, actually, of this, though. We're getting you get another catalyst, though. Shaw made a video about that poll from a Brewmaster perspective, although all tanks. Yes, that one is a good video and does explain the timing of it. You would have to do that on Bear after 55 seconds, although most likely I'm just going to be in the poll the whole time for 55 seconds. And the way that you do that on Bear is basically Bark to gather, Starfall to gather. When they actually group, you send Lunar Beam in Karn. That's the 30-second duration covered. Bark Skin directly after that, followed up by a Frenzied Regen, fill with the SI, and then past that point, you run or double SI. Make a decision at that point, depending on what your damage looks like. Catalyst is next week, which means if you have one piece of tier, you now have two pieces of tier. You will have 4 set next week. If you have a single piece of tier right now and you did not mess up your catalyst, as in you didn't send it on the wrong thing, you will have 4 piece next week. That's just how it is. You will literally have 4 piece for sure, guaranteed next week. Unless you sent your catalyst early. Before Croth. So if you are suffering on those bleeds, just Typhoon them away toward the end and reset your bleed stacks. Use your utility. Is there any pieces on the auction house I could buy? Oof, 192 legs is tough. I guess that a 12 starts to hit kind of hard, but I don't want to spend 1,000 gold on... How much gold do I have on this character? I have 100k. I don't really want to buy enchants because enchants feel bad if I'm going to replace the thing. I don't really want to buy like a flask and stuff, but I feel like on 12 it might be good to have a little bit more verse. Or like crit. Probably crit actually with the Mistweaver. There's a lot of tech this season. I don't really know why, again, that they've done so many pulls like this, though. Windrunner Spire as a tank is because the healer I find almost every room has a new debuff. Correct. And I don't like... Healing Windrunner is tough because... But it's just so much. Just so much... what's it called? So many debuffs. I don't like the debuff. I don't like dispelling like this, though. I'm not going to buy that 2/415 pants. Don't worry about it. I'll be fine. I'll live. Brewmaster, big tank. I just have to pull kind of safe. When I later catalyze a belt, is it still upgradable with Crest? Yes. Is it possible to run a key? Yeah. We're just doing 10s and stuff. I got to fill a vault. I got to do 2 more here. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Don't spend gold. I'll fill it out later. I've got 2 more on the Brewmaster, so I at least have 2 vault slots. I think 2 mythic slots going into first week is good. In the future, maybe just 1, but let's get 2. And then maybe I'll decide warrior, prot, this, whatever. Playing healer, and we do first pull on Algathar, tank like that after some unseasonal cooldowns on DPS. Yeah, okay. Didn't know so much damage. The first pull, if your tank is not prepared for it, Fimsy, they're just dead. Nothing you can do. Straight up. You can try to spam heal your tank, but to be honest with you, if your tank is not very prepared, there's really not much you can do to save them. That pull is just incredibly toxic. They didn't have to do it. That was not a thing before. They added it, and then they hotfixed it to bypass armor, which again is a questionable decision. Why would Blizzard do that? When Prez Evoker content, maybe I will play Prez today. If I can get a single Vault key on Prez, I would not mind. But like, why? I don't really understand, man. I'm not like, why did they do that? Hi, Lacus. Lacus, do you like it when your tanks die in keys? Have you had that happen yet? Have you done something? Have your tanks recently died? How do you feel about that? And how do you feel about this situation? No, you hate it? Yep. Everybody hates it. It's the healers. Healers don't like it when tanks die. Tanks don't like it when tanks die because then they feel really bad. I'd rather tanks were gods. I think so too. I also think that. I think that one way to fix tanking is actually just straight up to make them very powerful. What is the easiest dungeon to tank? Easiest dungeon to tank this season. Good question. I'm thinking about it. Hey, Shuhi. Easiest dungeon to tank. Skyreach? No, Skyreach not the easiest. There's a lot of technical things about tanking Skyreach. It's not Skyreach. AA? AA is also technical now. It used to be AA, but now AA has battle axes, the first pull. Like, you have a lot of things in AA. I don't think AA is easy to tank. Windrunner? Windrunner is not too bad. I feel like Windrunner is a good one, though. Easiest? Pit of Sauron? Pit of Sauron has enforcers, tormentors, this. I mean, it's got a lot of stuff, too, for tanks to deal with. Everything has some tank busters. Terrace? No, Terrace has the enforcers. Those things clap. The hallway before second boss. I think it's Windrunner. I think it's Windrunner Spire. I feel like Windrunner is the answer to that question. Yeah, Windrunner Spire. That's the one. Maybe a dungeon with like 0 mechs. Well, technically every dungeon has some level of mechs, which is not a bad thing. Not a bad thing. What the base rotation looks like now that Mango's out of the picture. Thrash. Never miss a Thrash. Never miss a Lunar Beam. Lunar Beam on cooldown. And then fill with Moonfire. Put that into practice and you'll be like, oh, it's not that bad. Okay. Let's do 12. You think I could do 12 on 242? What do you guys think about this? 12 Mysara Caverns on a 242 Brewmaster. If I'm not that locked in and I'm playing kind of lazy, you think I die? Is there any pull here that I would die? I don't know. Do you swipe? Nope. Take swipe off your bars. Definitely just take swipe off your bars. Yeah, we'll find out. Oh, wait. Deco has not hit ready. This could be toxic. I'm not pulling if he doesn't hit ready. You only live once? True. Yes. For me, it's a bit harder now to choose between Ironfur and Raze. The build I'm playing Aladdin doesn't play Raze, so I never have to choose. All right, he said ready. Go. Yep. Dream team. Might go like Windrunner, but the debuffs take away a lot of fun for me healing. I agree. Personally speaking, I think healing is fun when I actually have to heal. Hey, Squirt. I'm doing pretty good so far. Doing some alt keys. I always enjoy that. I always like doing alt keys personally, though. I'm fine. Don't worry. Just those first few melees really hurt. So I want to tank this in a way where I don't want there to be butt pulls. So we go into Nizuwao here. Just into the playstyle. You don't always play the thing that you want to play the most. Whatever you have the most fun with is the thing that you should play. That is almost always the right answer, by the way. In general, it is almost always the right answer to just play what you enjoy. Because if you play what you enjoy, even if it's off meta, holy fuck, I might actually get clapped. Maybe. We'll find out. Do I have to Fort Brew right now? It seems like I do have to Fort Brew. That's kind of insane. Oh, I died. I walked through. I thought Fort Brew would actually carry me. Okay, no, we go 11 then. You work as a PT? Dude, I wasn't expecting that. I mean, granted, I misplayed that a little bit, but I kind of thought I would feel very comfortable. I, in fact, did not feel very comfortable. My Paladin felt better than my brew. I got to work on brew a little bit, I guess. Like I said, Brew is my least played tank, but I was surprising. All right, 11 it is. I was not expecting to get clapped like that. Yeah, I mean, I turned my back to them, but I kind of thought Fort Brew would be... Fort Brew is, like, just not as strong of a cooldown as I'm usually used to with tanks. Normally, I only reposition through mobs like that if I actually Fort Brew. Each time you're second 13. Nice, nice. A lot of people feel the need to pull the elephant in this first pull. They shouldn't, so... Blood DK has been super fun. Glad you're enjoying it. All right, 11 it is. You have your route open? No, I know the route, but it's memorized now. For me, I memorized, though. You work as a PT? Correct. That is my actual job. Yeah, I just kind of... I trusted my Fort Brew a little bit too much and then wasn't paying attention, and I got one tapped. All right, 11. Any monk healer? I like Mistweaver. Like, honestly, I would almost rather be healing these World Keys, but since we have Deco here, I'm tanking. If I don't know the correct way with percentage. So A, from +2 to +5, there is a routing affix, and you can just use that routing affix, just so you know. If you have 4 set, there's a known bug for monk healing. I don't have any set. I have 0 set. I have 192 legs, so I don't have set. I'm scared to have a job where I give people advice. Like, what if I was a PT and the person gained weight? What if their goal is to gain weight? What if they want to gain weight? Squirt, if you're in a position where you're giving advice to people, A, I think you're looking at it the wrong way. You don't actually know what's going on in somebody's life. So you shouldn't be looking to give them advice. But you can be looking to be their friend. And when I say be their friend, I just mean a lot of times people already know what they have to do, but it's scary, it's overwhelming, and they want a voice to just help them with that. What they want is to not feel so damn overwhelmed all the time. Because that's the thing that gets people. At the end of the day, truthfully, health is not that hard, but it is scary. It can be very scary. It's intimidating. There's all of this stigma about it too. It's not about giving unsolicited or solicited advice. It's about the fact I don't need to tell you what to do. That's actually not the point. As a PT, I know the science. I know what would be optimal. You know what? I've never had a single client that was optimal because I don't work with professional bodybuilders who step on stage. That's not my clientele. I work with people who are coming from places that they don't like. They hate what they see in the mirror. They have certain health problems. The doctor has told them, hey, you need to do something about your health. Otherwise, it's not looking good for you. And they say, okay. Or maybe they've just had children and they say, I want to be able to keep up with my kids. Or maybe this, or maybe that. There's so many different reasons why people come to health and fitness. But very rarely, it almost never is it because they woke up one day and they said, you know what? I love my life. I love my body. I love everything about my life. Let's start working out. That's not how it works. PT online or in person? I've worked in person for a long time, and then around COVID, I was like, shit, what am I going to do? I started working online, and I will never go back to in person. I work online. I've got a little home gym set up in 2 different rooms in the house, and I take all my calls online. Last in-person client was a few years ago. One of the best decisions I ever made was actually just taking the leap and switching everything to online. Cannot believe I ever did in person, actually, though. Yeah. And also because the other thing about this is that a lot of the times the people that I actually want to be able to help... Oh, we did the first pull already. I don't know what... I'm pulling this like I'm a normal tank right now here. A lot of the times the people that I want to help, though, it's a little bit harder for me because working as a PT, it's like, hey, we got to fix your knee. We got to fix your hip. And it's like doing assessments online is a little bit complicated. I just have to become a lot better. The truth is, it's just more of a skill thing, which is just I have to be much better at being able to tell. It's like, okay, so we have an external rotation problem here, or we have a slight adduction here, or we have that angle there. And it's like pretty rough because I'm working out with people. They don't have a gym at home. We're talking about having some basic bands, maybe a pair of dumbbells in their living room. But I really like that I can do it, and I've developed strategies for how to help people of all ages, sizes, and backgrounds, whether you're 20, 40, or 60 years old. Like, you know, my oldest client right now is almost 70 online, and I do 3 times a week with them. And it's just like, I like the fact that I can actually get the chance to help people who need it. Because the truth is that a lot of the times my clients, they don't go to a gym. If they could go to a gym, they might hire somebody at a gym. But these are people who don't actually go outside, either because they're high performing individuals and so they don't have time to go to a gym, or maybe they're scared, maybe there's a certain level of social anxiety, maybe there's a certain level of stigma, whatever reason. But either way, I'm coaching them from their living room. And so they feel like they can do that, like that's manageable. And so that's great. But for most people, right, they can just, if you can just go to a gym, then you're in a much better state already. Does that make sense though? And I think that's actually really cool. So it is harder for me for sure, but I think it's actually really cool that I've developed the skills though. Do you bring workout? No, I mean, so basically you get a pair of bands. I have an Amazon link. I send you the pair of bands, or I'll just buy you a pair of bands. It's not expensive. And we'll start with there. It's 1 pair of dumbbells, 1 pair of things. And that's all you need. You really don't need a lot of equipment. And for a lot of people, you could even get by with less than that. But it depends. Depends on what your goals are. Some people, it's like, hey, I'd actually like to put on 5 pounds or kilos of muscle. It's like, okay. Some people are saying, I would actually like to lose weight. Some people are saying, look, I just want to be able to sit down on the ground without being in tremendous amounts of pain. Some people are like, every time I wake up in the morning, I can't feel my right arm. And I'm like, oh, yeah, that's not good. Let's fix that. And it's like, let me see if I can get you relief. And I think that's really cool. Yeah, Cartman, it happens. But the thing is that there have been a lot of people in my Discord who have been talking about the negativity they've been experiencing tanking this season. I think it's so important that you cannot control what happens to you. And I don't really like this quote, to be honest with you. It's a it's a quote with several limitations. Yeah, just ignore it and move on. When you talk about it, you bring it out into the world and you put more of it out into the world. Like last night when I woke up at 5 a.m., there was a conversation in my Discord and I was just like, we're going to have to put a pin in this a little bit. Just because there's a realm of, you know what I mean? You have any suggestion on monk talent builds? I'm not the right person to ask. This is actually the tank I am the least good at. I have spent the least amount of time on monk compared to anything else that I have played in World of Warcraft. So I am not the right person to ask about talent builds. I would ask Shaw. He streams and makes really cool YouTube videos. This is just an alt for me. I'm filling up my vault. Yeah. But I am sorry to hear that happen. But either way, just remember, ignore them, move on. The more that we perseverate on the bad things that happen to us, the more that we also say that that's just our life now, a good treadmill for home? I like a walking pad that doesn't actually have rails on it, and specifically because if you get an actual treadmill for your home, you can't put it under your desk. So if I was going to buy myself, for example, a treadmill for my house, I would just get one that's a walking pad instead of a treadmill, although I don't have one. I do have a cycling bike, which honestly I don't use that much. Should use it more. Like I was incorporated from Squat Uni has helped. Squat Uni is such a case example, though, of why I never went into social media for fitness. That guy used to put out such good information, and unfortunately, he just transformed about a year or two ago into absolute fear-mongering tactics. And it is unfortunate, though. Don't some people need to vocalize a problem? There's a difference between vocalizing a problem and perseverating on the negativity of a problem. For example, last night, I did not sleep. My power went out, my AC turned off, it's 100 degrees in Thailand. I could tell you that in several different ways. I could, for example, say, at this point, I could, for example, be like, it sucks that I didn't sleep, and also because I didn't sleep, and now I can't work out, and because of this, and now I'm scared, and I might have to cut stream short, and I'm not going to play well, and I'm basic, and I'm this, and I'm that. That's not me voicing the problem. That's me complaining. Me voicing the problem is I'm not that good at sleep. I could even do it with some humor and say, guys, I gray parse sleep. It is unfortunate, but from this point, it is what it is. What am I going to do about that problem? And I can still tell you that that's a thing, but what I don't want to do is basically just become a victim of the fact that this happened to me. And this is something that I've learned a lot because my whole life I grew up with chronic illness. I was always sick. I was always the kid that had all the problems. I grew up in the hospital. I dropped out of school. I couldn't attend. And for my early life, I was in the hospital. I started school like years late because I just had so many different lung problems, different this problem. I have so many different genetic issues. If I was to complain about them all the time, I wouldn't get anywhere. And I would be stuck in a cycle of feeling bad all the time. Something I had to learn for myself was the difference between talking about a problem that is a genuine problem. Of course, yeah, I don't mind talking about it. Whereas it's important that I have the right, because I talked about the problem, I got a diagnosis eventually. But right when I got that diagnosis, I immediately went and joined all of the different Facebook groups, and I joined all the online resources that I could find about having EDS and POTS and all these things. This is what I was diagnosed with. So EDS, Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, and POTS, postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. I did not get diagnosed with that until I was 23. I've had it my whole life. Never knew I had it my whole life. Big deal. I joined all the Facebook groups because I was like, finally an answer. Like, you guys don't understand. Like, they were like, we might have to remove part of your intestines. Like, you have to consider, we can offer you a surgery that might provide a lot of relief, but you will be on a feeding tube. Like, you'll be on a feeding bag for the rest of your life. It's something that probably will alleviate a lot of your symptoms. Is this something you want to do? And I had to tell them, by the way, I'm 23 years old. I have no family in Thailand. I'm just in the Thai hospitals. Like, I have no support system at this point. I'm just here. I'm like calling my mom, right? And I'm just like, what am I supposed to do? Like, I'm in so much pain. I can't. Whoa, we're popping all these traps. What the hell is happening? I don't know what to do, right? And I was scared. But anyway, so I got diagnosed. I joined the Facebook groups. If you've ever had chronic illness, have you ever joined a Facebook group? What is the sound? What do the posts sound like there? Everyone is suffering. But what happens is it becomes an echo chamber for suffering. It does not become a place of productive solution. It just becomes a place where people are like, I had a bad day. And somebody else says, I also had a bad day. And instead of people going, well, I'm so sorry to hear that, what can we do to make that better? Instead, oh, we lost our healer too. Can we finish this boss? Yeah, probably. All right, big, strong healing, big, strong healing. I will even use this ability. It turns into the suffering Olympics. Well, my day was worse than your day, but you don't understand. I suffer more than you suffer. But what you don't understand is that my symptoms are so bad. And then people go, oh my God, like you too? It's so great to hear that. But the problem is that we don't actually get better. We just cycle in a constant feedback loop of, but my depression's worse than your depression. But my anxiety is worse than your anxiety. Who cares? Anxiety sucks, doesn't it? Do you want to be anxious forever? Because I didn't want to be chronically ill forever. One of the best things I ever decided to do was immediately stop going in all of those groups. I actually had to distance myself from the groups because for the first year of this information, I was told, hey, I'll never be able to weightlift again. I'll never be able to work out again. Realistically, they were like, it's a degenerate condition. you will get worse. And you have to accept the fact that you're going to get worse. And obviously I'm into fitness, but they were like, look, you have to understand, okay? You will get worse. You're 23. If you don't do the surgery and you don't do all these things, realistically, you probably will end up in a wheelchair by the time you're 30. And I was like, okay, that's 7 years away. Is that my life now? Again, you got a 23. I have no support system here. I'm just like, well, I mean, if it's going to help me feel better, because I was on chronic levels of medication. I had to take for my stomach, I had to take this thing called prokinetics. It's a class of medications that basically forces your stomach to move because I couldn't eat. My intestines were so slow. I had the gastroparesis that, yeah. By the way, so that was at 23. From 23 to 24, I adjusted my life. I adjusted my diet. I did everything that doctors told me to do. And I got worse, not better. I am now completely symptom-free for the most part. It does not rule my life whatsoever. And I am the strongest, healthiest I've ever been. Fitter than I've ever been. Last night at the gym, I ran wind sprints, did ski erg, and was absolutely smashing my workout. But one of the ways I did that was because I had to understand the biopsychosocial model of illness. You ever heard of this before? And this is something that we have to understand not just for illness, but also for World of Warcraft. It's just a fact of human nature. The biopsychosocial model basically says, right, we think sometimes having a voice for our problems actually reinforces the problem, because every single problem has a physical component to it, a social component to it, and a psychological component to it. If you've been ill for any amounts of time, like really ill, not kind of ill, but like you've really suffered, then you know, even though there's a physical cause of it, you have to also address the social and the psychological causes of it. An example being, perhaps you are in a family where everyone just goes, everybody's got stomach issues, and after a big dinner, you know, everybody looks down and they hold their stomach and they say, I'm so bloated. I'm so bloated. Oh, I shouldn't have eaten that. Oh, the dessert was so good, but I shouldn't have eaten that. So that's a social element that is actually rather insidious. It gets in your brain that you say, well, something's wrong. And it's very difficult to ever move past something like this if you're constantly around people who are mentioning how absolutely bloated and uncomfortable they are. Does that make sense? And so actually, does that kind of answer the question of why we have to be so careful about how we phrase things and how we frame things? If you really, do you know what recovery looks like for somebody who's been ill, or also just recovery in terms of tank anxiety? We can bring it back to World of Warcraft now. Sorry for going off topic so much. But the idea is, do you know how you move past anxiety? The goal of it is not to have good days and bad days. The goal of it is to not have to ever think about having a good day or a bad day. The goal is not to have the problem. And you say, well, I have anxiety. I've been diagnosed with it. But like that's a verbiage that we have to change, actually. I also have been diagnosed with it. I am an anxious person. But I don't want to suffer with anxiety my whole life. And the way for me to move past that is for me to actually put myself in situations that would challenge me in a productive way. Does that kind of make sense? Like, are you following what I'm saying here? Now, I have to honor it. I'm not saying don't honor it. I'm just saying there's a lot that you can understand about how to recover and move past very intense feelings of fear, intense feelings of shame, intense feeling of this. It will trap you. And this is a game that we play for fun. If you are feeling any of those emotions in World of Warcraft, there's something going on that shouldn't be going on. And I don't necessarily know if giving that a platform and a voice all the time is actually good or bad. In my opinion, it's very dependent on the circumstance. Context matters there. But yeah, it is scary to live with conditions that matter. It's scary to live with EDS. It's scary to live with anxiety. It's scary to live with depression. It's scary to live when your mind sometimes feels like it's betraying you. That's a very scary thing. That is certainly not a friendly experience. It's not something I wish on anybody. But it also doesn't have to define you. That doesn't have to be you. You can be diagnosed with a condition of autism or this, but still learn how to function in today's world and also find your own way of thriving and what that means. You can learn the skills that you need to learn, and then you can basically swing the pendulum this way of learning how to mask and basically say, well, my way of doing things is wrong, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to act like a normal person, but that gets so exhausting all the time, and masking sucks. But you do need to learn those skills because we live in a world and you're not on an island. My mom always told me when I was younger, she's like, if you don't want to wear clothes, go live on an island somewhere without any other people. And I was like, fair enough. But unfortunately, I live in the real world, so I have to learn how to wear clothes, even if they make me uncomfortable. Even if I don't like wearing them. But I can compromise by wearing this tank top, which is super comfortable. And if you've ever tuned into my stream before, you will realize I wear this tank top in 11 different colors every single day. Why would I wear anything else? This is the most comfortable shirt I own. I just have this in like 11 different colors. I don't even think that many colors, but I have a lot of copies of this exact tank top. This is just alt keys, I'm not very geared right now. We're just filling up some vault. We're just chilling. Yeah, it's not Brewmaster is actually that strong, and you totally could stack it, but yeah, does that make sense? Anyways, we've ranted for long enough. Brewmaster is clearly the strongest tank right now. It will be the absolute meta tank without any other changes at the moment. So it's super strong for sure. And actually, the funny thing is, you could Mistweaver and Brewmaster are a really good match. Interestingly enough, I think that's interesting. I still don't think you would ever class stack it though. Which tank do you recommend for a new player getting into Mythic Plus? I think that the macro Guardian Druid is still the friendliest tank, although Prot Warrior is also pretty friendly right now. It's a bit of a preference. I would say, in general, though, macro Iron Fur, my build of Guardian is super, 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 super straightforward. And still allows you to basically focus on all the tanking skills without worrying too much, though. Getting other gear. Dude, it took me, I think it was 37 keys to get a single chess piece. Yes. There is a specific guide going over it on Patreon, King Zeus. But I have the build is in my Discord, all the routes and macros, everything. Just go to tank information and check the pin in the Discord, and all of it will be there. Yep. Always. Hi, Kitty. How's it going, by the way? I was complaining. I mean, you still want to face mobs, if possible, right? You still want to face mobs, but, yeah. Also, who was saying something about EDS? I got distracted, actually, earlier. I was, kind of focused, and I was just full ranting and rambling. Any good tips for new tanks in general? I have a video coming out tonight that is a massive tip for new tanks. I think it's so important, actually, that you realize that different seasons have different priorities for Mythic Plus, right? Some seasons, the hard part of Mythic Plus is just straight up being autoimmune condition. Yes, there you go. All right, Nikki Roo. I would say that some seasons it's your timer is really tight, right? And you just have to figure out a way to just get more damage, faster route, more aggressive route, etc., right? I think a huge challenge with being not well as a man is to admit it, know what to do about it. True. Yes. I agree with you, Mad Crab, by the way, on that. We have to pull all of this, by the way. I missed percentage earlier. Or I just was doing a safer route. I didn't pull bears and stuff. You don't take more damage, right? Depends on the mechanic, but basically no. You shouldn't take more damage. Unless you're playing Druid of the Claw, in which case you do technically take more damage because Ravage is a frontal. And if you're not aiming your Ravage, then you actually will take a lot more damage, yes. The guides are out. I posted almost all of them. There are a few that I have not finished. And I just fell behind a little bit with my timings. But I will eventually have way more of them. You have an arms warrior? I have a warrior that I kind of want to do like 1 vault key on per week. I wouldn't play arms myself probably, but I suppose if I wanted to play arms, there are some people I could ask for it. You want to play arms warrior? It's not bad right now though. On subject, but I had a friend with VDH and they were very susceptible to being sick. Yep. So technically HEDS and vascular EDS are not exactly the same thing. They are slightly different. Kids, but yes. It's just something I deal with. You see my thumbs? Watch, ready? Look at the camera. 3, 2, 1. Boop. 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 My whole body like that. The problem is that it's kind of a fun party trick, right? For my joints to be super bendy like this. Does it hurt? Not anymore. I used to, for example, at one point in my life, I wanted to learn how to run. Yeah. I was thinking to myself, I remember in like my early 20s, I just moved to Thailand and I was like, what I want to do is I want to learn how to run a marathon. And I would start running a marathon. Like I would start training how to run. I would run like 5 minutes. I always hated running my whole life. And every single time I would go for a run, I was like, bro, I'm in so much pain. I just get this blinding headache, you know, and I would just be in a lot of pain. And I was like, how do people do this? I was like, so much respect. I mean, I think I'm pretty tough, by the way, but like, I just don't understand like how the hell people are doing these crazy runs. I'm just like, it hurts so bad. And somebody was like, it hurts? And I was like, yeah, like it hurts a lot. And they're like your ankles or whatever. I was like, no, I can't explain. I just get this like crazy pain in my neck. And I just feel like I have this blinding headache. And you would see these videos of me trying to run and I would force myself to run for like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, this. Turns out that I was actually dislocating my shoulder every single time I went for a run. Simply because my shoulder was not stable at the time. And my shoulder was one of my worst joints. So I was just casually dislocating both my shoulders every single time I went for a run. And I would just pop them back in. And it wasn't really, like, it would hurt. And I was just like, man, nope, we're not talking. See, that's the thing. You might say, well, I mean, it's normal to have something, you know, like this, Tim Carey. No, got to clarify. Not a normal thing. This was this is not how it's supposed to be. Yeah. But it became very common that was my experience. I just had to deal with it, you know? We need 2 bats, by the way. We don't have percentage right now. I know our timer's tight, but we need to go fight another pack, by the way. Come here. Come here. Follow the tank. 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 Okay. Never mind. All right. They didn't follow the tank. Go up. We started the RP. We did not follow the tank. Up we go. We'll have to... Can you get it after the boss? Doesn't the percentage clear? Am I right on this? If you fight the boss... Out of curiosity, what happens if you fight the boss? Do all these mobs despawn? Let's find out. It'll be an experiment. You can get the percentage after? All right. Abandon is the worst feature they've added. It's a questionable one. Certainly a questionable one, though. Oh, okay. All right, we'll do it later then. I'm sorry that you've had a bad experience pugging, though, Lexa. I know. Unfortunately, the WoW community is not exactly renowned for being, you know, the most... Oh, we don't have a battle res. Oh, that's GG's. Ooh. I don't think we have a battle res. Very interesting. Looks fun as fuck to play. I think that it's just definitely a preference thing. Like, some people find it really fun. Some people find it really anti-fun. Ooh, no cables. I don't think I have cables. Maybe from last season? No, I don't have any of my bags. Wait, what's this? Wait, do the jumper cables still work? Do those, where is he? Let me try. Where is he? He'll be like over here. Do they? I can res him when I get back then. All right. Oh, I'll never say never. Interesting. Okay. Use an MMO mouse at all? No. So the video tonight will be specifically talking about like routing and stuff. I do not use an MMO mouse because, again, context. I had an injury to my, look at my right hand. So you see the scar down here? Wow, scary, scary. I had that injury when I was 11. Ooh, nice. That's clutch. I just happen to have some in my bags from before. Beautiful. We still time this. Easy, easy, easy. Yeah, so basically it's going to be a video about how to better understand the routing for this season. Nice. Easy money. Can't I transcendence this probably? I bet you that's smart, but I don't know where my other transcendence button is, so that kind of only works if I have the other button bound somewhere. With bear? Oh, no, all tanks. I've realized something basically. I just have a massive suggestion for a lot of tank players who are attempting to do like, you know, push some keys maybe for like the first time in a while or something like this. Or maybe they're like learning a little bit. Or just even for push keys. I still think this applies for push keys too. But there's like, as I've said before, every season has a theme. And this season has a very clear theme of what tanks are supposed to do. How hard are 10s this season? Not that bad at all. I would say that this is actually maybe the easiest that 10s have ever been. There you go. That's the Transcendence. That's good Transcendence deck. Should do that every time. I would say that this season is quite easy for 10s, though. I was just wondering because I'm getting wrist pain from spamming keyboards. So I thought people get their abilities on a mouse. Some people do, but again, it kind of depends very much. I've had a lot of people tell me, yeah, that's definitely good tech for this boss. For me, I can't feel my right fingertips, so I would not benefit from a mouse that had a bunch of stuff, though. Huh? Yeah, we'll get it after. It's okay. There's a whole pack down here you can get. Our timer's fine now. So, my mouse has only one button, right? And this is the button that I'm used to. I just use basically one button. Excuse me, bat. Don't we need two bats? I don't actually know how many this is, though. Those are two buttons. They're the same button for me. I bind them the same because I can't feel the difference between them. My right thumb, I can't feel the difference, so. But I think that it is actually definitely, if you can use a gameplay mouse, it probably would help you a lot. Also, just knowing how to use macros is probably a really good idea. Bats count? Oh, yeah. Bats definitely count. They're a good percentage, too, because they're very easy mobs. The bats have a cast, but that cast is a frontal, and it's not that much damage, so you don't even have to kick them if you pull them. Very helpful mobs. Good job. I'm surprised I died so fast in the tent. Am I on Mistweaver? Oh, no, this is an agility trinket, too. Interesting. What does this trinket do? Oh, what a weird trinket. Both of us got this trinket. It's a mastery trinket. Your spells on you still can like increase your agility by for 1 minute. What a weird trinket. I don't know if I like this trinket. Is there a way to prevent the wrist pain or just play less? Angle. Your wrist is actually your shoulder. So angle is everything. When you take a look at like where your desk is, make sure that your desk is not like this or like this. So for example, I wouldn't fight through the pain because eventually that will add up. If you're having wrist pain, there are two big suggestions I have. The first suggestion is get married. If you are married to a wife, then you will first of all develop very strong finger dexterity. Number one. Number two, right, is the angle of your desk matters because if you're, for example, if your desk is like way up here and you're like slouching like this is a much harder angle for your wrist to play at and like spam buttons than if you were neutral. Neutral shoulder is much better than like a like a heavy angle. Like imagine your desk was like way up here, you would get a lot more tax doing this, and then having a good arm support of some kind. So that's why I, for example, play with a pillow on my lap. Because if I don't play with a pillow on my lap, then this chair, my elbow is down here, and then my angle of my desk is here, and my hands are gonna get way more tired if I have to do this. So for example, what I wanna do is I wanna just elevate my elbows so that I'm kind of sitting here like this. So I'm just basically like right on this neutral kind of 90-degree angle with my arm. Another Discord call with you. I could use some tips for my back. Yeah, what's up? Short version, I used to run every other day. Was still in the Air Force. My back kills me. I can barely stand. I'd love to get back to running every day. Ooh. I can help you with that. Yeah, I can help you with that. Fitness is actually like there's never underestimate how crazy adaptable the human body actually is, though. I never dropped the staff. Don't go for it. Don't target farm things. Just get it next week. When you push keys next week, you'll just get it. No problem. Definitely don't target farm stuff, Shuhei. It's so bad. It's so hard to target farm things. I am doing more keys. Yes, I will do some more. Let's see. I think Deco said he's going to bed. I want one more on the monk now, although maybe I play Mistweaver. Maybe I play a little Mistweaver action. Although we're going to do a 10 if we do that. But I got a Seed of the Triumvirate. I don't need Adam level to do this, though. And if I tag along, yeah, we would need to find a tank, though, in that case. Yo, what's up, Gio? Great to see you going strong. Thank you. I've been enjoying the season so far. But actually, Zinder, what I would highly recommend is just elevate your body. So, for example, for me, I use a pillow like this. Yeah. And then now I have this support under my arms. And so as I play, this pillow is not for aesthetic reasons. It's that my arms are now balanced, and this is way more comfortable for me. I find that I have that sort of spammy, like I feel the pain kind of in here if I am not supporting my arms properly. Either that or get a much better chair. But your wrist is heavily dependent on where your shoulder is. Does that make sense? Yeah. And she's a Sirocco tank. I mean, you don't need to know the routes, Suddy, but depends if you want a tank, though. Massive gains of clock. Oh, I mean, there was a YouTube question from Zindri, and they were saying they get a lot of wrist pain when they play, and if they thought getting like a big, like Razer Naga MMO mouse would help, because maybe they could bind buttons to a button click like this, so they only have to use their thumb instead of their hand to press everything. Does that make sense? That's kind of what they were asking me for the just like wrist pain. Like, how do you help with wrist pain doing a bunch of keys all day, playing World of Warcraft like a degenerate? Few basic suggestions, but one of them is definitely don't sit down for 8 hours. You should definitely like stand up, take a little walk, whatever. Flex redeem. Oh, I missed the flex redeem. All right, bet. Flex redeem can do. I worked out so hard yesterday, but I did not do this, though. My wrists are strong. I load Amazon trailers for a living. My wrists are strong because I was single for a while, and I was a teenager at one point in my life. Just filled my first ever Mythic Plus Vault ever. Your content helped me so much. Awesome, Junesberry. That's very exciting. Very exciting, by the way, because very first Mythic Vault. Super exciting. Very hype. You guys have full vaults? I mean, this is like some massive hype, by the way. Next week, you open this tomorrow, you get your first mythic track item. It's like, it's so good, you know? Yeah, I don't know what, I'll do 2 slots. I'm not going to do full vault here. I'll just do 2 slots on the Mistweaver, on the Monk, but how cool, right? What's the best healer to pair with Guardian? Any healer. Guardian can work with any healer. Don't worry about it too much. There used to be more combinations of tank and healer, but now there are much less. So, for example, it used to be that Guardian paired really well with Resto Shaman because Guardian lacked a certain level of CC package that some other tanks provided. And so a Resto Shaman with Thunderstorm knock up every single pack, plus Cap Totem, plus a 12-second kick, plus all the utility, like Resto Shaman, Guardian Druid, good buffs because you don't have a Resto Druid, so you have the Shaman buff, you have the Loss, so that was a good combination. But now Resto Shaman doesn't necessarily have any more utility than a Mistweaver. Actually, Mistweaver has more utility, arguably, than Resto Shaman. So Resto Shaman no longer has that niche. It does still have a kick, but that pairing is not as critical as it used to be. That logic still kind of applies, but you could also play Guardian Druid with a Resto Druid. You could play Guardian Druid kind of works with any healer because it's very independent. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question, Golf? There used to be a lot more of these, oh, like you really want to play this all together, but you don't have to at this point. All right, so we got 2 people here. I almost want to bring a shaman for this, though. So what's I see DPS die a lot more with Resto Druid. If they're dying with a Resto Druid, there's something wrong with that, though. Send you a message on this because I want to. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Sounds good. Send it. Send away. Send away for sure. I love Mistweavers. Me too. Mistweaver actually, this is probably my favorite healer to play with right now. Let's play it here. Let's do it now. I think I have enough gear to play Mistweaver for a 10. I'll just drop my 12 to a 10. I don't really want to heal it. It's pushing it. Oh shit. You know what? I need to go copy a build from my Discord. I don't even have a build here. I don't know what this is. Because I only played it on beta, so hold up. Let's just copy a build real quick. I go get it here. I go to Midnight Healer builds. Mistweaver is a sleeper healer right now. I actually think that Mistweaver is really good. It has been really good for a while, but it was just being slept on, to be honest with you. Genuinely, I feel like Mistweaver was just, it has been slept on all of beta cycle. Yeah, you're welcome. All right, import, let's do this. Cool. That's amazing, Mistweaver, and I tanked your 13 seat an hour ago. Nice. I main Brewmaster since Mop. Switched to Guardian Druid for Midnight, and now Brewmaster is finally meta. Dude, imagine having mained Brewmaster for 10 years and finally making the swap and deciding, look, Midnight, I don't want to be an off-meta tank no more. I've got to Fodder reroll. For the first time, I can't do it anymore. Folks. I gotta play a meta tank. No more Brewmaster. And then you get this season. I would not be able to proper. I think I would lose. I would feel really bad about that. That is pretty funny. I didn't change for meta. It was just time to change. Fair enough. Try no Apex Miss. Yeah, that's what my healer is. That's what Deco's been playing a lot. The no Apex Miss is basically just Emperor's Elixir for damage, yeah? I don't know where the other 2 points go. No Apex Miss at all. It feels weird. Like, where do I put these 2 points, actually? Is it in... So you're going to play through... Where would I put these? I haven't played Miss since beta, actually. Be kind of exciting. I really like this healer. Where do I want to put these 2 points? I don't think we're playing Emperor's Favor, are we? What do you think, Garth? I wonder if Deco's still watching. He can tell me what he thinks where I should put these points if I play no Apex Miss. I'm also okay with playing the Apex, though. I'm fine with that, though. I'll be a Druid for 10 years now. I personally am just such an altaholic. I have such a hard time with it, though. I think Focus Thunder. That's what I was thinking, too. Which talent performs better in general? Improve Blackout Kick? Shuhei, great question. I am not the right person to ask. I don't want to talk out of my ass. I don't actually want to talk about something that I don't understand. To be honest with you, the last thing I want to do is pretend like I understand something that I don't. You should ask Shaw. By the way, the last time I played Mistweaver in an actual retail season, I have a Howling Ruin in here, and the last time was Dragonflight. Been a while. It do have been a while, though. A lot of people will be farming seeds, so it shouldn't be that hard to fill it up. Yeah, do you want to tank? You can tank. Just pull safe. It's all good. Should be like this build. Let me see what you got here. I'll see what you've linked. Because I'm a little under geared, I don't really care about my damage too much. I'd be happy to play whatever. Been watching Squish Vegan gameplay. Yeah, he's been a bear for a very long time. He's a very good bear for sure. That guy is cracked. He always has been. He been top bear for an extremely long time. Oh my god. Okay, so biggest problems here. First of all, let's walk through how to set up a brand new healer. Yep, sure. Let's just walk through how to set up a brand new healer on retail. Yes, that's what I should do right now. I have 0 things bound. Okay, here we go. I'd love to be able to kids plus a business means that's off the cards now. Dude, I've been feeling that. Like, I've really been having a great time this season, but I feel like I've been busy, and this is not even my main job, but I actually, you know, it does earn me something. And even with that, I'm still just sitting here, and I'm like, I wish I could play more. Like, oh, I gotta go to work. Like, I like my job, but still. I know, but still. It's so weird. What is this? What is this? Is this 1 minute Chi-Ji? Oh, we're playing 1 minute Chi-Ji here? Okay. Okay. I need to actually just set up my bars. 1 second. Now you live stream for a living? No. No, I've only been streaming for just over a year now, which is, by the way, super cool. General question. Is anybody finding my stream for the very first time today? It's so cool to me that people do have some awareness of who I am now. But it's also the strangest thing to me, because for a long time, I was just the most random-ass WoW player. I didn't even always go by a woo, so a lot of people didn't even know that I existed. Thanks, Cape. Add button. We're going to put Life Cocoon as control here. You found it yesterday. It's so cool to me. I'll watch it on stream. I'll watch your videos on Guardian Druid. First of all, thanks for saying hi. I appreciate it. I really like streaming. Alex the Tian. I read your name as Alex the Titan for a second, and I was about to ask you if you like Attack on Titan. I think we just actually go... So Soothing Mist should be control left, and this should be control... This should be shift right. Friendly Banani, hello. Well, hi, guys. Nice to meet you. I saw you going viral in a cat video. As hilarious as this is, I do know that because I have been posting my cat to social media for the last few months, and randomly a few of those things have actually gone viral, which is kind of crazy. Found your Guardian Druid very useful. Awesome. You should use Mega Sets, no Apex build. Yeah, I don't think I should play it this ski because it's not exactly like I'm very geared, but you know. Hopped on my feet today, rage baiting my cat. Oh, is that one went viral? Where did that one? I don't even know where it is now. I've posted them, but other pages, by the way, just completely rip it from me. I'm looking for Tiger's Lust. That's what I wanted to put on here. Yeah, other pages I've noticed just actually rip it. I think it's kind of funny. On your boomer Facebook. Yeah. Got here from the Shindig shout out. That was a cool shout out. That was a W moment. I was honored that he did that. Okay, so is this an intellect trinket? Cool. I need an intellect weapon. Okay, I need to buy an offhand from the auction house. Don't judge me too much. I'm pretty sure this is gonna work. Also, I forgot to drop the key. Okay, so I'm gonna be back. Forgot to drop. It's a 12 right now. Getting popular with cat videos and funneling them to your WoW content is plus tech. You've lost 11 kills in past. Oh, congratulations, Gio. That's cool. Yeah, I don't know, man. Some of the reels, like on Instagram, one of them has like 7.5 million views. Isn't that wild? I literally log in for 10 minutes a day and just post something. I really don't think about it too much. And then the TikTok and the other things, I don't do social media. I never even had social media for a long time. Sorry for not having a setup character. I kind of thought this was already set up, but I didn't copy over from beta. Do you think Brew will get nerfed? That's a really good question. No. I don't think Brew is going to get nerfed, actually. It might, like, it has a tendency to, but I actually don't know. It is a very good question. I have no clue. Wait, why are offhands so expensive? I'm buying a 192. I'm not buying an expensive offhand. Yeah. Like, phew. Oh, wait a second. I got this. Oh, I have an offhand here. Nice. They need to just buff the other tanks? Yes. I agree with that. I think that instead of nerfing Brew, what they could do is they could buff the other tanks instead. Okay, we don't need to do this. We have this here. This is like this now. Celestial Conduit is there. Shaylin's Gift is here. I don't know why we have this here like this. And then we're going to go drop the key down to a 10 real fast. And then hopefully we don't actually lose the key. And then we're going to pop like this. And then everything should work pretty much just fine. Drop the key. My keystone level is too high. My keystone level is too high. And then let's play Mistweaver for a key. I don't know when was the last time you saw me play Mistweaver. Been a while, huh? Been a while. Well, thanks for hanging out. I do like streaming, but no, this is not my main job. Brand new to streaming pretty much. It is super cool, and I genuinely do enjoy it. Same buff. I think that the season would be better if they decided, for example, to buff the other tanks instead of nerfing other things. Okay, so the spinning crane kick macro from the Mega Set video that she taught me should be like this. Isn't it exclamation here? Is this the one? No, it's exclamation / cast exclamation before this one. I have the macro in my Discord. I can just go get it again. Should be like this. Yeah, it's this. Okay, that's the one. What's the Druid macro for Iron Fur? 1 second. I'll tell you. Okay, what am I missing from my action bars? It feels like a few things. My bars are like super weirdly empty right now, so I feel like I'm missing something. I feel like I'm missing something, but maybe not. Oh, whoa, what is this? Edit mode, icon size, gotta go way up. Okay, that's a little better now. All right, ready? Let's do it, though. Yeah, it's the Iron Fur one. All right, ready? Let's see if I could do this, actually. Do you think the nerf for Bear was too much? I think it deserved it. I think it was actually okay, to be honest. All right, ready? Yeah, I think we got this. This is agility. I mean, I think we have some. At least we have intellect gear on, right? Okay, it should work fine. There we go. It's only 10. Just jumping streams to watch the GA raid. All right, no problem. Yo, have a great night, Geo. Good luck on the raid. I wish them luck. Do. Wait a second. Where's my mana tea? Oh boy. What? All right, I've already failed. I'm missing something. Dude, I feel like on one hand I'm like this is not going to be a problem. On the other hand, yeah, it's in the spell book. I was about to say I'm trying to get it from here, but that's not right. Thanks, Deco. Do. This is just for Shaylin's anyways. External the tank. Do. Extra. Oh, tank's dead. So with these mobs, reset real fast. Not Resil, by the way. Not Resil. So those mobs, just let it reset. Let it reset. Die. Stay dead. Do not come back into the pool. Don't come back into the pool. The champions are going to kill you. Do not come back into the pool. Just die, stay dead, let it reset. So with that pull right there, these mobs are the most annoying coded mobs of all time. I hate this dungeon. One of the reasons I hate this dungeon is because of how these guys work. You cannot get distance from them. If these champions are not in melee range of you, they will charge you and put a very, very, very nasty bleed. So you must be careful. If you are going to chain these in, you have to make sure that you don't actually run too far. Like if you roll ahead, you're going to die. That's what happened there. Oh, it's been a second since I played this, though. How do you know if the key is Resil? Oh, you would just know that it's Resil. How do you know that it's Resil? That's a great question. I actually don't know how to answer that question, I think. That's as hilarious as it sounds. I don't think I know how to answer that question. I don't think there is a way to tell unless the leader has explicitly said. No, I mean, like how would you know if the key, like, let's say somebody else puts in a key, do you know if it's a resilient key in advance? That is the question, I think. And I guess there actually wouldn't be a way. Like, normally you just communicate it, like, oh, this key is Resil, but I suppose there is actually no real way of you knowing that. They would have to link it, yeah. My heals are going to hit like a wet noodle because I'm not exactly geared. I forgot how much fun Mistweaver is. I like this healer. This is like Abyss healer, man. And then, is it my alt left? Did I bind it to alt left? Yeah, you have to get it on all 12, and then you have to, so it's all 12, and then all 13, and then so on and so forth, right? Okay, so I Chi-Ji this one. And then is it alt left that's Tiger's Lust to get out of that? Nice, okay. I guess would I still ever actually use Thunder Focus T on Enveloping Mist? Probably not, because if I'm not playing Apex, it's not really that much of a heal. Yes, exactly. So my Druid, for example, almost has Resil 15, but not quite yet. What's up, Semi? How's it going? Do, 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 do. Look for the blackout resets. But since we're playing the no Apex build, I'm pretty sure you're supposed to just Rising Sun Kick. It's big Rising Sun Kicks. So this would be Conduit, though. Do, 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 do. Beep, 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 boom. Charlie has spoken. Hello. Don't stand in a puddle. Don't stand in a puddle. Don't stand in a puddle. So if I plead a 16 Resilient Key, it still goes down. If it's a 16 Resil, it can't go lower than a 16. So the way the system is set up is basically you can't ever get lower than the Resilient. Thanks for all your content. You're welcome. Thanks for coming to say hi. You can't ever go lower, by the way, than a Resilient level. So whatever the Resilient level is, that's the one that you cannot go lower from, right? Trying to hit the boss. Gotcha. Yo, what's up, Semi? I wonder if Blizz wants certain classes to be the best for a time. I think so. I think they intentionally do it all the time, yes. I absolutely do think they do that. Like, I'm actually quite confident, in fact, that they specifically want certain things to be the best. It's almost like, to me, Blizzard has a meta in their mind, right? And then the season starts, and they just go with that meta. That's what I feel like. Now, granted, this isn't confirmed or anything, but I swear, if they wanted to actually change the meta, like if something was very overperforming, they have the data. It's not like they couldn't just fix it. They just, for some reason, they don't. That's what's confusing to me. And in other words, if a DPS is doing 10% more than everything else, they could just nerf it by 1% every week until it's only 5% more, and then it's good. And then it's still going to be the meta, but you won't feel as bad for not playing it. That's what they should do, but they don't do that. That's just like, I don't know if it's just not their design philosophy or what is going on, basically. But they don't do this. Like, they could always, they never actually done this. They always go sweeping, big, huge, massive nerf. Or nothing. And I kind of just wish that they would just do like 1% here, little bit there, little bit here, right? Like, I kind of just wish that they would just do like a little bit. You know what I'm talking about? Like, why can't they just do like a 1% and then 2% and then basically just adjust and fine tune a little bit every now and again? Like, maybe I'm just missing something about this, but I feel like that would be a much healthier way to adjust the game, in my opinion. You're forgetting they need to dance between Raid, Mythic Plus, and PvP. I wonder how they ever fix that. Maybe there is no way. Maybe it's just a losing battle. Maybe just from the get-go, it's basically just as long as those three things are... Well, they have separate PvP modifiers. One of the best things they've done for the game, right, is they have had separate DPS, though, or full damage. As a Mistweaver right now, I mean, I'm not exactly super geared, so I'm just kind of playing whatever, but I'm playing the double Jade Fire build, so no Apex with this build. Do you still use weak ores? Weak ores are no longer a thing. There are add-ons that are good, but there are no such thing as weak ores anymore. Weak ores no longer exist. I would just go a little bit left here, by the way. A little bit left. Careful. Yeah, no more weak ores. They have been nuked out of existence, Mouse. Never have to worry about those anymore. They're gone. They're gone, I tell you. Although there are still some add-ons. There's apparently a functional kick tracker. There's also apparently, by the way, a... Are you using an MMO mouse? No, I just use a cheap one. Now, granted, apparently, this is... The Razer Death Adder is not a bad mouse. But I swear it was $5 here. You can pull this corner, by the way. It was $5 in Thailand, but people told me that it's actually, like, not a terrible mouse. I would have no idea about this because I just bought it for $5 here. So it's probably a knockoff because I don't think it's a very real thing then. I couldn't use it. I struggle to... I have like an old injury donut lord to my right hand, so I can't feel these fingertips very well. No problem, but does mean that I wouldn't be able to use a mouse very successfully. So I just kind of developed my own way of doing things because of that. Which also, massively underrated skill. I kind of wish way more people talked about the fact that sometimes you can just actually make your own way to do things. ADHD, what were you saying about the other add-on you stopped mid-sentence? There is a Omni cooldown. Mystical, the monk, made it. There was an Omni cooldown I was going to try today, which basically tracks your team cooldowns, supposedly. And it's somewhat functional. It might not be perfect, but there is already... Like, yeah... What I can tell you is, so far, man, Midnight, fantastic. But, god damn, did they fail the add-on war. Oh, I've never seen a blunder as big as this. This was just an incredible L from the Blizzard team. And I like Blizzard. Like, I'm not, you know what I mean? Like, I want to be an optimist, but... God damn. I mean, it's so... I was excited. I think a lot of people were actually excited. It's just... I mean, did they make some good changes to the base UI? Yes, but what in the world were they thinking? Like, I just don't understand what was going through their minds, to be honest with you, because it's just... It's not good, man. Like, it's... You know... There's an add-on that shows you every time you're taking damage, too. There's so many. There's an add-on for every weak aura that used to exist. Basically, if there's a weak aura that you want, that you used to really like playing with, you probably have an add-on that does the same thing. You just need to find the name of it. But actually, there will be even more gate-kept knowledge, even more of this, even more complicated. It's less new player-friendly, not more, etc., etc. There's, like, so much wrong. You know, I'm going to see... Oh, it's Mystical Monk made it. I have to find the name of it again, though. That's some problems with the HP dropping hella fast as a prop. Pally 258. Add-on level plus 10 keys. Anyone else having the same issue? So, prop Pally is kind of squishy right now, first of all. Your armor is just lower. You need a tracker for your Iron Fur. If you want to bar... I mean, Faye, there are... Every same tracker. I've seen so many different Guardian Druid UIs at this point. Yeah, like not even... Everything that you want is there. There is absolutely massive... Like, you can have the bar appear right here. You can have a UI that basically shows the ticks of the Iron Fur. You can have one that's vertical. You can have one that's horizontal. Like, I don't like those bars. I never have. But if that's what you want, like, you can get it. Yep, Kidney Candy Store. Whatever you want, basically, does currently exist. And yes, Hover Castle, by the way, Mistweaver still feels very good. Very fun healer. When your sub isn't meta, I just unsub. I mean, kind of fair enough. So basically, Prop Pally is crap. I wouldn't say crap because I was able to tank a 12. Granted, I had a healer who was really watching me, so it's not a very fair example, but you can still play it. But it will require very, very strong cooldown cycling. It'll require a lot of knowledge about like what's happening in the key, among other things. So it's going to be a little harder to play. It's not that different than it always has been, though. You basically just can't be naked. External him. Okay, I'm going to see if I can keep him alive. He's got 2 orbs on him here. So we're just going to go like this. Good catch, good catch. Hyphenate just subscribed for 2 months in a row. Hyphenate, thank you for the resub. Also, let me hydrate because your name reminds me of hydration. It's way easier than it was in the War Within. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I don't have external. Revival. Revival. Yeah, so basically, the thing is that you don't have the same coverage that you used to have. There used to be a world where Prop Pally actually had 100% coverage, like nearly, especially with Scarab Trinket in the War Within Season 1, and with all the CDR that you used to provide. However, since you don't have those things, nowadays there's a lot more downtime in your rotation. You have to play Sentinel. That's one of the biggest pieces of advice is if you're getting to a key level where you're actually starting to get checked, trust me, just swap to Sentinel if you're playing crit wings. You will feel much better. So Sentinel is one big tip that I can give you off the bat. But the other thing is that rotationally, it has also changed. Not quite the same as it used to be. And what I mean by that is you want to be prioritizing your Avenger Shield way more. Significantly more than you used to. You're not holding that ability for a kick or nothing. You actually want to slam that shield on cooldown. Make sure you're in your Consecrate and slam your shield. You'll have way more HPS and you'll feel way better. I just came back from early Warthen. Watch your get with Megaset. Nice. Was Crackling Jade Lightning? No. So the Crackling Jade Lightning build is it was bugged in early beta, so it looked kind of strong, but it's actually just kind of dead. You play Crane. This is a significantly stronger, significantly better play style at the moment, so I don't think you're really going to be playing through Jade Lightning, though. Not going to lie, while in Wings, you feel super safe. I think it depends on the key level and your gear, Pellas, because... Oh, Sentinel. Yes, no, because Sentinel is Giga, but, like, Crit Wings only carries you so far. Pull whatever. Oh, this... Okay, I was going to say pull whatever, except this pack. Not this pack. Pull anything that isn't this pack. Worst pack in the dungeon, actually. Oh, I don't have item level. Oh, because I can live if we press big defensives, but I don't have the item level to carry. This is like the worst pack in the whole dungeon. I don't even know why this is here. This is like an actually terrible pack. I mean, I think we're managing to do this, kind of. I have one stop there. Nope. I can touch a death that one. What's my item level? Oh, I'm like 243. I don't know. It's just a vault key. Found the mini CC. Yep, that's the one. I'm going to see what I can do. I hate re-rolling this fast into expansion. Don't re-roll as of this point. I think that Brewmaster would be a fair re-roll because I'm just not sure how they're going to nerf that. Like, I feel like Brewmaster is actually not a bad re-roll. Like, if you're a tank player right now and you're like, maybe I should not be playing the tank I'm currently playing key, then I could hear it. But keep in mind, I would wait for another week to, like, re-roll, right? Oh, someone that they have the circle on them still gives them 6% while it knocks up, so it mitigates a lot of the damage. Makes sense. Kind of forgot what my Soothing Mist is bound to. Is it Alt left click? No. Alt right click? Control left click. Oh, that's the one. All right. Control left click is Soothing Mist. If they're going to nerf Brew, surely it's going to be the Vital Flame talent. I think it's that or a Stagger nerf optical. How's Mistweaver feeling? Really good hover. Mistweaver is super fun right now. I really like this iteration of it. It's straightforward. It's simple. Powerful. Good damage. Fair utility, actually. Like, I don't feel like I'm trolling my team. This pack is the hardest pack in the entire dungeon. All right, good luck, us. I channel Conduit, and then I'm basically going to hit Revival, and I'm just slamming shit right now. Actually toxic pack. Also makes me question my life choices, why they designed this pack like this, by the way. Okay, Chi-Ji. Probably Revival as well. I don't have external. I go to the warrior here. I revival now. Perfect. I touch a death there. And then here. Oh, yeah. Bro, for real, though. Why do they design that pack? It's actually, like, lame as hell. HPS current. I bet you my HPS was actually pretty high there. I was at 100k HPS. Easily survived the pack, no sweat, because I used all my cooldowns. That's why I got cooldowns. Because I was on point. I was my head was on a swivel, as they say. But this is actually a good example. I will make a video tonight talking about how you should route these dungeons and basically some tank tips. This is a really good example of that in practice, by the way. Because although we've had some weird routing decisions, the timer is not difficult right now. Timer is not the problem. You just need to live. So the biggest thing about these types of keys is if the meta is just live, if the timer is easy, even as keys get a little higher, it will still be the case for that. Don't overpull stuff, guys. Just like don't overpull. So I think you did something good for you or a miracle happened. It depends. It depends on if I'm healing or if I'm a DPS. If I'm a DPS, then I guess I'm just a god. And if I'm a healer, then fuck these DPS. Sorry for the French, but that's basically it. Like that's how DPS players think. If you're DPSing and you live something, you're like, damn, I'm so good at this game. And if you're a healer, you're like, this DPS is giving me an absolute migraine, but we survived, so yay. Can I just stop getting hit by this? I don't understand how I always get hit by these. It's like the hardest thing for me to dodge. I hate this boss. I think this boss needs to like go to sleep and never wake up. Yes, the seat timer right now is very weird. In particular, I think that this timer is like super strange right now. Okay, how am I healing this? Double Shaylins probably into that. Okay, we're good. Yes. Yeah. As long as you just don't actually reset this dungeon, you're fine. Even the very first pull, we did not abandon vote, which is nice. Don't take extra damage. I need all my externals for myself. Bye-bye. Do I still have jumper cables? Because I think I do. In my bags. Right here. Don't get hit. Oh, I'm dead. I can't save myself. Oh, boy. Do you have jumper cables? Because I'm the healer. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Can you guys kill the boss? No one has cables, right? Kill boss. Good luck. What is a terrible boss? How did they not nerf this? They nerfed the last boss, Algathar Academy, but they didn't nerf this? This boss is actually the most anti-fun. I really think this is actually the least enjoyable boss of the entire Mythic Plus season right now. Easily. Easily, by the way. No, kill boss, kill boss. Don't kill that tentacle. People are gonna die. As long as you guys get a little bit lower, the tank can solo the boss. But you gotta get a little more damage on the boss. Nice job, nice job, nice job. Good job. Easy double time. Dude, this boss sucks. I just, at least, like, I don't know. Even if you took out the dodge mechanic, it would still be a challenging boss. Hiya. Hi, Henry. It's so, because of the tentacles, because of everything. So the way it works, by the way, is just, it's mostly the fact that it's actually a massive HPS encounter, but also you don't really know when your team is going to help you or not help you. You have to sequence cooldowns, and technically you want cooldowns in 2 different parts of the fight. And so technically in a coordinated group, you would actually just tell your team to either use... Like, you would basically tell your team to help you with defensives or healing potion outside of your own cooldowns, but you don't have cooldowns to cover every 15 seconds on that fight. And every 15 seconds, there's a healer. Like, there's a massive HPS check. You have the mass infusion into the tentacles, into the big AoE. And it's just like, yeah, that's not fun. All right, spread miss. Boom, 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 boom. You go double rising sun. GG here. Hi, Shego. How's it going? Isn't it random, Shego, that like my cat videos, you just see them sometimes? Isn't that weird? I think it's so interesting that you just randomly, like, people will just be like, oh, I saw your cat video come up. I'll be like, huh, how interesting. So on a fight like this, I would just conduit the next set of lines. Is overcapping renew? Don't worry about that too much. That's actually a pretty minor part of the rotation. Like, if you end up doing that, it's not the end of the world, believe it or not. Yeah, if for some reason you actually end up just overcapping your stacks, like, it's really not that bad, to be honest. So it's actually okay, though. But what about the elf video? Which elf video? Wait, elf video? What? Which one? On Instagram yesterday? The cosplay one? Oh, that guy's not an elf, but yeah, I see what you're saying. The one I was cosplaying? Yeah. That was from like 7 years ago. I miss cosplay work, man. Cosplay work was super fun. 99 on your monk and launched it immediately leveled an alt. I'm an altaholic. It's just a chronic problem, Hover. If you're an altaholic, it's just you gotta stick on one character to actually get progress in game, but I can't. You are an elf? Didn't age? I don't know, Shago. I feel old. I actually feel right now, to be honest with you, I don't feel young. I feel like people keep mistaking me for an adult due to my age, and I'm not a fantastic fan of this. But actually, if you do end up overlapping your renewing miss, it really isn't the end of the world. Don't worry too much. Try it. Whatever you enjoy the most. Easy double time. Never doubt it. GG's. All right. That, by the way, is a full 2 slot on the monk. I will take it. Thank you for tanking, by the way. I do greatly appreciate you taking this responsibility. Oh, the ring dropped. Bro, don't you... Wait, both ring drops. Need ring? Wait, aren't you looking for this deco? Wasn't this the ring you wanted? Oh! Oh! What a bait. What a bait. Off the first boss. Did you need that? He's got 2 rings. I can ask him. Need that? That's okay. I was jebaited by this ring. Oh, you got it. I thought the warrior got it. He got the Eridath Seal crit verse ring. He got this one too. No, the crit verse one also dropped. Both rings dropped. Now I'll ask him if he needed it. Oh! Oh no, that's the wrong ring. No, put the right one in. Oh, hi Deco. Sucks you weren't here. So sorry. I didn't want you to see this. I didn't want you to see this. My very first seat of the triumvirate. my actually first seat of the triumvirate. Thank you very much. I don't know, Deco. Seems like a skill issue. Seems like a bit of a skill issue. It's so weird. That's my very first. How many have you done thus far? You spent like 10 hours in this dungeon. I spent 45 minutes in here. I spent 30 minutes in here. I feel almost kind of bad. I did 11 today. That was my first one. Well, easy ring. Easy. What's the 2-set do, by the way? Out of curiosity, what does the 2-set do? How much avoidance do you get from it? It gives you 3% avoidance. That's not bad. 3% avoidance from rings is actually kind of good, though. That's actually pretty good, though. It's best spec at the moment. No, it's not the best spec at the moment. It's just good. It's not the best spec, though, by far. Yes, the French people are in here. Lacus and Shego, you guys are both in here. All right, so that, by the way, that is a 2-slot vault here. Nice, very nice. 4 keys done on the monk. Now I have a decision to make about whether or not, like, what do I play next? The real question is here, though. Don't call me French. I feel insulted. But you live there. I know you're not from there, but you live there. It wouldn't have dropped. That's true. So maybe I'm glad that you were here. I think you have 310% mastery. Oh, it's just how Mistweaver works. It's just the number of their mastery is very high, though. What Mistweaver build are you using? That key I was using this. There's like a no Apex kind of fun damage build, but I also think it's okay for HPS. If you want to use the Apex, you can do that too. Up to you, basically, how you want to play it. Yeah, mastery is not exactly a great stat for Mistweaver, but I'm not choosing my stats very much right now. I just have whatever I got, and that's what I'm doing. It shows your healing. I mean, I wouldn't look much at my healing here because I don't have gear. Oh, wait, hold up. Has to be here. I mean, it's not going to be a lot. Yeah, you're getting there, Suddy. No problem. You'll get there soon. Do I want ice cream, a snack, or what am I thinking right now? What am I feeling? What am I feeling? Mine's only like 3%. The thing about Mistweaver that I really like is that this is all from fist weaving. And I just really like the fact that I can actually heal through fist weaving, though. My favorite thing at the moment. Onion rings in the ice cream? Wait. Hold up. Malden. I'm about to mold out on you. I don't have enough cockroaches in my room to really go into what I would consider going into. Onion rings in the ice cream? No. I cannot say that I appreciate this way of thinking. I don't feel as though onion ring ice cream is the way. The bottom talent? Yeah, what's up? On the middle of the tree. Onion milk ice cream, though? Onion milk is potential, but, you know, the life cocoon talent. Far left. Oh, yeah, you don't play these, right? I don't think that I would necessarily play the external talents. I would consider that you do play these. Voted off the island for the onion rings. I kind of like Love is Blind, to be honest with you. You could play something else. Let me... Every time before that one, yeah. Oh. Okay, remember, if I don't get a vault, whatever character I do not get a vault, this is the thing. Here's what it's looking like right now. Random, how many more vaults do you have, by the way? Are you a chipper? Are you a chip dippers and Sundays? I would love some chips, but remember, I'm not allowed to eat fiber, so I'm not allowed to actually have any chips. You know what I miss? Probably more than anything? Straight up tortilla chips. If there was one thing that I could do in my life, if there was one skill I had growing up, it was actually demolishing an entire kilogram of Mission tortilla chips. That was my special skill. I could demolish an entire bag of the tortilla chips. And you eat chicken? Yes. And technically, if you're talking about the chicken chip recipe, yeah, I could technically do that. All right, my monk is done for vault reasons. And there's no more on the monk here. So what I'm going to do here is I'll just leave party. And then we'll decide what we're doing here. Salty's doing a 10. Interesting. 2 more on this guy, 1 on mage. I'm chilling. Okay. I have, technically speaking, now 1 vault, 2 full vault, obviously. The question is, am I getting these... Are we playing any of these characters? All of them right now have 0. But if I don't get a vault on them today, I will probably never play them ever. They're not so weak on your Blood DKs. Do you think Blood DKs are just weak, or am I doing something wrong? Maybe a combination of both. Blood DKs, you kind of have to have a really good understanding of these dungeons, I feel like. You guys want 1 vault slot. It's not that hard to get 10s, right? Random, do you have a 10 now on one of these characters that we could do? I'm assuming you'll have a 10 because we did an 11, right? I think that if there was a character, it would probably be Prez Evoker. If there was one, it would be Prez Evoker or Resto Shaman. I like both of them. But my Prez Evoker, it's pushing it in terms of the item level difference. So I would go get a quick snack, and I would come back and make a decision about this Prez Evoker. Oh, it took 2 vaults earlier, so has a 2. Oh, okay. Cape, do you have a key? So my Evoker has no key, and I'm not getting invited to a key. Let's see the magic item level. In drum roll, please. I'm 200 item level. Hey, it starts with a 2. I'm sure I'd be fine, actually. I bet you would be fine. Well, I have a 0, so we would need to find a 10, and we are not getting invited if I have a 200 item level thing, though. Right there. Okay, I'll see you in a second. I tell you what. I can do 1 on your shaman to help you out, though. Might need it. If we could somehow do an 11, if I could heal an 11. It's actually, it's a question mark of whether I could heal it on Prez is actually a good question. Like, I could technically DPS, I suppose, instead of heal, but pushing it. I'll tell you what, let me go make a quick snack, and then we'll make a decision. If anybody wants to come do a 10 and has a 10 to donate to the team here, let us know. But if not, we'll figure something out. Because then I can get you, I can go basically on one of my characters and get you that 10, no problem. But let's figure out what we're doing. Okay, let me just go get a snack real quick. I'll be right back. Kind of want ice cream. Oof. Oof. My hips. My hips. What the hell? I am Lebec. Okay, did we decide, by the way, if we were going to, what the plan was for if somebody wanted to come do keys or whatever? Mad Crab says he thinks he has an 11. Do you want to do your 11? Any idea if Prop Pally will get any buffs? Feels super squishy. I think Prop Pally might get buffs, actually. Merlona, thank you for the sub. Hello, Merlona. Hi, hi. Hello, hello. Good question on the Prop Pally. The real question is, how does Blizzard decide to buff or nerf tanks? That is the better question. And I do think that they take a look at Warcraft log statistics, even though they say they don't. And the death statistics for this current raid is that Prop Pally is dying so much. So I feel like Prop Pally might get buffed, based purely off of that. That's speculation. Can't say I'm 100% sure. But if there was going to be a good argument as to what might happen if you were going to make a prediction, I feel like that's actually a pretty fair prediction. Okay, random. I'm kind of down. Honestly, it's a pretty small investment to just do a quick few 10s. We just need to find the 10s. I hope Prop Pally. Is someone down to tank? It's an Algathar Academy. We would need a tank. So... unless I think my tanks could do it, but I want to get a key on the Evoker. I'm down whatever makes it easier. Wait, I need Algathar? Okay, Cape needs Algathar. So Cape will come on Hunter. Random will come. So we have 2 DPS. Mad Crab, what are you playing? I hope Prop Pally gets buffed. Templar is just fun to play. If they were going to buff Prop Pally, I don't think they'll buff it massively. I think they'll buff it minorly. It's a problem. 10 on your Hunter. Let's figure out what's going on. I could probably heal, but it's a bit suspicious. I could probably heal. Like, I'm not that worried about healing on Prez. I'm on US. Yes, we are on US. Have to make sure. Play Prot Warrior, but first pull is brutal. Well, for what it's worth, I can caught you, and I'm a Prez Evoker, so you wouldn't have a problem, though. I'm at work and you need a tank. EU, yeah, it's got to be NA. What's your item level, Mad Crab? Mr. Mad Crab, what's your item level? Also, aren't all crabs mad? It's very rare that I see a crab and I don't think, this thing looks mad. I had crab for the first time recently. Oh, right. I'm sorry. I was just thinking on my phone. I'm supposed to be an adult, by the way, today. 261. Oh, you're fine. Do you want to come? You would be absolutely fine. I promise you I can keep you alive. Also, you can split it. Again, that's the literal video I'm going to make tonight. The literal video that's coming out tonight, Mad Crab, is just how we just double timed that seed of the Triumvirate because Suddy was smart and just said, I don't really know what I'm pulling. I'm just going to go 1 pack, 1 pack, 1 pack, and that's fine. And we double timed it. That's the right thing to do. You don't even have to go that hard. No worries. Okay, remind me. Hold up. I wasn't smart. No, you were. That's the whole point. Because we went in. You died to the first pull. Panic ensues. No problem. Reset. All good. We double timed the key, though. And partially because you didn't know what you were pulling. You pulled the wrong things. Suddy, I'll tell you. You pulled the wrong things. The route was not good. But we double timed the key. Because the smart play is just don't over pull. That's the key right now for these keys is just like, you don't have to do these crazy MDI, massive giga crazy pulls. Like you can just chill. Play safe, big IO. If you're looking for IO and that's what your goal is, don't pull extra. Think about it. What was I doing? I was going to come here. I've opened TikTok, and the very first reel I have found is brain rot. I've got to keep it together. We've got to keep it strong. Okay, let's start inviting people. 11 Algathar, I believe we can do it. The real question is, and here's the actual prediction. Do you think that I could heal it on a 200 item level Pres Evoker? Or should I try to get carried as a DPS that won't do very well? Those are the questions. Those are the options. Probably go DPS. Cape says DPS. Muffin says I can do it. Random says Random doesn't have a lot of faith. 200 is wild. Is it though? Is it though? No biggie either way. I mean, listen, I have 200k health and nothing does 200k damage. So technically speaking, if I was just really fucking good, it would I think I could do it 10 or no, it's 11, right? Think of the YouTube views. I'm not gonna, this wouldn't be posted to YouTube. Hello. I liked what I was talking about earlier. I mean, the conversation we had earlier when I was tanking the Mysara on Brewmaster, honestly, that was a good conversation. That's something I'm really passionate about, and I hope that we can keep doing that, though. A 230 tank. So that's the problem, is that I was a tank, and I had a very geared healer. Gonna be done with the dungeon if you want a Disc Priest. I am this particular... Well, we'll need it after. Toetsu. 100% afterwards, we'll need that. All right, Alcatar Academy plus 11. I'll list it. I'll put Owu in the title. I want to say, I feel like could do it, man. How I Found You is your first kind of troll Pres weekly. And what do you mean first kind of troll? What do you mean first kind of troll Pres weekly? My Pres is a dragon, not a troll. What is this? Death Knight Hoodis. Okay, so hold up. Cape wants to come first of all. I know Cape's coming. That's number one. Random's on his dragon. We have a tank. Who's the last DPS? Who be the last DPS here? Kitty was also there for more chaos though, was she? Natural Magi wants to come on a big shaman. I mean, so he can take care of himself. He's chilling. We will be OCE, I think, at this point. Is that okay? Okay. Is my character set up? No. If I tell you what, Mad Crab, no, don't worry. First of all, nobody knows who you are. I won't even mention that this is you, okay? So second, don't even worry about that, okay? Here's what you need to know. Oh, I miss Magi. Magi should have come. I should have taken Magi. Who's Death Knight June? Who is this guy again? Is that Jason? I feel like I know this person. Avatar. Okay, hold up. I swear I recognize his name, but what is OCE? It's like just the realm based. Oh, I know this warrior. I do recognize this warrior. Way back in the day, I recognize that warrior. Haven't played with them in a long time, but dude, there's so many people on my friends list. I can't even keep track of who's who. I really need an add-on that just tells me who the hell is who, because I can't keep scrolling down. There needs to be a search function, because I can't actually figure out who this is. I kind of want to message them and be like, yes or no, but I don't know who they are. It just is the server ping, because some people have big ping problems. Anyways, fine. I was just trying to figure out who it was. Yeah, this guy, User Jason. There you go. We'll take User Jason. Sorry. If he wants to come. Oh, sorry, I missed you. My bad. That's what I thought. Sorry, I missed you. Yeah, who's this warrior? This warrior was really good. Oh, wait. I've just triple invite. We've converted to a raid group. I've done something wrong. There you go. Let fly. All right. Okay, edit mode. I'm going to have to set up my Pres. It's not looking good, by the way, because the first thing that you should know is that I don't even have any click casting set up. This will be, honestly, prediction should go up. Do you think I could actually heal this? Like, are we going to die? To clarify, I have half the amount of health that my undergeared DPS have. It's not impossible. Never say never. Unless it's to things that you should say never to, and then in which case, definitely say never. Okay, first of all, let me just go click casting and set up my Pres Evoker. Yeah, it's not looking great. I'm thinking like Croth is going to be a problem, but, you know, I'm sure it'll work out. Okay, shift left. My Pres bindings, we got to get them all here, though. Let's go shift right, reversion, left click. right click, add binding is echo always, add binding, control left is here, perfect, add binding naturalizes alt left, add binding cauterizing flame is going to be alt right, there you go, add binding, we need one more, and the thing I am missing is still going to be, I'm missing one thing. I'm missing something. Diving headfirst into the challenge, to be honest. Yeah, honestly, yeah. If for some reason, Mad Crab, we brick your key, I get it back up. My struggle on single target healing? Well, hopefully I'm the only person who needs the single target healing. Did I not save that? Oh, no, misery. I'll put this on YouTube if we time it. We could time it. Oh, okay. Echo, right click, add binding. I forgot to hit save. Left click, add binding, control left for time dilate. This is alt left here. Okay, over this way. Add binding, alt right, add binding. Here we go. Shift left, add binding. Verdant embrace is shift right. Okay, save. Okay, all good now. Echo, echo, perfect. Yeah, my gear, I have 6% haste. It's not looking great. Ooh, it's looking worse. The more I look at this, the worse it's getting. I'm not gonna lie. All right. There should be a Pres Evoker build in my Discord. I'm just gonna go find it. I go Preservation Evoker build. Here we go. Let's just assume that everything's gonna be okay. Yeah? That seems reasonable. What if we just pretend for a second that everything's going to be just fine? I like this plan. This is a good plan. Okay. Use your catalyst charges? No, I'm not going to use my catalyst charge. I don't even have anything. I don't even think I could catalyze this. This is an auction house thing. These are from the auction house. I couldn't even catalyze this if I wanted to. I wouldn't. I actually can't catalyze this, so... You know, oh, wait, there's a neck piece. If we're really doing this challenge, I think there's a neck piece that I can go equip like Warbound something for a little extra stamina. Since we're doing this now, big dragon energy. Thank you. I actually do think there's a neck piece that I could probably take. Yeah, this is like a nice neck piece. It's a crit mastery one, but to be fair, it's 350 stamina. Do I want to waste this champion neck piece? It's kind of nice. It has leech on it. No, I think we just used it so I don't troll the group. Is that reasonable? Owu's Big Dick Energy. Wait, is that BDE? Is that what that stands for? Is through the roof? No, it's through the floor. Because it would be weird if it went that way. It's... Owu... Wait, Lacoos, I thought you had one. It goes this way. To the right, slightly. What is this through the roof? Well, yeah, someone lean toward the left and down. It's either left and down or right or down. Or if you're really unlucky, it's neither. And just kind of sits there in the middle, looking sad. It's curved like a ram horn. Yeah, that's why I always, like, on first dates, I basically just ask people if they want to do Shekianu. Which is a fucking hilarious joke, by the way, but I don't think anybody is going to get that. I'm so sad. Oh. Unbelievable joke just now. Unbelievable joke. Cannot even begin to express to you the level of humor that just was. And it is unfortunate that no one will truly be able to appreciate the absolute genius that went into that joke just now. Unfortunate. My frames are a little big here. All right. All good. Here we go. I have selective hearing. I missed it. Too bad. All right. I'm going to put my CC abilities here. I've got my cables here. Honestly, somebody else should have cables. I should not be the one. We don't have renewing blaze anymore. I'm not going to be using this. Don't need that. Why is my mount on 2? Very strange. Could just put this like this. Put that there. First of all, like this. Okay. Buff is here. You have cables, fantastic. I actually think this will go okay, believe it or not, because I'm thinking about Algathar, right? And I swear, this should be fine. We need Zephyr. Oh, Zephyr's right there anyways. Rescue, I don't really need. Oh, Rescue, I don't have bound. That's the one I normally have bound there. It's okay. Don't really need Rescue. I think I could do this. I think we're going to be all right, because I can always caught myself, too. I could even stasis the caught if I really wanted to on that first boss. All right, let's do it. Here we go. The bird boss is the big thing where I kind of just hope we have good damage. The bird boss I'm a little worried about. But by all means, you have a chance to win some channel points here, all right? Prediction. All right, start prediction. Can a Wu heal 11? It's an 11, by the way. Algathar Academy at 200 item level. The 200 is sus. Actually, I equipped the neck. It's 205. Sorry, 205 item level. Okay? Yes. Right? Uh-oh. Spaghetti-o. You have, I'll tell you what, you can even, I'm going to put this for, you have 5 minutes to make your prediction. Here we go. I know, Lacus. It's so funny, though. It's such a good joke. It's such a good joke. Okay, so traditionally, right? In the Jewish religion, we have the ram's horn that gets blown at certain ceremonies. And the Shekianu is basically the blowing of the ram's horn. It's less funny when you explain it, but it's still really funny. All right. Countdown 10. Let's go. But it was a good joke. Oh, I probably should buy like a flask or food or something, but oh well. Nope. No time like the present. Send it. Send it. Whose key is it? There you go. I got this. I got this. I got this. You have 5. You guys can basically wait to predict if you'd like to earn some channel points here. Wait, hold on. What is this? What is this? Who voted 65,000 channel points as no? Wait a second. Who voted? What is this lack of faith? I'll probably live. Maybe. Who voted no? Who's this no faith? 65,000 channel points. Well, so the way that this dungeon works is no, I mean, no one's getting it banned. Okay. We're going here first. Okay, I'm not gonna get one tapped here. I don't even think I need to send my first charges of scales yet. Yeah, don't feel pressured into doing some crazy pull. You don't need to do all of this at once. I know you're a warrior, so I know you're gonna get clapped. First of all, I will stun after these circles go out, and then I will heal you. Okay, I am encountering my very first problem. You ready for the first problem? Bro, my frames. I caught you here. The first problem I'm encountering is what is wrong with my frames. But nonetheless, we're going to overcome this problem. What frames? These frames. Now, the way that Preservation Evoker heals, my golden hour does not depend on my item level. It depends on how much damage my tank takes. So technically speaking, it should be fine. The buffs are slightly too large. It's something that I am used to hearing a lot in my life, to be honest. So this isn't my first rodeo with this problem. Show HPS meter. Sure. Create new window. We can do this. I don't know if I'm playing Dream. I need to check. Okay. Here we go. I'll move this meter in a second. One second. Annoying. Hold up. There it is. Perfect. He's fine. Because again, the way that Prez heals tanks is technically not dependent on item level. So it's very possible that we can win this. Item level is an unnecessary component. Okay, that's not the overall. Something's wrong about this. There's some training dummy. That's clearly not the actual HPS. Why the training dummy? Okay, we got to reset this. No. I was like, why does it say 1,000 HPS? That was wrong. That's not correct. No, it was more than that. Okay, HPS current poll only. Yeah, there's more HPS than this, at least. At least a little bit more. Okay, here we go. Now, technically, I can actually pre-caw it if we wanted to be, like, extra about this. So watch this, by the way. Did you know you can do this on an evoker? Look at that. Now we don't even have to deal with the bleed. That's old school tech, by the way. That's old evoker tech. What I have just demonstrated is back Dragonflight Pres evoker tech. You can stasis caught and get rid of the... You can pre-caught... Yes, you can cauterizing flame so you don't actually have to deal with that. Correct. You a little bit more confident now? Because I think the prediction is now ending. So you have to make your points known soon. You have to go out on a limb here and basically make a decision. Are we going to time this? Yes or no? It's up to you. You have to make this choice right now. What do you think? I would say right now, I'm going to dispel my tank on cooldown. Here we go. Dragonflight was 8 years ago. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. That's a lie. That's a dead lie. Dragonflight was 4 years ago. Right? It was like 4 years ago. It wasn't... No. It wasn't... It was not 8 years ago. No, hold up. Wait a second. Okay, so I'm going to just caught myself here because I am the 200 item level healer. Okay, we're going to watch aggro for a second. You don't really need to heal until Croth. Like, that's the thing. We can just make it to Croth. Then I'll survive. Okay, if he does shield wall himself there... Get in the puddle, guys. Get in the puddle. Do I rewind for the sake of tank? Golden Hour should be enough on him. The real question is, I'm going to time dilate him 1. Because I need time to heal him. I will dispel him here. I know that he's going to need my help here. I'm aware of the fact that he'll need me. Dispel him 2. On cooldown. Good. He's got the time dilate bleed on him. So he's going to take a lot of damage here. I've got him. You can golden hour the time dilate back up. It's no problem. There you go. GG's. First boss done. Yeah, I like how I'm playing Tetris on this frame with my buffs. I know. This isn't exactly right. So here's the thing. I am going to game this because I do believe it is possible. It's just unlikely. These frames. It's not looking great, man. I loaded into this dungeon and I was like, oh, this is not... That's not right, but that's okay. We're still going to win. Still going to win. Can you explain the cauterizing echo thing? Yes. So basically the way that stasis works is that you store 3 abilities in a stasis, correct? When you hit stasis, the next 3 abilities are going to get stored, no matter what order. They cast in the same order that they were stored in. So technically speaking, what you can do is you can hit stasis, and then you can cauterizing flame somebody that does not have a debuff. If you cauterizing flame somebody that does not have a debuff, it will count as a casted spell, but does not go on cooldown. Does that make sense? Because it won't incur the 1-minute cooldown because of that. And what happens is if you basically hit stasis and then you go cauterizing flame, cauterizing flame, cauterizing flame, no cooldown, you can hit it 3 times. The 3 people that you've cast it on will be stored in stasis. So then you just cauterizing the 4th person, release the stasis, and all 3 bleeds are taken care of. That answer that question? Even here, for example, you can also do the same thing. And for example, I could hit stasis, cauterizing him, and then that next time when I release the stasis, he'll get cauterized again. So I wouldn't release my stasis here because he doesn't need me. But on the following poll, I could do that. And because there are some nasty bleeds this season, it will be very helpful to know when you can basically really save your tank in that scenario. Make sense? So I don't think this one-taps me, but watch this. So for example, if I release the stasis, it will actually go here though. Yes. Pres Evoker is one of those healers that just has an infinite amount of complexity. Those little layers and those little things are actually what separate people who are good at Pres and people who are just kind of experimenting with it. But my experimentation phase was a long time ago, Lacus. So now I know who I am, and it's not weird that I'm a freak. I just am. So here, for example, you also have to know there are many other things, for example. when, for example, does Zephyr work against this mechanic, yes or no? That's actually not always a given. Sometimes it should work, but it doesn't, and it's a little weird. You have to kind of know in advance if this thing is coded as being avoidable damage or not. All sorts of little things for Prez. Very nuanced healer, man. We're doing it. So I just have to heal Croth. Croth is going to be the real big question mark, because I think I have to do this here, especially because I didn't prep that properly. Hi, Abuelita. I panicked there. I wasn't really paying attention. I started coasting a little bit. So now I've wasted some defensives. Croth is the big question mark here. This is the actual question mark. Tawitsu, you are the traitor. You're the one who voted against this key. I mean, you might be getting a whole bunch of channel points. I really think if you make it past this, I can heal the rest. Everything else I can do, this is the part that I'm worried about. Because I'm not actually walking in here with both my scale charges. And this is where I would be... I'm a little bit... This is where it gets suspicious, basically. Right? So let's just put this in here. I have to see what this looks like. Oof, that's a bit hefty. It's a bit hefty. Oh my god, I died on that global. Okay, there's the res. That was fast. Okay, so now I know how much damage it does. No problem. Now that I know how much damage it does, it won't be a problem. Yep, this is the one I was worried about. So how the hell am I living the fire phase? Because that's what I was actually concerned about. What I was trying to do was make sure to see how hard it would be for me to live the fire phase, and I failed. That's okay. This is where it's going to get tough. So I have Zephyr for the fire phase. This one I'll have the haste buff. I just need to global that faster. I just need to not miss and play perfect. Not so bad. That's all you have to do. Easy money. But my stasis is also bugged now, so I don't know when I have it back up or not. Oop, my tank. Okay. I just can't miss the global. Prez, one of the unfortunate things about this healer... I got it. That one's fine. So one of the things about this healer is... in order for you to heal successfully, you need to let people drop low, which is scary, especially if you are under-geared, like me right now. Really would have liked to proc there. We just heal this back up. It's okay. Everybody's fine here. My tank got hit. It's okay. I got you. Whoa, no. Ooh. Okay. So this is where it all goes to shit, probably. I walked in here with all potential things. This is as good. We need to get a good lust burn. Lust. I'm the lust, actually. Here we go. We just need to somehow live this. This is where, if I can make it through this, then we can win. Because this is the last moment that I'm just... So Zephyr does work for this mechanic here. Don't get hit by extra stuff. Okay, so we Zephyr... and then I kind of can't send this extra charge of scales, but I have big cooldowns here. Oh, wow, the boss is already dead. All right, okay, no, we're fine. I actually had overcommitted. I was ready to heal that way more, actually. I was so ready, man. You saw I was going to Zephyr. I had everything planned. I was going to scales and rewind the next. I had everything there. I didn't expect it to die in literally 0.2 seconds. Okay, that way, no, that's easy. So we had the one death because I thought I could take one more tick of that, and I could not. That was on me. Okay, now I have scales for this. This is also something that you can cheese this because... oh my god, my health bar. So, just can't miss a single global, because what the hell was that? What? Okay, so I can't be the farthest person. The only trick here is that basically it will target the farthest person, and so... if it just... yeah, I can't be the person who's farthest from the Ravager. It will always target the person who is the farthest away. So I just need to be hugging melee. Because I cannot be targeted by that. That was ridiculous. Yeah, basically I need to stay inside the Ravager. There you go. Okay. So far, so good. We're just gaming a little bit. I have never been so locked in for an 11 before in my life. Okay. Here we go. Big healing. I've got Dream Simulacra talent. I want to win. The thing is that I am a competitive person. I would say it's going well. Yeah. Well, it's going well right now. But by nature, the thing is, I am actually a competitive person. I kind of want to tell you, I'm like, oh, I'm not, but I am. I can be like hyper competitive. And the only thing I will never be competitive in is how to pronounce hard words like whatever that talent is. You know, the one that doesn't make you teleport to the other thing? It's also in Crown of the Cosmos in the second phase. There's an ad that spawns, and that ad is called the Rift Simulacra. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that's the word. That's the one, Suddy. Simulacra. Yeah, that one. Yep. Can I ask a question? Yes, of course you can, old warrior. Happily. What's your question? Ask away. No bad questions here. Okay, warrior gets kind of shredded here, so I'm ready to help him. What's up, Daddy Ops? We are attempting some sort of challenge because I really want the vault. I am attempting to heal a plus 11 on a 205 item level Preservation Evoker. Now, you might ask yourself, how did you find yourself in this situation? Well, I've assembled a ragtag group of adventurers who were willing to let me try. And that's all I can say. I don't know why they let me try, because I think so far, we've already gotten through most of the hard parts, except for the fact that pretty much everything almost one-taps me, so I'm relatively walked. Because here's how it works. Y'all ever seen Harry Potter? Thank you. Hi, Daddy. I hope you've been having a great... I should call you Ops. Sorry. Not Daddy. It's weird. Hi, Ops. No, we'll just go with Daddy. All right. Hi, Daddy. So here's the thing. Still sounds wrong. If I don't get a character right now, it basically will never get played for the whole season. So it's whatever doesn't get a vault in this exact, like today, it has to be today, is effectively just the forgotten stepchild for the entire expansion. That character will sit on my loading screen, my warbound screen, and it will collect dust for the next 6 months. It is the way it is. I don't make the rules. It is how it is. Like, if it doesn't get a vault today, it's probably not getting played. And I was like, but I really like my Pres Evoker. You know, like Pres Evoker is a healer near and dear to my heart. Favorite healer. I've got all these other characters that I've been working on. But it would be really cool to get a Pres Evoker, a vault. And we were doing some vault keys on my monk, on my this, on my that. And I was like, why not? You don't make the rules? I only make the rules when they benefit me. If they don't benefit me, then I don't make the rules. That's how that works. Again, I don't make the rules. It's okay. I think I'm funny. Yeah, it is my favorite healer, unfortunately. I think Prez is actually super fun right now. Behind the vaults and the characters thing, yeah, so if you're coming back to World of Warcraft, you haven't played in a long time, we have a system which basically is the way for you to get the most powerful items in the game. It's just a chance. It's RNG. It's completely like you might get something good, you might not. But every week, depending on the activities that you complete that week, there is a chance for you to go into the next reset and loot a really powerful item. The power of that item is dependent on the activities that you do. So, for example, the highest reward you can get is from a plus 10. If you complete one plus 10 keystone, then you will get the maximum reward in your vault. If you can do a single plus 10, then you will have one slot. If you can do 8 plus 10s, you get 3 slots. So you get basically 3 chances for your best item. For me, I have 0 slots, and I just want 1. It's going to be the vault reward. I haven't done anything. Why is this week's reward? Because this is the first week that you can get that mythic track item. mythic track item is going to be the most valuable item that you can get. Long term for the season, the item you get next week could actually be the literal best item. I'm gonna need to plan that much better. That was suspicious. That's okay. So Zephyr does work for this mechanic. I've got this one. This one's fine. This one's fine. The next few are going to be getting real spicy. Yeah, I can do it. I just need to plan better. I need to lock in slightly. I got this. No, I just need to keep some hots up. It's okay. So TA is a bit of a shield. Okay. Just maybe I get lucky and it stops choosing me as well. I can heal everybody else. Everybody else will live, so I just need to heal myself first. If I can just double heal myself up, then it will be fine. Being said, we should pretty much go for... So yeah, basically, and by the way, my Discord has a section where you can show me your vault and we can talk about your picks. Extremely important that you understand and you do not make the wrong pick. Very, very, very important, by the way. You're dead, sorry. You were out of range. Prez, this is one of the only fights where range can be an issue if you go the exact opposite direction that I go. You can sim your character, but I wouldn't recommend just relying purely on sims, because sometimes, effectively, what you need to know is that if you have a whole vault of all the slots right now, only one thing matters. Like, at the end of the day, as of right now, you only will take a mythic item. It basically doesn't matter. Maybe if you get your best in slot heroic trinket with, like, avoidance on it, you would consider it. But basically, you would not take anything that is not straight up your actual this right now. Just probably not going to happen. Okay, there you go. I got that one now. I should have been making better use of my TD. You will take a mythic item next week. Now, in the future, you might make some choices, but the way that crests are working and stuff, you will 99% chance you'll be taking your mythic item. Anyways, Daddy Ops, I hope you've had a fantastic start to the season. I know you run your raids. I hope they've been going well. I stepped foot into raid last week and basically never again. Talent build on Druid. It's going to be the talent build on Druid is on... I got you. External my tank. Whoops. That was the wrong button. I pressed the wrong button. Oh, we're dead. Nope, we're alive. Oh, external my tank. I got you. I got you. I got you. Big defenses. Big defenses. That heal does nothing. I might die, but my tank will live. That's the logic right now. I might die. Okay, where's my tank? I'm gonna Typhoon away from him. Just run. Kite. I've got him. I've got him. This is legitimate healing, by the way. I'm doing real numbers here. I'm a real boy. I'm a real boy, by the way. Went to his stream, but he was done. Yeah, Daddy came to say hi. I don't actually know Daddy that well. I mean, it's really getting me, man. The name is... How is this working? Did you doubt? I never doubted. I mean, our timer is a bit suspicious right now. That part is a little bit questionable. We do have to play this end part well, but I have to live these smashes in particular too, though. Just call them ops. I can't call them that. It makes me too erect. Yeah, that makes sense. I wouldn't say that it makes me erect. I'm just worried it makes other people, and it's like, if we wanted to make like a tree and split, we would do that, you know? Okay. So, big healing right now. Oh, I hate these whirlwinds now. This change is not a good change to the whirlwinds. Okay, I need to heal people back up. Is it a good thing? I mean, I guess it's actually a sign that you have good heart health. Do you know that if you struggle to relate to trees, you should get your health checked? It's actually a sign that you might have bad health. We only need these in the first two by the door. If you pull triple, I will not enjoy this. Oh, boy. Okay. Don't panic. Don't panic. This will probably be fine if those extra guys don't pull right now. Here we go. All right, this is it right here. I rewind that one. Please don't get one shot. Please don't get one shot. Please don't get one shot. Okay, we managed to live the first overlap of the triple, but I have zero clue how I'm living the next one. TD, I suppose. The only way I'm living this next one is TD. No, it's okay. This is like a kind of okay pull if I was geared. So we have to TD myself. The question is, can I also heal everybody else as I do this? He might die. I've almost got him. I've almost got it. It's so close. Oh, it was so close. Okay, that's fine. Actually, I don't think they B-res me. I think they can finish this off. No, I don't think I take that res. I don't think so. I don't think I take it. At this point, I actually release and walk back. Yeah, it would be fine if I had full item level. That's okay. We have 5 minutes for last boss. Okay, so we win right now. Like, if we, you know, if you can heal Skyreach on a 205 Evoker, you're the best healer in the world. We'll see. Random send a 14 Skyreach chest to challenge easy 2 chest. Skyreach is such an easy timer. I want to make a video tonight telling tanks, it's like, hey, you do not have to be super crazy aggressive with your routes right now. Why didn't you take the combat res? Because I'm worried about the last boss. Because I'm looking at our timer, I realize that we would definitely survive that pull, Elwyn. But if we don't have a res on the last boss and we have a DPS die or I die on the last boss, then it's GG's. As of right now, I looked at our timer and I said, actually, we're going to live this right now. But I don't know if the nerfs to this boss are actually in yet, and it is still actually kind of hard to do this, especially because I am liable with my item level to get one tap by this. So there was logic behind it. It might have been the wrong logic. I like the new visuals. Visuals are great. Are the hot fixes to this boss already live, by the way? Visuals are great. The fact that you can see the directions that they're going in now. That's excellent. Okay, watch the tank healing. Yeah, Skyreach is just a really tough dungeon for both tanks and healers. I think it's going to be the weakest dungeon of the pool, although personally speaking, Seat of the Triumvirate bothers me more. I would rather do Skyreach than Seat of the Triumvirate, to be honest with you. I don't like either of those dungeons. So that's one reason, by the way, that you don't waste the res early. Holy fuck. Alright, GG's. Unfortunate. If you reset real quick, no, probably not. I mean, maybe if you came back in time. Yeah, this boss sucks. Wait, does this count as a failure? Well, hold up. No, I mean, it would be... No, listen, hold up. Now, let me ask you a question, though. I feel like it was pretty successful. I feel like with respect, I feel like there's an argument to be made about the fact that this actually did succeed. Like, I feel like we were doing good, actually. Yeah, there was like 1 or 2 little mishaps, but in general, I feel like it was doing good. It's a valiant attempt. What you can do, by the way, Mad Crab, in the future, if you want, you can pull this. Yeah, you can pull that boss back to the front part of the door. It helps when you start that fight, not where you were. So what you want to do here is if you just come back and you start the fight basically toward the front of the door, then it'll be much easier. As long as you learn something, it's a win. Damn, that's good. So yeah, if you pull him back here, then we'll have an easier time dodging at the start. Although this fight is just a tough fight. It was pretty close. I would argue that this is probably not a success. I could see the argument for both, but unfortunately for us, I would say this is probably more of a... I think we have to say that it, in fact, did not work. So somebody's getting a lot of channel points that, I guess, go closer to the VIP soon. You know, this boss didn't actually used to be that bad. I mean, it was always bad, but it wasn't this bad. And then they made random changes to it that just made it wildly harder for no good reason. This dungeon kind of got the Miss of Tyrna Scythe treatment where it was just better before they tried to mess with it. It's on me. Dispel myself first. External him. Go heal through here. Range a little bit of a problem. Okay. Big healing. Try not to take too many balls to the face. No balls to the face. Everybody took balls to the face. We don't have another res. Oops. The only problem with this one is just how it's like basically built to be anti-pug friendly. Uh-oh. Man, they really have to actually nerf this. I'm so glad they nerfed it a little bit. It's not so much anti-prez. That's just you really can't get hit by the balls there. Yeah. What are your thoughts on VDH at the moment and in future midnight? VDH is in a weird spot where, honestly, on beta, it was super tanky. Like, it was actually in a really fair spot. It was just that Devour was better. The problem is that right now, it's kind of squish. Like, it does not feel... When I've been healing VDHs, it could just be that they don't know the damage yet. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Of course. No problem. But I would have to count this prediction as not succeed. So somebody's getting a lot of channel points. Which, honestly, I don't even know what I'm doing with my channel points. Normally, I have some redemption for, like, bits for stuff, though. You said you don't like to raid. Yeah, I'm not really a big raider, to be honest. What build are you playing on your Prot Warrior? Let me see. You're playing the pretty normal Prot Warrior build. Oh, you could take that talent out. Yeah, put this in Violent Outburst, but that's okay. That's not a big deal. Not a big raider. It's just not my thing. It doesn't feel rewarding to me to raid. I only do it the first week to obtain my tier set, and then on the main character that I play, and then basically after that, I don't really like raiding. So, not really, no. Is there a chance to get any of the Hulk bear skins from the... When you say Hulk bear skins, you mean the Mage Tower skin, or you mean the ones from the new dungeon that they've actually just come out with? Eek. Okay, good. Dispel myself there. Do we identify as pharaohs? That is a good question, Growens. And to be honest with you, I should publish that as a YouTube short literally right now. Great call, great question, and I should answer that because that's actually super important. I'll talk about it in the Discord too. You should, as a Guardian Druid, not open as Guardian. You should open as Feral. You have a much higher chance of... Oh, no. Panic. I need to log in. I do not have enough gear to actually outgear, and we will chain wipe to this boss. And I cost the res. Panic. How is the room already this full? Okay, I will say that in the Algathars I've done at like higher key levels, this is not the case. Okay, we're dead now. Probably reset. I would just reset one more time. Okay, we gotta not fill up the room that fast. The one thing I will say for sure is we definitely got to stop taking all the extra balls. Let's focus on dodging. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. Yep, it transformed into a weekly lever real fast. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. Papardo. Yeah, if you thought this was bad, wait till you watch me try to heal the next plus 10 on my 170 item level shaman. Okay, it's not actually that bad, but it depends if people get hit or not, though. How do we stop the room from filling up like that? You just can't get hit by extra stuff. Yeah, you should open as Feral. An heirloom gear. Yeah, so they changed this to the pools. It used to be 4, and it's a double. Well, the main thing is that the debuff is double. How do you even get to a +10 with time? Well, you get people to take you. For example, I'm only 205 here, and what happens is you basically make friends. Yeah, Mr. Gank, though, for me, personally speaking, it really feels like raiding is like a chore. I don't feel as though it's like a fun part of the game. In my experience, it is mostly waiting for the person to stop messing up, and I don't find that to be enjoyable gameplay. Like, personally speaking, it just really isn't for me in terms of the fact that, you know what I mean? To each their own. Absolutely. There are so many people who absolutely love raiding. There are so many people who love Mythic Plus. Just like, for example, there are so many people who love housing or pet collecting or this or that. And the magic of World of Warcraft is that we all come together and enjoy the game, even though there are so many different ways to enjoy it. It's one of the only games that hasn't actually just basically become a thing. Yeah, but there are a ton of people who are, and I think the mistake that a lot of content creators make, hold up, Vive. I don't know if you noticed that I'm a little bit undergeared for this particular adventure I'm on right now, so kind of locked in because we are already here. Yeah, ouch. Do we have another res? Fuck. That was on me. I should have been able to dodge that one, but we have no res at this point. We've already wasted all our B reses. Okay, I have to actually not get hit whatsoever. I can't even take one. I will immediately die. I must focus and lock in so that we can finish this. We're not doing it again. We're not doing it again. One more it is. One more it is. I will focus on my brain. So the thing is, at this point, since the challenge has failed, I already feel like I've mentally checked out, but I must mentally recheck myself in, right? It doesn't matter if this is yeah, of course. But the thing is, it doesn't matter if this is, the Grand Hotel. If it doesn't matter if it's the Hungarian small hotel, it doesn't matter where the hotel is, how grand it is. We cannot fit. We must mentally check back in. Here we go. I've got it. Locking in. I can do it. The thing that I struggle with the most in World of Warcraft is dodging. I can execute complicated rotations. I literally can't dodge for shit. I am so unbelievably bad at the dodging of things. That's why I hate this boss and third boss of Seed of the Triumvirate. Okay. What music are we listening to right now? We're almost there. I can taste it. Sweet, sweet victory. Sweet, sweet mythic vault, which, by the way, I wasn't even actually going to get on this character. Why did I have to get double stacks first? Okay, good movement there. That's perfect. One second. I'm locking in. Hardest boss ever. I'm falling behind. Please clear my damn debuff. I've had two this whole fight. The RNG. I'm so close. I could taste the vault slot. It's almost like I should force proc myself getting hit or something. Like, I don't know what to do. This was the actual worst RNG of this. We don't have it right now. It's kind of close, but I'm going to get hit. There it is. We don't got it. We... You could force stack if I intentionally get hit more. No, we just took too many still. No, we just took... No, you could force take it. You could like intentionally take a ball, which honestly, if I take the first two, I was just waiting to take another one for a while there. Whew. Yeah, you can on the bubbles if I have to. I was so close. It was so close. Heal faster. I need my points. Well, it's not going to count as like we have to accept the fact that this prediction is not for me. But yeah, definitely. The only thing they should have changed though, I could put myself at 2 stacks right away on your Demon Hunter. Technically, yes. Think about Blood DK after the buffs. What buffs? Wait, what buffs? Needs to start at the far end? Yeah, a little bit. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. There's only so much you can do because basically it just involves no one getting hit. And I don't know if we had deaths there just to do healing and being out of range of me or if it was whatever. Okay. Ideally, I don't take the first two or I get another one right away. We got this. We got this. Whew. I've never been so locked in for an overtimed 11 before in my life. It's a mechanics issue. Also, I mean, I'm just not geared, but mostly mechanics. Oh, you want your points back? I appreciated the vote of confidence. You know what? Next week, when I have more gear, like another Mythic Vault. Okay, that's much better. Okay, this is fine now. This is good. That's much better. Is Prez range lower than Resto Druid? Oh, yeah, of course. Prez range is definitely still lower than Resto Druid. It doesn't actually have range problems except for this and Veximus. Almost there. We're almost there. We're getting there. We're getting there. It's looking good right now. But I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch. Also, I kind of want chickens. Also, should I just start a homestead? Probably. That's the range because he runs out there. He has TD on him, so he's going to be in danger. Probably have to save res from me, by the way. I wouldn't burn that res. Yes, I do. On Patreon, Lacus. I'm not going to be able to save that. Oh, he's dead. Okay. Technically, you can finish this as long as the tank and I don't die. He's on the other side of the room. Yeah, technically, actually, we still win right now. Hold up, wait for it. Never say never. I've got double stack. Okay, this bomb will definitely be on me here. You can do this. You can do this. It is not GG's yet. I refuse to give up. I refuse. I want my Mythic Vault slot. The things we do for loot in World of Warcraft, where I will probably still never play this healer ever, but I still want the option just in case because I can't make up my mind and I just really want to be able to play my ults because I get bored on the main characters that might or may not be more powerful and more enjoyable, but then eventually I get bored on them, so I really want to play other things, and therefore I have to have mythic items because if I don't have mythic items, then I can't actually play those things properly, so I am forced to do this weekly 10 no lever because I must have a Mythic Vault, and if I don't get a Mythic Vault, then I've basically failed as a human being and I can never play this character ever again. So I must get this. It has to be done. I don't make the rules. If I read chat right now and I would never, and then I died to a ball, I would never forgive myself. So I'm not reading chat for a second. I got this. We have to get this is our moment. This is our moment. We haven't lost yet. It's not GG's. Not yet. Not like this. It's not actually over. It's not over. There's just so many balls to dodge. The last time I saw this many balls, well, I can't tell you about it. Shh, Bupkis. No, I won't. I mean, it's really not that bad of a boss if you just play perfectly, make exactly 0 mistakes, and never, ever mess up. It can't be that bad. It's not even that bad of a boss, really, when you stop and think about it. Okay, watch the affix. Easy money. Didn't get hit once. Okay, except for the end, but that doesn't count. I didn't get hit once until that point. All right. Oh, we did it. Oh, this boss is so bad. I don't think I like this boss very much. We got 0 points. Oh, that was funny. I'll take my cloak. I'll take my plus 25 points in your heart. Nevertheless, we persisted. Yo, thank you so much for the Vol key. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you for taking my very undergeared preservation evoker. Now I will get a mythic vault that I probably don't deserve. 4 item levels from a cloak, I know. Yeah, I went up so many item levels from a cloak. Ooh, spicy. Yo, Mad Crab, thank you very much for tanking. I appreciate it, genuinely. I do. I appreciate you sticking it out. It may not have gone according to plan, but it did now. Yeah, they changed the last boss at the end of beta, Cape. Your stamina showed? Yeah, a little bit. They changed this boss where the biggest change that people weren't thinking about was the fact that the debuff shows both targets. The debuff goes to 2 people instead of 1, which basically just doubles the amount of stacks plus damage you take in the fight. You did great. Thank you very much. You did great. You were, trust me, I literally can't save you. Yeah, I genuinely appreciate that. I cannot save you on my item level, so you had to have been playing well. Otherwise, there was no chance that I would have been able to save you at all. Thank you. All right. Okay, so now the only thing I would say is that we do have to go through this again next week. Because I will take whatever mythic item, but then we'll have to do it again. Because I am a chronic alcoholic and I can't stop myself. Do you have a favorite local food? Local food in Thailand? It's called Pad Siu. Pad Siu. It's like a better pad thai, basically. Okay. Honestly, from that point, first of all, random, how many more vaults do you need? Here's the real question. I just want 1 more evoker. You want 2 more. Okay, we can go grab 2 more real fast. That's fine. We can do that. We could do that. Here's what's going on. Mad Crab, do you need... Here's how this works. It's called tit for tat. You do me a favor, I do you a favor. You do me a solid, I vomit liquid all over you. Just so we can get the whole spectrum of things. I don't think I will get a vault. I think my Demon Hunter and my DK, I think they're GGs. I don't really feel like doing another 10 on these characters. I don't think I will play my Shaman either. I think that these 3 are just going to take a back seat. I think I will try to maintain 5 characters. This guy has 2 slots. This guy has 2 slots. This guy has 1. I'm okay with 1 and 1, and then basically doing this here. So the question is this. Who needs a 10? Because I can come help now, probably. Random. What do you need? You need 2 more. I'm down to help whenever. I haven't done Algathar at that level, though. No problem. You need slots. So I'm happy to return the favor, basically. If you want to bring your shaman, I can bring something. And it doesn't have to be incredibly undergeared. We can still play something. Like, I would still benefit from a Paladin or something. Ready for you, but stuck with plus 12 Resil, so it'd have to be someone else's key. Okay. Okay. What is your... Yeah, that's much better, Cape. I did Sky 10. Shaman was the healer. I died first big pull and never touched the warrior again. At first pulls. That's hard. The dungeon's very hard now. Mad Crab. What time is it right now? I have enough time. Okay, Mad Crab. What item level is your shaman? What are we talking about here? So technically speaking, I could just come tank on the druid. Technically. If we really wanted to do it that way. Good. Prot Warrior is much tankier than Blood DK this season. I guess it depends on who pilots it. Not necessarily Lacus, because still, in terms of what the best tank is, it's always skill expression first, because a really good Blood DK, 251, I believe. Okay, and your shaman plays Elemental, Restoration, or what? Okay, so these guys have 10s. These guys have 10s or 11s. Do I really want to play my Paladin or my Brewmaster more this season? Don't forget you want to make a Feral Loot Vault short. Oh, yeah. Okay, great call. I think I go on the Monk here real quick. I'll do that. Good call, Bupkiss. Remind me again in a little bit, because I already forgot. I can help with the 10 after I'm out of this 5 on my alt. No problem, no problem. I think actually, so if I bring the Monk's pretty stable. 267 sub rogue, potential. I see the potential there. Okay. Oh yeah, sorry. I gotta end the prediction. Whoever voted, I don't know who's getting the channel points here, but somebody's getting a lot of channel points. Total channel points voted on no. I'm almost offended. Actually, it was equal. They're both equal here. All right, choose outcome. Uh-oh. It was a very valiant attempt, but somebody just got a whole bunch of channel points from that one. I still don't know what redeems I should put for channel points. Plus 70k. Sam the Death Knight, never, no faith. There's a lot of stuff here. Here's a Thai crab salad I want to try one day. That does sound pretty good. Okay, so I have a 12 Magister's Terrace. We can do it on 10 or 11. Mad Crab, you're welcome to bring your shaman. I will tank on my Brewmaster. Should have bet more. I put well, normally I would say that the track record, if I put a prediction on my channel, I feel like the track record is in general, it tends to go well. Not always, but it does normally go well. Well, oh. All right. Random, you bring whoever. I think we go 11 Terrace. Do we need an 11 or do we want to go 10? Doesn't matter to me. I'm a little bit more geared here. Oh, this is Mistweaver. Hold up. This is Mistweaver. And then my tank set would be that staff plus this trinket changing to this. Okay, tank equip. Oh, whoops. Okay. I saw 230k max HP on Algathar 11. Knowing how the boss goes in my... All the same to me, just for Volt. Okay, Mad Crab preference. 250 to item level. Waiting until tomorrow to scratch. No, you're fine. You don't worry about your gear. Trust me. We're gonna be fine. Now that we're not doing Algathar Academy, we can't lose. Okay, and do you want to come heal on your Disc Priest? You said I heard talk of a potential Disc Priest interaction. Maybe a little Disc Priest action. It'd be cool. And then Incognito will come. 15 minutes overtime. Actually, not bad, to be fair. You're down to Clown Toitsu? All right, I bet. So, here, let me just list this as a woo, and then we can decide whatever level we want to do. A woo. Competitive. I don't really care about the Monk's IO right now. We're just filling up the vaults for tomorrow. Lovebound Moonguard. I have a feeling that your priest has seen some ins. I'm not 100%, but I feel like there's a very strong potential that that Lovebound from Moonguard has maybe seen some things, you know what I mean? Is this your subtlety rogue, by the way? Because I'm assuming that's you. Is that your subtlety rogue, yeah? Incognito? Nope. Oh, so you're that Dave, that's not you. Who's to say? Perhaps who's to say? Oh, the in comment. Yes, okay. And then Shneev also have no preference. Okay, let me know what your Ellie Shami is going to be. Logging over now. Okay, no problem. I gotta go get a quick glass of milk, so I will wait a second anyways for you. Take your time, take your time, take your time. Say your name is the Switch. Got you. We can just chill. We'll do like a 11, I think, just in case. Let me run a quick ad. I will be right back. I'm just gonna go get a glass of milk. I'll be right back. I need some milk. I need some milk. So you apply on your shaman and then tell me who it is, Mad Crab. Okay. I'll be right back. Hi there, Mr. Cat. Hello. Hi. I was back. Okay. What I miss? Incognito. Sorry about that. I went to get some milk, and then I made a decision. I want to take a bath tonight. I was thinking like maybe I get a massage later. Maybe I do something. I haven't been sleeping too well, and I was like, you know what would be really nice? It's a poster on the wall on the right. We're running Kenshin. Yes, Kenshin poster. And then instantly haven't watched Kenshin in ages. Yep. Hi Zoom. Hi Nez. Whew. Hello there, cat. How's it going? Whew. You know what I want to do? I want to take like a really nice, relaxing, hot bubble bath. I want to go to Lush. I want to buy a bunch of product, and I want to take a nice bubble bath. But I'm going to skip the Lush thing because it's unnecessarily expensive, just like Flasks in World of Warcraft. And instead, I just want to take a nice bath. That sounds like a great idea. Before my calls tonight. And then I want to release some videos about stuff. Okay. We said 11. Very good. What's the Xmog theme? Whatever you want, I guess. What key level you want to do? I'm gonna heat up a little bit here. I'm gonna turn off my AC and I'm gonna open the window. Woo. That's better. I was starting to get actually kind of cold. Okay, I will go drop this key. And as a reminder, next week I will try to be less alcoholic based. I will try to stay on the Druid for a little longer as best that I can. But I make no promises, to be honest with you. How many crests? Oh, don't I have... I have champion crests. Why don't I just use them? Wait, I have champion crests? I've had them this whole time. Why don't I just use them real quick? I have adventurer crests too? Oh, nice. What are my adventure items still? This helmet. Why don't I just upgrade the helmet? Well, I don't need any of these. Yeah, why don't I just use them? Okay, what do we think is actually going to stay most likely? Those are hero crests. I don't want to use that. Champion crest on the trinket seems like a good idea. We can do this as well. Okay. Oh, that's kind of nice. Why don't we just do this? Yeah, that's a good idea. Boom. Nice. Upgrade those. And then those are hero, probably weapon. I mean, I craft a weapon next week, but still. We'll do chest piece then. Champion chest piece, sure. I don't know how much more we're playing the Brewmaster, but might as well upgrade stuff. Champion here. Weapon. Sure, why not? Okay. And so you know, actually, I have always loved anime my entire life, yeah. And something that I picked up on a long time ago was realizing if you just treat yourself like the main character of every single story you've ever watched or read in your life, do you know how much clarity you can find in your struggles? Because I don't know about you, but I don't think I've ever had a favorite character that didn't have a messed up backstory. And for me personally, that's just something I've always thought about. All right, we'll do 11 terrace, not no more than that. What do you think about tank statement right now? The tank balance? I think the tank balance is actually pretty decent, to be honest. I think that Brewmaster is a little bit too far ahead, but if they were to nerf Brew or buff everything else up, it's not the worst in the world that it's ever been. I think there are some underperforming tanks that they should look at. But I don't think it's actually, like, terrible. It's just that I think VDH, Blood Death Knight could get buffed. I think Guardian is okay. I think Prot Warrior is good. I think Brewmaster is very good. And I think Prot Paladin could use an armor buff, and then it would be great. Give or take. Prot Paladin's not exactly bad right now. It just needs a little bit of an armor buff, which is an easy thing to do. right, let's roll. Defensive could help a bit? Yeah, I think a little bit, though. I wish Pally was more tanky. I like my Paladin right now. I was playing him earlier, but Paladin just needs a lot of healing. Like, is it doable? Yeah, but it needs a lot of healing, so it feels a little rough. You ever play Reinhardt in Overwatch? No, I don't actually really play Overwatch. It's not really my thing. Damn, that's a Mog. Wait, well, you got actually, like, you are, like, mogged up. Holy, wait, look at this. Hold up. Both of you have good Mogs. What is this? That's a World of Warcraft character. That's a Moonguard character. World of Warcraft, Moonguard. World of Warcraft, Moonguard. Average WoW player, Moonguard. Moonguard people are something else. Are you using Hero Crest or saving them? At this point, save them, because reset's going to be soon. So I would definitely not send Hero Crest early. Alrighty. I would say the right idea here, Brains, is definitely just to send them at this point. Would hold them, because you're going to get your vault tomorrow and you have no idea. The chances of you sending it on an item that you end up regretting is kind of high. So I would just save it for a second. Don't worry too much about it. Your item level in the next 8 hours has nothing, not too much. Boom, boom, boom. But I did mean that, by the way. I was serious. If you actually just start treating yourself like the main character of your own story, you're going to find that you have a lot more success in whatever change you want to accomplish. I think sometimes we actually forget that you are the main character of your own novel. Like, no one else is here. It's just you. And some people have main character syndrome, which is not so good. But just treating yourself like somebody who's been through hardship. Haven't all of your favorite characters been through hardship? At least mine have. I've always admired characters that had like the most absolutely traumatic, the most absolutely kind of honestly messed up backstory, and you're just like, how are they ever gonna, how are they ever gonna move past this? And yet they do, and they find a way. And I'm fascinated by that sort of journey that people could somehow, go through such effectively terrible things, and come out kind on the other side. That's crazy to me. The thing is, everybody, you can survive. Surviving is overrated. Thriving and still figuring out a way to be kind on top of all that, that's amazing. That's interesting. And that's a challenge. Because if you get through it, but you become bitter and angry and resentful toward life because life slighted you, that's not really winning. That's just, for now, making it to the next day. Sometimes that's all you can do. But long term, figuring out how to still maintain kindness on top of all that, man, what an absolutely insane goal to have in your life. To just think, how can I be kinder? How can I use the experiences of my past to say, I don't want anybody else to have to go through this? That's some good stuff. Oh, my healer got sent back. I won't pull the Pyromancer. It's okay. Brewmaster is quite strong right now. Although I'm not exactly super geared. I'm more geared than I was for all the rat characters I've played so far. This is I would say it's going pretty well. But yeah, I think that's what truly fascinates me, is just if you've seen genuine maliciousness in your life and you've had you've had to confront real darkness and significant emotion, I think that the only real... What happens as a result of that, if you go through it and you process, is that you become kind. Not nice, not in a fake way, just in a kind way. You sort of go through your life. I think Doctor Who is a fair example, where you just kind of want what's best for people, but you also have no expectation that they're going to be able to accomplish it, because it's hard to change. And so you kind of learn to appreciate people for where they're at, not necessarily where they could be. Although perhaps you're the type of person who can see where people could be. But you don't let that... You don't let that make you cynical. You don't let that make you bitter. I think that's the goal. I think if you can accomplish that, you've won. Because that's not so easy to do. One of my favorite quotes I ever came up with a long time ago was, I would rather be an optimist and an idiot than a cynicist and right. What's the point in being right if you're unhappy? Like if you're just in the depths of despair all the time, what's the point of being right? I think about these things a lot, especially when I'm tired. You know how some people, when they're sleep deprived, they actually get like really loopy in the sense that they're like saying like absolutely nonsensical stuff and they don't make any sense and they're just like talking random nonsense. For me, when I haven't slept, I end up becoming way too philosophical and I have a hard time joking around with people. People will like tell me a joke and I'll be like, so it is actually a great question. What is the meaning of life? Now that you mention it, I am curious actually. I should consider that. You know? I think I'm not always the best person to have at like a bar when I'm sleep deprived. Lucky for me, I don't like going to bars, so that works out. Hey, Areth. Well, with the amounts of hours that I have streamed this week, you'll probably get a long bunch of it, though. It is very annoying to me, Vati, that 42 is in fact 6 times 7. Huh. I ain't never thought about that, actually. It bothers me that you're right. I've never actually made that connection before. You know that I have streamed, I think the amount of hours that I have streamed this week is equal to the amount of hours that I have streamed in the entire month of March. So like 1 week was the amount of hours that I have streamed actually in an entire month. But also, I have a hard time keeping up with what the youngins say nowadays. What does 6-7 mean? They'll tell me nothing, and I will say, why? Why does it mean nothing? One more? Soon. Soon, Muffin. More proof the world is a simulation. You know, if it is a simulation, I actually don't understand why people get so up in arms about that. You know, if the world is truly, if we're all in a simulation, doesn't that mean we should just have a whole bunch of fun? Like, isn't that awesome? To me, at least. That would not be like a negative thing necessarily. I don't know why everybody always interprets that as if it would be like, oh, it'd be the end of the world. Nothing would have meaning. It's like, no, it'd be the opposite, wouldn't it? Is it Brewmaster supremacy? Kind of. I mean, I'm not that geared, but I also have sent a few little things, so I'm more geared than I was, to be fair. But yeah, Brewmaster is just actually super tanky right now. The reason it's being played so much is not necessarily just that its damage is decent. It can be decent in AoE, but it's way more just because it is actually just, it can live everything. And in a season like this where your timers are not tight, it's more important that you live, if that makes sense. Like, even these pulls should be near one-tapping me on Brew. And also, I'm not exactly the best Brewmaster, so if I can live on Brew, then trust me, you can live on Brew. Because I'm actually quite bad at this tank. In general, I would say it's my least good tank. Might as well swap back to how it is this season. Yeah, VDH is in a super weird spot. It's actually pretty surprising to me because, like I said, on beta, I don't know if it's just scaling or stats or what, but VDH was really very immortal on beta. It just didn't do the most damage. It had a bit of a competition with how good Devour was looking. But it's interesting to me, Dash Sneaky Sheep, that VDH is actually feeling like so squishy right now, though. Yeah, what's up, Solo? I'm doing a whole bunch of alt stuff. We're bringing the Rat Tuesday alt fills, you know? That's actually, it's not just you, by the way, Fies. There's so many tank players who are just either... Brew is just in a very, very polarizing tank because a lot of tank players like every tank except Brew, and a lot of Brewmasters like everything except... They hate every other tank except Brew. It's a very polarizing tank in that sense. I find that to be interesting. Still think that's an interesting fact. It's like it plays almost the opposite of how many other tanks play. So I think there's a ton of tank players who are just not really feeling it, if that makes sense. Watch the glaive. You're enjoying your warrior tank? I feel like warrior is actually super good right now too. But to be honest with you, you know, Solo, one of the things I don't like about the WoW space is that we all get so meta driven. Like, well, we got to play this, you got to play this because it's the, you know, it's the best. Just play for fun. I think it's actually, for some reason, I think it's so easy to forget that this is a game. It's not a job. I don't think it's a job. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, I hope not. But this is something that we do for fun. I guess you're a streamer, so perhaps there's some element of work to it, though. But the idea is like, yeah, this is just what you're supposed to play for fun. Man before boss, no problem. Can do. Brew isn't fun anymore, in your opinion. Now, a lot of Brewmasters also felt that too, though. I feel like chores at times fill the vault. Yeah, Vati, I would say yes. I would say that like days like today, although they're fun to play some alts, I think as of right now, I'm like, okay, I've been playing alts for 5 hours, 6 hours. Like, I'm kind of chill. I'm done now. But I'm not actually done though. You know what I mean? So I am still here, and that feels a little, I guess, like that. I mean, I shouldn't be the one to get this, but okay. Ready? Everybody in? Do you have a favorite character in World of Warcraft Solo? Because every time I actually ever come to your stream, you have a wildly different... sometimes you're on a Paladin, sometimes you're on this, sometimes you're on that, etc. though. Your content is very good, mate. Thank you. I'm glad that you guys like it. I'm excited to make a bunch more. I've been so distracted by Mythic Plus this week that I haven't been able to make a lot of content, I feel like. So it would be very cool for me. Maladrim just subscribed. Yo, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. I hope that my content can continue to help people. Monk has your heart. I feel like Monk is actually one of the most fun class designs. It just doesn't always end up being, you know, meta. And so I can struggle there. But I actually think that both Brewmaster, Mistweaver, and Windwalker are all absolutely fantastic. Oh, I got silenced. My bad. I think they're all Omega fun specs, to be honest with you. Just like the way that they're played. I think Windwalker is amazing because just by nature of how its mastery works and hit combo and stuff. You play on NA servers? Yes, I do, Telrun. Yeah. I live in Asia, but I still play NA. NA OCE. Doesn't... Same ping for me. I kind of want to still try the big pull. Although we can bring it forward too. How is the MS? Oh, it's always quite high for me, but I get used to it. It's okay. Not the end of the world. It's like, I normally play around 200 plus ping. I just get used to it. No need to do crazy pulls. Yeah. I'm you just have to learn how to predict things before they happen, you know? Mind if I ask a question about flurry stacks? You can absolutely ask a question, Mike. However, keep in mind, I might not be able to answer your question. I would definitely not like to answer anything that I don't fully know the answer to. I might direct you toward somebody like Shaw if you have a very specific question about Monk that I cannot answer. I would love to direct you to somebody who can answer that question. Mobs simply don't show up here. So if they don't show up, it's probably because your tank is either too far ahead. I learned this the hard way, that you have to be here, give or take. So bringing this forward seems like a good idea at the moment, though. You want all your questions answered? I'll do my very best, Solo. Ask away. Ask me your questions. But if your first question is 1 + 1, what does that equal? I warn you, I might not be able to answer. I can't answer smart questions like this. Might be above my pay grade. Big birds. Big bird. Big bird. Big bird. It all starts from Sesame Street. I wish I could set up my Elgato as your voice is like honey in your ear right now. The advantage of having honey in your ear is that if a cannibalistic society was ever to try to find you, they would be able to eat your ear because honey acts like a preservative. And so even if like 1,000 years from now, a society was to uncover your remains, it's interesting that technically speaking, like they wouldn't probably get sick if your ear, if there was truly a lot of honey in your ear, that would actually work out. Yeah. It was the first thought that come to, it was, I don't know. It was the first thought I had. I don't ask where the thoughts come from. I just say them. I've learned they're not intrusive thoughts if you don't stop to realize that they might be intrusive. Now, I appreciate you saying that, Tint, and I say this because when I was younger, I caused a lot of problems. Show us my Google history. On my computer, sure, because ain't nobody use their computer for that stuff anymore, Solo. We use my phone like a civilized person so I can lay down and enjoy some self-soothing activities. You don't use your computer for that anymore. You use your phone like a human being. So my PC history, no problem. I'll show you that in a heartbeat. My phone history, unfortunately, it just so happens that my phone fell out of that window just a brief 5 minutes ago. Yeah, honestly, I feel like it's so easy to complain about life. Like, there's always so many things that are like going wrong with everything. And I totally understand that. But I'm just saying, we used to have to sit down at a computer at like the dark of night to like obviously do like self-soothing activities like play RuneScape and stuff. But nowadays you can just do it on your phone. Do you know that they have OSRS for your phone? There's a mobile app for OSRS. You can basically do everything in the game. You know that? You can play OSRS on your phone now. I think it's pretty cool. I should be fine to do these absorbs. Do you have a work phone and a private one? If I had to use my phone for work, that'd be tough though. Never played RuneScape. It's a it's a great self-soothing activity. It's like a cozy game actually. A lot of clicking the same button, but it's kind of fun. No, I tint though. I do actually. I thank you for saying that my voice is soothing to you because I've had this microphone for a long time, so I don't actually know how to set it up properly. But I will say this. When I was younger, I always felt like I was a burden to everyone. And I always felt like I caused so many problems to the people that I cared about just because there was always something wrong with me. I always had like medical problems and I always had like mental health problems or whatever. And so I kind of always wanted, I think my goal when I was growing up, I looked at my favorite anime characters and I looked at everything and I wanted to be a warrior and like somebody who could overcome incredible hardship. But as I got a little bit older, I realized that I actually didn't want to be a fighter, nor did I want to be a cliche lover. Do you know what I actually wanted to be? My goal was I wanted to be somebody's peace. I realized along the way that that's what I really wanted. All I ever really wanted was to be somebody's peace. So when I get a few comments like this since I started streaming, and people say, hey, I put your stream on to fall asleep, you have no idea how much that means to me. I feel like $1,000,000 when people say that. Except I don't actually feel like $1,000,000 because if I felt like $1,000,000, I guess I don't know what that feels like. Never had $1,000,000. If anybody wants to donate $1,000,000, I'll tell you what it feels like. You're a shiny human. Thank you. I like who I am. I'm really proud of who I am. If y'all ever heard my full life story, I have every reason in the world to be bitter. Maybe not every reason. It's easy for me to be cynical. My humor is sarcastic. It's easy for me to look at the world and say, what's the point? But actually, I'm immensely proud of the fact that I can see how beautiful everything is. I think that's probably my greatest accomplishment, is that somehow after everything that I went through, I didn't succumb to cynicism or bitterness. And perhaps people who have had many mental health problems or physical problems or just a tough life, you might be able to relate to that. People always talk about how cool it is that you made it through. That's awesome too, 100%. Like, you managed to make it to tomorrow. Congratulations. But I think that for me, like, the fact that I not only made it to tomorrow, but also that I did so with a little bit of kindness in my heart, that's so cool. I stop and think about that sometimes. I think it's super cool. I mean, I'm just chilling in Thailand. I'm playing my favorite game, playing a tank that I'm not that familiar with. I'm in a bit of a flow state right now. I really miss Monster energy drinks. I'm a little upset that they don't work for me because I bought 4 of them and I drank 2, and then I realized I was hearing colors, and you're not supposed to hear that. So I had to stop drinking them, but there are 2 more in the fridge, and I was like, maybe if I try like half a can, because like I really like them. They're like really really good. So I wanted to drink like a whole bunch more, and I'm still kind of sad that I cannot handle caffeine like a normal person, because like how cool would it be if I could just like slam a Monster like big gaming hours? But alas, I am old now. I'm not as young as I used to be, so apparently not. It's not in the cards for me. Also, did the hotfix go in that the books now count for percentage? What does red taste like? 40. If you're in the US, Peril. If you're not in the US, then red just tastes like strawberry or cherry. Yeah, they didn't make my heart do the thing when because I basically haven't had an energy drink in like a long time. This feels so weird getting 3K first week. Yeah, so I feel like that what they should do for this season is they got to make an extra award for like 3.5K or something. Like people need a goal. I don't know what they're going to do because like a lot of people have already accomplished their IO goal because they had set that in the past. Now, if they move the needle a little bit and they say, actually, hey guys, the mount is going to be at 3.5, like that's fine, right? Then you just have a different number to shoot for. But it is weird that people are already 3K because on one hand, I like the fact that keys are so accessible, but it makes me worried about the longevity of the season. You see what happens to games like people really liked Fellowship, but no one's playing Fellowship right now, as an example, right? Like there needs to be a little, you need to have a goal to work for. Like they can't just hand you things. There needs to be a level of hardship to overcome in order to obtain the reward that you're after. I'm really worried that the season is going to have the most ridiculous fall off rate compared to any other season that's ever existed. Yeah. Like we're already, because we don't have a lot of power to gain. Like if you did everything right, you're probably around 270. Like let's say you've maxed out your stuff, you're around 270 today. Max item level's 289. So over the next 5 months, you will get 15 item levels tops. That's weird. Like we're getting there real quick, and then we're already like again, a lot of people are already at 3K. Oh, you can drink, no problem. It's just strange for sure. I don't know how I feel about that, to be honest. Again, I think that it's good that it's so accessible right now, but it might end up being bad. Like it might end up being kind of not so good for the game, depending on how that ends up going out. I guess we'll see though. What's the story? What's the story for your move to Thailand? That's so sick. Oh, the Thailand story, huh? So I didn't plan to move here at all. It was complete coincidence. I didn't know anyone in Thailand. I'll tell the story again, yeah. For those who have heard it, you could chime in. But basically, I had zero clue I was going to move here. I was traveling Asia, my best friend, never been to Asia before. I've always wanted to come. I knew I've always wanted to go to Asia, but I didn't have any plans. I was just like, cool. It happened to be a good time in my life, which I'll tell you the full story if we have time for it. But it was basically a 2-month round trip, and always wanted to come to Asia. Never been. Was traveling with my best friend. We landed in Singapore for a few days. We were going to go to Vietnam, Cambodia. We were going to go to Laos, and then we were going to come to Thailand. And we were in Thailand for like a week, and I just had this random feeling. I was like, man, like this place is amazing. Like I have this weird feeling like maybe I should stay. And I remember like I called my family and they were like, "What?" And I was like, "Yeah, like what if I just took like a gap year?" I was around 20. I was 20 years old, so my company in Ohio had just failed and stuff, so I was kind of between things. I had nothing going on in LA. I had just moved back in with my parents like before this, so I was like, yeah, maybe I can like what if I found like work here and stuff? Like what if I could make it work? And I just felt like it was an adventure. I had never done anything like that. I'm not really a social person. I don't like going outside, so I was like, I'll just challenge myself and I'll try something new. I'll see what life would look like if I moved here. So I gave myself a month to figure it out. I canceled my return flight. I said, okay. And I had a tiny little suitcase with me because, again, I had no intention to move here whatsoever. So it's not like I had a plan or anything like that. I was just chilling. And right before my 21st birthday, I made a choice. And I was like, that was December, my birthday's in January. And I said to myself, hey, if by my birthday I couldn't get there. Oh, shit. We let the dock go at the very end. Sketchy, sketchy, sketchy. I should have tigers lusted. But I told myself if by my 21st birthday I have people in my life who want to celebrate my birthday with me, I would stay. And by that point, I was staying in a hostel, and there was like a group of like 15 people, and they were like, "It's your birthday? Like, what are you doing for your birthday? Like, it's so exciting. Like, what do you want to do? What do you want to do?" And I was like, "Huh. Oh, I got the Hawks Trader." And I was just like, interesting. So I decided to stay. That was 8.5 years ago. Isn't that wild? Isn't that crazy? It's still crazy to me that that's actually the real story, by the way. Do you guys want the mount? I don't really collect mounts. Do you guys want it? I don't use mounts. I won't ever use this. You guys want the mount? You want to roll for it? Yeah, roll for it. Sure. Roll for it. Sure. I'm not going to use it. I'm not a big mount person. That's the story though, Thomas. That's basically how I moved here. I just made a choice at that point though. Oh, D2 Mephisto. I didn't even notice your donation earlier. D2 Mephisto, are you still there? I'm sorry, I didn't have my YouTube open. You give me a $5 donation? Bro, thank you. I appreciate that. That was very nice. Incognito, come collect your mount. So, 1 or 2 more keys. I actually am really kind of enjoying how fluid Brewmaster feels. Surprisingly, I actually like this tank right now. So what do you do for a living there? It's like finding work in a different country culture. Well, A, you need to make sure you have a proper visa. Make sure you don't ever do, everything has to be above board. So you have to figure out your visa situation. When I first got here, I was just teaching at like different English schools. And then eventually I found modeling work. And that's actually where I became a model. These days I work online as a trainer. So I do personal training and physical therapy for people across the world, but I work with people in their living room, so can connect anywhere. The main issue for me is the time difference. So like my work is late night and early morning, and then I stream in my daytime. And that's my day. That's it. That's my schedule. One more key for you, random. I believe you needed one more at least. I got a 12 Windrunner Spire. Feels very chill, and also great healing on your Disc Priest. Felt very chill. Well, very good. But yeah, when you move to a different country, it can be scary, especially because I don't know anyone. Yeah, bring your mage for sure, for sure. I think it definitely takes a certain type of personality to just say, "Hey, I'm gonna leap of faith this, and I'll figure it out." But it's scary. One of the best decisions I ever made. Like I couldn't imagine what my life would look like if I didn't do that. You know. Well, incognito. 237. That's high item level in my book. I don't know if you were here for the previous key we did, but I was 205 item level and I found an 11. We probably should have just done that Algathar at 10, to be honest. I don't know why we did it on 11. Now that I think about it. Yeah, my Evoker was 205. My Warrior earlier was like 213, and I got him an 11 as well. I'm, well, it depends. Let's see what we're doing next. I think Random wants to bring his mage. Mr. Mad Crabs, what would you like to do? It depends. If I drop this to a 10, we could totally do it. We just need a good healer then. Thanks for the run. Was a lot of fun. Yeah. Thank you. Next is sub 200, the item level. I'll stay on shaman. Okay. Sure. I appreciate it, Toitsu. Thanks for healing. I hope I can continue to add as much positivity to the community as possible. Have you ever been to Thailand, Thomas? Wish me luck on this 13 Skyreach. Please hurt your DK. Yeah, Muffin, I feel like if you're playing DK, the biggest thing is this. This pull, like, just make sure to split stuff and understand AMS very powerful. The big guys, if you didn't know this, Muffin, you know the big blade talent dudes who do the shear? That shear is nature damage, AMS. You can mitigate it. Very helpful. Yeah. Are you on EU? No, Stefanos, I am on NA. Play NA. It is like 6 p.m. for me, so I'm happy to do... I feel like if I do one more, I want to do 2 more. Oh, no, it's 3 more on the monk. I'll do 1 more. I'm not going to do 3 more on the monk to get a full... I'll take 2 vault slots. I'll take 2. One thing I wanted to try was in Thailand was crocodile from a night market. Didn't get to. Next time, Toitsu. How many times have you been to Thailand? I'll stay on shaman. Okay. If we have random on his mage, random, what's your mage's item level? We can't be all too low. Mad Crabs is Ellie Shaman. It's quite a bit though. What's your favorite part of living in Thailand? It's where I want to retire to. 250. Incognito, it's pushing it a little bit. I feel like we could do it. Just pushing it though. I actually met my girlfriend there last year. Oh, nice. We're both Aussie and everything just kind of fell into place. That's interesting. Yeah, why not? You can. You do decent damage. I think if I drop it to a 10, honestly, I think it should be fine. We just need to find a good healer. I mean, I could also heal it technically. We find a good tank instead. But I think it's better if I tank. Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, bring it. Incognito, I appreciate you coming to help. Let's get your monk a vault. Absolutely. Let's a weekly no lever this. I'm ready. I'm ready for pain. Yeah, bring it. 100%. Just once for work before I switch jobs? Gotcha. Do you do bear raid coaching? Just raid. Just keys. I wouldn't... I mean, I can coach you on like some damage stuff, but I wouldn't hire me as a coach for raid, to be honest. If you're looking for pure damage stuff, that's no problem. Because that's not... Like, damn it, like doing good parsing raid is not that difficult. You just have to figure out your timings. And then... Like last week when I was raiding Vinny, I just raided for 1 week to get my first tier slot, and which I didn't even end up using. But it's just figuring out your timings. So for example, on the dragon boss, realizing that I could time a starfall as an example to parse like this, or the 99 big world rank 23 I got on Chimeras as an example. Like, let's take a look at my parses here. These are just timing things. I don't think you need a whole coaching call for it, to be honest. I think you just need a... Yeah, you don't even need to like coaching call this. Look, so this is the logs here, right? This was the Chimeras. Vanguard didn't go my way, but the Dragon Boss as well. This was just like padding on the orbs and stuff. Veracious, I would just need to re-kill this with more gear. But then like to get good parses... You just need to know your timings on the fight. So this was basically, I told the other co-tank I would take both down. On normal, when I killed Crown of the Cosmos as well. This parse here was just basically the first phase, getting as much damage into the ads as possible. So yeah, that's, you know what I mean. It's just timing. Raid parsing is all timing, basically. And trying to figure out how much you can pad. Okay, yeah, let me list it. No problem. We'll do 10 Windrunner Spire. But yeah, I'm not much of a raider. Not really my thing. If you are looking to parse in raid, Vinny, are you just basically trying to improve your parse overall? Is that what you're looking for? I'll list it as a 10 windrunner. And I'll put, a woo in the name. I might need to, if I actually play my monk, would I need to rename my monk? Tazdingo. All right. So I know we're going to have a little bit of a lower item level group. My monk's at the bottom. I see you there. We should be able to get you a 10. The real question is we need a healer. Trying to get better in general, even defensive-wise. So this raid, I don't think it hurts tanks defensively that much. You just need to get your taunt swaps right. In particular, moments like the Vanguard fight, the Paladin fight, that's like a really big, you need to make sure you cannot miss your taunt on heroic and stuff. As you get into mythic raiding, unsure if things start hitting a little bit harder. But basically, hey Vicious. Hey Vicious. Come to EU, I'll heal all your keys. I have friends in NA. I'm actually really excited. My goal this season is to play more with my friends. I have always been kind of a lone wolf when it comes to WoW. I'm a professional pugger, as they say, which honestly, I'm kind of over. I don't know about you guys, but I'm not a huge fan. I mean, it's like a skill, and I don't mind the fact that I'm good at the skill. I feel like I'm really good at pugging keys. I know how to make adaptations. I know how to basically plan for when things don't go according to plan. I think I'm good at pugging keys. But I don't want to be good at pugging keys. I just kind of want to get IO. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like, honestly, part of me goes, yeah, but look at my IO for the fact that I pug. And I'm like, no. I just kind of want to have IO. I'm getting older. I don't want to play these games no more. You know, I don't want to play these games no more. I just actually just want to be flat out good. And I don't want to be like good for this. No. Just good. That's the goal, you know. Drop key. Dropping key. Let's roll. Starting a woo rant. Monkey, you want to choose my rant or shall I choose the rant? I've been having thoughts recently. I've been having a bunch of thoughts. I'm ready to rant. Thank you for the tips. Going to watch your bear videos again anyways. Happily. I think I never actually posted like how I would do raid stuff. I've never actually posted any of the raid kills that I've done. Honestly, you don't want to see me raid because the truth is it's degenerate. Ooh, whoa, my game did a weird thing. Transmog mount bricked my graphics, holy. To be honest with you, raiding is bad. Like if you're trying to parse, the things that I would do to parse on like to get 99 is you don't want to see that. I don't want you to see that. How do I get gear the fastest right now? Good question. As a tank and higher keys, what's up, Alden? Am I correct that the tank needs to know the routes and what to interrupt? Yes. Yeah. I'd like to try higher keys, but don't want to mess it up for the group. You are responsible for the route. In general, yes, Balded. You are responsible for the route. It is up to you to understand that at a higher key level. That being said, there are so many resources that you can use to feel more comfortable with that. Primarily, go into my Discord and just copy my routes. That's like, you don't even have to think about it, honestly. Just go into my Discord and find the routes and copy them, and you can study them like this, and then you can make adaptations depending on your comp or whatever. Routing is a huge barrier to feeling comfortable as a tank, but ultimately, you're chilling. It's not that bad once you get into it. It feels bad. It feels like so much homework, but trust me, you play the season for like a week or two, no problem. I honestly feel like the routes become kind of second nature, including how the routes get messed up too. If you're pugging your keys, the best thing that I can tell you is this. Don't anticipate that everything goes according to plan or according to route. Anticipate that everything goes wrong. As in, expect your hunter to disengage and butt pull something. Plan for that to happen. Build in that percentage. Yeah, but like literally build it in. Yeah. No joke. All right, let's go. Count down 10. I am surprisingly enjoying my Brewmaster. Any add-ons to schedule out? Yeah, Telrun, MDT. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'll show you this right now. Oh, yeah, if you don't know how this works, I'll show you. Get this add-on. It's called right here. You can look at the route like this, and you can decide what polls you're doing and add notes or whatever. This is called Mythic Dungeon Tools, and then that's how you import my route, if that makes sense. Yes, I think they should absolutely keep cooking on that, to be honest, Vati. I think that that's a great start, but I think it's only the start. I think they need to go way harder, and I think they need to actually increase that all the way up to at least 10s. I think at least 10s, to be honest, if nothing else. My poor healer. He's geared and stuff, but I don't think he was doing stuff. The Tron also break the stream. I only see the transmog window. Wait, what? You guys, is it? Oh shit. Wait, really? I'm in the key. We're literally in the dungeon right now. Oh, that's hilarious because it did actually brick. Oh, bro, that's so funny. Hold up, let me sec. Oh, you're right. Bro, that's so funny. Okay, hold on a second. Let me finish this poll because we're in the dungeon. I'm literally in the dungeon right now. I had no idea. Yes, MDT overlay would actually go so hard, and I don't know why they did this though. Okay, one sec. Stream weird. Hold up. I finished this poll, and then I will just refresh that. That's super funny. Thank you for letting me know, because I had no idea. Okay. Which is the game capture? How do I even... WoW retail. Oh, it like completely bricked. Well, that's super weird. Okay, hold up. Capture any full screen. Capture a specific window. Bro, it like really bricked. I'm in the key right now. Okay. What? How did this happen? How did this happen? This is so weird. Transmog main? Oh, it like actually bricked. Okay, I can do what about like a window capture for WoW? Would that work? No, it's just a giant white screen. Bro, what? This is so weird. This is the weirdest thing. Holy. Okay, hold up. I just gotta restart my game real fast. That should fix it. We're in the key right now. I'll restart the game. That's super weird. That's hilarious though. Why did the transmog thing brick it so hard? That's okay. Can you guys see my game now? Is it working now? That would be so random if it actually just completely bricked. Okay, hold up. Wow. You guys can... I don't... It's not coming up. Okay, so what I could do... There you go. All right, back. Good? All good now? Okay, voila. Done. I think I see it. We back? Okay. Hey, question for you guys. If I could upload any content to help people, if you could basically ask me to make anything, what would you want me to make? Okay. Loot Minute nuances. Interesting. Well, one of the things I have to clarify in my Discord, at least, is whether or not, as a Guardian Druid, you should be opening your vault as a Feral Druid, which you should. Because you should not open as Guardian right now. Too many weird tank trinkets this season. You would so much rather get it. You'll have a much higher chance of getting the item that you actually want. Okay, let's not overpull this. You could open as Boomy. I was thinking about doing that because I'm not going to craft a intellect weapon. But I also want to play Resto. But Resto is not my favorite healer, so I wouldn't actually want to do that, though. On that note, does jumping give a chance for melee attackers to not hit? No. You're not going to do extra dodging if you... Yeah, you're not going to do, like, extra dodging if you start jumping a lot. That's not how that works. In fact, you probably will take extra damage. I jump because habit. Scumbag Han shot first. Whoopsie. Sorry. Do we open as Brew or Windwalker? So Brew scales slightly better with healing absorbs. I am not fully up to date with exactly what Brew is going to be looking for gear-wise. I would probably assume the answer is Windwalker because there are still too many tank trinkets that you don't want. Unless there is a very specific tank trinket that you are after on Brew, the answer is Windwalker. I'm good. Bear specific, I struggle with understanding when to shift forms or DPS. Only Heart of the Wild every 2 minutes. Back to bed? Okay. Bye, Tawitsu. Good luck on your vaults as well. There's a part of my Discord, by the way, because this is the hardest thing for me in the world. It's so hard. Do you guys realize that vaults come up at basically 2 a.m. for me? Do you know how rough that is? Because I have to make a choice, and the choice is that I cannot log in to check them. Because I know I'll probably be awake, like I'll just be finishing work, so I'll be thinking to myself, in 30 minutes, the servers are coming back. And there's so much dopamine, like I really, really want to check the vault. But the problem is if I check my vault, and it's a bad vault, then all of a sudden, my night is ruined. If I check my vault and it's a good vault, then I'm so excited I can't sleep. So either way, I fail. I should not check my vault before bed. There's no world where that's the right thing to do. And yet, the temptation is there. You are not streaming full time? No, old whiner. No. Definitely not. It would be cool. I think it would be awesome if stream... It's kind of already developing. I mean, for everybody who actually stops by and supports stream and decides to sub or donate or anything like that, like, thank you guys. It is a massive thing. And if stream didn't make any money, to be honest with you, these days, I wouldn't be able to stream. So it does contribute, but it's not my full-time job, though. My actual income, like my job is to help people. And I like my job. I have a good job. I enjoy it. I get to help people. I get to make a difference in people's lives. And that means something to me. So even if I won the lottery or if I became the next, I don't know, who's a big streamer, that isn't a terrible person. Tough. Not many of them. I would still have all my current clients. No doubt about that in my head. Yeah. Like it's just so in the work that I do really matters, and I get to actually help people. Like the skills that I've developed over my life. Imagine what's the cost of living here? Quite low. I mean, it's getting way more expensive, significantly more than what it used to be. It used to be very little, like it used to be very affordable, and now it is not so much. You actually, like, you will notice that it's not like as inexpensive as it used to be. I think rent prices went up 35% last year. But yeah, like I get to work with people's health from their living room so they can call me at any point. And it's so cool to me that I have the skills to do that. Like, I really don't take that for granted. I've spent my entire life learning those skills about how to make positive impacts on people's health. And I'm really proud of myself that I can make such a difference. That's super cool. However much you think I know about World of Warcraft, I know significantly more about physiology and about also the neurology of pain, of chronic illness, about how to actually fix joints and such. Pride is so difficult to you. Well, part of it. But yeah, streaming is not actually my full-time job. Feeling proud, I guess. Well, there's a difference between the sin of pride and also just having pride. The sin of pride is something that you want to avoid, Squirt. Because that's just a certain level of arrogance and detachment from the real world. But if you've had any sort of hardship in your life and you've had to overcome things that are difficult, that at any point, have you ever had to do something that you thought to yourself, man, there's just no way. Like, it's so hard. It's so overwhelming. There's literally just no way I'm going to be able to get through this. And then you did? Have you ever been through something like that? Fix your shin splints? Not too bad to fix shin splints. Have you seen a physical therapist for them before, Miku? Is Miku related to Hatsune Miku? Because one of the problems there would be that your shin splints could very well be caused by certain idol-related activities. And, you know, I understand you got to get that next deal signed now that the Vocaloid scene has kind of dried up a little bit, but still, got to keep yourself standing a bit more than that, you know? Getting through depression. Are you proud of yourself for that? That feels like something to be proud about, no? Depression's no joke. I would say I'm happy you are not where you used to be. Click on stream and hear depression is no joke. It isn't a joke. There's actually no joke that follows up with that either, Bulb. You can make jokes about it. But we're talking about how it can be actually very difficult to feel proud of yourself if you've been raised in an environment where perhaps that's something that's difficult for you. It's not so easy to teach pride. My experience, it helps. Yes, I agree with that as well. Well, this is a pretty rough way to ask the question, but Squirt, do you have friends? Or, like, are you super lonely? There you go, Squirt. That's actually the right way. So, if your little brothers went through what you had been through, and they got out the other side and still managed to have any amount of kindness in their heart, and they didn't become so hardened by the world that they weren't capable of seeing and feeling joy. If your little brother went through that, would you be proud of them? Yeah. Funny thing about pride, it is very individual. For example, would you say that I should be proud of my health, my body, for example? If you take a look at my aesthetics, I'm into fitness. I was chronically ill vast majority of my life. Should I be proud, Squirt, of the way that I look, as an example? Congratulations, Muffin. What are you going to do next week? You've already achieved your KSL. What's next? Because it actually is quite helpful sometimes to just approach things from somebody else's point of view. We're usually toxic. You should surely be proud. Not everybody talks about it. I'm proud of my ability to communicate with people because that's not something that I take for granted. When I was younger, actually, when I was a kid, like a kid, I was diagnosed with low functioning autism when I was 3 because I didn't talk. I was developmentally delayed, or there was another word for it technically. Legally, on my file, that's actually written there. Exactly. And that's all I was going to point out basically there, though. Yeah, it's very interesting. Instinctual. I'm a little worried that this season might have the record fall off rate because of how accessible that 3K is. It's a goal for a lot of people. Yeah, comparison's the thief of joy. It's so funny to me. I have to catch myself sometimes because I can look in the mirror and just be like, your delts look better last week. Like, we are our own harshest critic, and that's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing that we might be hard on ourselves. You have to be careful about being hard on other people because, many reasons. But most change that you will respect about yourself that is going to be valuable is going to be born from places that you did not want to be. And an example being, no one starts with me. I've never had a single client who started with me because they looked in the mirror and said, I love what I see. Everything is going great. My health is fantastic. Every single client that I have ever had over the last 11 years has basically come from a place of, well, my doctor said that if I don't get my act together, I'm going to be having some big health problems. Hey, I'm trying to avoid a hip surgery. I don't want to get a knee replacement. I'm pushing into my 60s now. I just want to be able to play with my grandkids, as an example, there's so many different goals that people have, whether it's just, hey, I'm in my late 20s and I'm very overweight. I'm not active. And I hate myself, to be honest with you. I'd like to change. Good. That's not a problem. It's a problem if you dwell on it and nothing happens. But actually, that's a source of motivation. There is nothing that fuels change like anger and hatred and God. I mean, those are amazingly powerful emotions. Everybody who's into fitness knows the super secret recipe for absolute destruction on a workout. You know the secret sauce. Everyone knows it, right? The secret sauce, which we let that cast go off. It's okay. Save the res, I think. I have cables, I think, in my bags. Yeah, the super secret hidden fuel that you're never supposed to use except when you actually need it is you pull out the old text messages from your ex or something like this, and you just read them all, and then you go for your set, and you just say, either this bar comes off my chest or GG's. You know what I mean? Like that's like the super secret sauce, because the fact is that it works. Because actually using those emotions is so much more productive than letting them sit there and have nowhere to go. You need an outlet for them. And it's okay. You're a human being. Anger is not a bad emotion. Anger protected us for a very long time. It was how we, claimed our territory and survived. Our territory a long time ago was just how we cared for our family and ensured the survival of our species. Like, don't underestimate the power of negative emotion. Use it. But also, at the same time, you don't want to run on that purely. Because if you run on that purely, it's only a matter of time before you burn out. And burnout's real. So you have to balance using that while also having a certain level of grace and kindness to say, hey, I'm doing a good job. Do both. That's the real hard thing. At different phases of your life, you're going to want to do both of those different things. Sometimes the right idea is, hey, it's time for me to lock in and basically be a little bit more hardcore, because that's what's going to get me where I need to go. And other times it's actually like, you know what? I'm just going to order some ice cream. I'm going to sit on the couch and I'm just going to breathe. And that's what I got to do today. It's impossible for me to tell you what is the right answer, but certainly some days are one and some days are the other. It's not a one-size-fits-all answer here, Okay, I want to get back to Fort Brew because I did decide to pull this. My Brewmaster, I know I have a pretty geared shaman here, but, sometimes you get too locked into the relaxing phase. Hey, me too. So do we all, huh? Where I would do things for the child version of yourself. Correct. And there's a lot of healing that can be said about something that just sometimes you have to take care of the inner child that didn't get what they needed, I stick to 1 tune. I feel guilty. Yeah, I know. Me too, actually. Like, technically speaking, my druid would be 100 points, probably higher than that. My druid would be way higher IO right now if I just actually didn't play alts, though. Good source of info? Yes, I do. Fantastic. The best source of info about Brewmaster, because he streams and also makes a bunch of videos on it, is Shaw. Shout out Shaw IRL. That guy. That's your source of information. Giga Tank content creator, but specifically focuses on Brewmaster in the same way that I focus on Guardian Druid. That's the best source of information. There's also plenty of other good Brewmasters, especially because it's popular right now. But I would say he knows how to actually teach as well. There's a lot of people who are very good at something, but that doesn't necessarily mean they know how to teach you, right? There's a difference between educating. Yeah, Poa is like an amazing Brewmaster, although not necessarily an educator on Brewmaster, not used to making content. I don't know if he does coaching or not. There are so many good Brewmasters that I know that are just like giga players, but that doesn't necessarily, if you ask them a question, they might not know how to answer it in the way that you need. That's a different skill set. Very different skill set to have that type of knowledge. But that's where I would go for that, though. Thanks for helping me out. It was really helpful. I'm glad. Anytime, Squirt. I made a mental shift when I could honestly joke. I'm not completely useless. Tell others don't be like me. So, I was listening to somebody talk about this the other day, where I have a very sarcastic, dark, ironic sense of humor. And it can actually land me into trouble sometimes, because I know that I'm joking. But if I'm not careful with how I joke, sometimes people might just tune in and be like, what did Awu just say? And realize, and they think, oh, okay, that's the vibe then. That's this community endorses that behavior. And I actually want to be careful about that, because it's a reminder for myself as well that cynicism does not win the day. My humor is sarcastic, but you know what else I think is funny? Dad jokes and plenty of other wholesome things too. Like my Instagram reels, well, I'm going to hell. I'm not, whatever the downstairs is, whatever you think the bad place is, that's, I'll meet you there, basically. I don't know about you, but I have a special place reserved just for me, based entirely off of the last 24 hours of Instagram reels, and that refreshes every day. basically, if there was a higher power, it gives me a chance every day to redeem myself, and I fail pretty consistently. So, it doesn't always work out. I basically, it's like, all right, today, don't laugh at the very, 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 very highly inappropriate, terrible reel, but I do try. Not necessarily because I've just accepted it. Basically, Hobbit, I've lived in Thailand now for so long, and I'm really used to the heat. It gets to be like 120 degrees here in the summer, so it's basically like a trial run just to I can build a little bit of resilience. There's kind of a logic of, it's too late for me, my son. Like, but you can learn from my mistakes and be better. No, but like outwardly, as funny as that is, right? I it's important to me that I have the ability to kind of represent both of those things, Is not being able to split so we have more stream to enjoy. Thanks, attractive. I appreciate it. Hey, Mets. Well, I hope, like I said earlier, this is actually surprisingly, like I got the second sponsor if you're in the US and you want to check out some healthy food. Speaking of health stuff, sponsors are like a really helpful way that stream, like it's like more motivating to stream longer hours and stuff. But just like anybody who comes and stops by and support and all the love and support that I get on stream, it really does make a difference. The fact, for example, D2 Mephisto, there was like a $5 donation. He doesn't get anything from that. He doesn't get like a special sub. Like that's not giving him any access to my exclusive Patreon videos or my YouTube member videos. He just straight up was just like, here's $5. And I was like, really? It's not about the $5. It's about the fact that somebody was willing to just be like, here you are. And I was like, oh, thank you. Like that's crazy to me that somebody would care enough about my content and have the means to do that. Like that's super interesting to me. And that also, by the way, stream has helped me. Trust me, stream has helped me way more than if I've helped any of you. You guys have helped me far more than that. I don't remember if I've mentioned this recently. I think I've talked about it before, but I don't know how long you guys have known me. Attractive, how long have you known about my stream? Mats, hello. Hobbit, Vati, and people, how long have you guys known me at this point? I've been streaming now for just over a year. About almost like a year and a half, actually. I think it's closer to a year and a half. Basically a year and a half, yeah. Surprised we haven't seen raid, though. Thought we were talking about raiding this expansion. About 2 months. Okay, so not too long. You might not know. Oops, I did not take that. For over a year. So, Lacus, you know this. But at the start of last year, in January of 2025, I had just gotten divorced. And it was I was unexpected. I wasn't anticipating this. It was genuinely a shock. I had no idea. I was blindsided by it. Like, it wasn't like it was a series of events, that led up to something. It was just like one day I came home and bam, my entire life was changed. And I live in Thailand. I live in a foreign country. I had no family here. I had no friends because I hadn't seen anybody in like 5 years. So I was just I was just sitting there and I was like, what do I do? Because from start to finish, I got divorced, and then 5 days later, I never saw her again. It was super sudden, right? It was just like, it was just like a very jarring experience for me because there was no conversation. There was no nothing. It was just boom, one moment there, basically next moment, I was on my own. And I didn't know what to do, but I definitely wasn't okay in my own head. The one thing I can tell you, please tell me. I did get stunned, but I hit Fort Brew, so I might live. I went up a second early. Please live, please live, please live. I actually think I live this. So when I was realizing, I was like, okay, I'm not cool in my own thoughts right now. Like, I don't want to be in my own head. Like, it's not a very fun place to be. I streamed 14 hours a day. I canceled my work at that point. Like, I maintained a few clients, and the rest I just basically I just let go of everything. My mom did fly out to see me, but only a month later. And for that month of January, it was the end of December, right before New Year's, I streamed 14-hour days pretty much nonstop. I think I accrued over it was like 300 hours plus in January that I streamed, something crazy like that. I don't remember the exact number. That's when I realized that I actually wanted to stream. It was that month that I was a baby streamer, by the way, like less than 1,000 followers. Like nobody really knew I was hanging out with my 20 friends or whoever at that point. Like I didn't know anybody. It was a brand new thing. And I streamed long, long days because I just needed people to hang out with. And people came to hang out. And I was like, oh, shit. I realized something. I was like, So if I do this streaming thing, I'll never actually have to be alone again. Because if I ever end up like in a random country, like let's say I have to go to, I don't know, Laos again. And I'm like, well, there's nothing to do here and I have no World of Warcraft. I bet you I could just turn on my stream and people would come say hi. You know how cool that is? Do you know how actually reassuring that is for me as well to just kind of know that I could actually basically always have people to say hi to? That's the coolest shit. Yeah, like why not though? I could just do an in real life stream. Why not? I've done that now. I think that's the coolest thing. So trust me, however much I've helped you guys, it's very interesting to me that I basically never have to worry about being truly alone in that sense anymore. Because that situation was very startling for me. It was very jarring, and it made me realize that I hadn't prioritized my life necessarily correctly. Because I landed myself in a situation where I, in fact, did not have people when I needed them. Bracers, what's this? Bracers like this? Wait, what's the bracers? Are these... Oh, they're warbound equipped, I see. Ooh, do you need feather? Do you need feather? Oh, nice. Nice, congrats. He did get the feather, good job. Do you need the mace? Need weapon? Oh, he does, probably. Hi, Jesse. Sorry, I was distracted earlier. I remember you said hi earlier. Hello. Hi, Jesse. I'm almost 3K. Congratulations, congratulations. So... Oh, you don't need this? Interesting. If you don't need it, I would take it. One of the hero pieces I already have. If you don't need it, I would consider it. Oh, unless random needs it though on his mage. That's also something. Almost 3K. Congratulations. But yeah, by the way, just come say hi. If you ever want to support and you don't have the finances to actually like sub or anything like that, don't worry about that. Just come say hi. Hi, Vicious. Thank you for healing. I was going to tell you, I kind of figured that maybe you knew, but I was like, trust me, this key will go well. Don't worry about it. I appreciate you coming to heal. I hope you have a good season. Is there a best way to spend crest? Not until next week. As of right now, do not send any crest right now because your vault is coming soon. 266. No problem, no problem. Kitty just subscribed to tier 1 for 11 months. Thank you, Kitty. You know, it's so funny you say that. Kitty, you're my, make up a random number. Actually, according, so let's just make up a random number. You are subscriber lucky number this. It just so happens that you are the exact subscriber count, and I told myself that I would have coitus with whoever subscribed just now. So, lucky you. Are you free tomorrow? Nope, that's already taken. Unfortunately, listen, already taken. That was it. That was the one. It just so happened to be that exact subscription. I didn't want to tell anybody. I wanted it to be a surprise, but that was it. So now, you know what? Yep, you can choose the position. You let me know your preference, and we'll figure it out. Sound good? That's my girlfriend. She's downstairs right now, probably giggling to herself. She's probably just thinking to herself right now. She's like, huh, he said coitus. And now she's laughing because she's like, he called it. I'm a knower of things. Yeah, you guys missed out. Unfortunate. And now she's a little pissed because I predicted that exact sequence of events. I have my headset on. I'm just imagining that I'm right about this. Thank you for all the vault keys. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Actually, random. I know you and I both have vaults. I'm actually super excited. If we have friends to play with, we can always do vault stuff, though. No, to hard clarify. Well, that's actually to soft clarify. Nope, that's not much better. To medium clarify. To ambiguously clarify. She is downstairs, so this is a very particular. This is a very particular thing, though. Yeah, yeah, no. So I don't know how many realistically like vaults I'm going to try to maintain over time because I don't know if I want to always spend a whole day. But yeah, 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 yeah. Exactly. I have so many characters random that I'm kind of always down for some tens or something just to fill out crest because eventually you end up stacking mythic items, but the problem is that you also need to crest farm. And if you take a look at my crest situation here, I would actually need already like 20 more keys to finish this out. So that do be tough. Yeah, so there's always a need to do it. That's why I realized I'm like, oh, I really can't maintain 8 characters because there's no way I'd be able to keep up with that though. Do you have a group you push with regularly? Hey, Laments. Or do you play with viewers a lot? I don't often play with viewers. I kind of just chill. Like, if I'm on, I just depends on what I'm doing. Because this is how many characters I wanted to maintain, by the way. You can see I'm on my Brewmaster here. But actually, look. So I have my Druid, my main, obviously, right? And then I've got Druid, Monk, Paladin, Warrior, Evoker, Demon Hunter. Here, I have all these characters that I leveled. And it turns out there's no way I'm keeping up with them. Like the amount of work that I would have to do to keep up with all these characters. Oh, sorry, I went too far. There's no shot. Like there's just a few that are going to be left by the wayside. So I got a vault on here. 1, 2, 3, 4, like this. This is 2 vault slots. That's 2 vault slots. 1, 1. And then my Druid did however many keys today. Because also keep in mind, every time I time a key on Guardian, I also want to time that key on Resto. I want to play both Guardian and Resto this season. So I want to be able to do both. And then this will eventually be Brewmaster and Mistweaver. And this will be Ret. I don't know if I don't like Holy Paladin right now. I don't like this iteration of Holy Paladin. So I would play Ret and Prot. I would probably gear more for Ret, actually. Because if I could play 1 DPS this season, I think it would be Ret Pally, believe it or not. It's either that or my Warlock. But the problem is I never finished my Warlock. So I can't choose that. I have to choose something else. Not liking Bear Tank this season, Paliter. Why not? What do you miss about it, though? You ever need a rogue to push me? I'm down. Sounds good. Well, we have a team of 4. The 5th is a bit of a question mark. Like, sometimes, like, I've asked a few people if they want to be 5th. But it's much easier to find a 3rd wheel than it is to find a 5th wheel. 5th wheel basically starts to get into some lifestyle adjustments that I'm not necessarily sure I'm ready for. You feel like you're falling over with the lightest touch? What build are you playing, Paliter? Like some of my partner plays, she's pumping. I got to do a guide with the #1 Ret Paladin in the world. And to clarify, he is currently, I believe, already at Resil 17, if not Resil 18. I think Resil, he's basically 3,600 IO today, this first week. And he's playing Ret with his group. That's melee. And he taught me a little bit about how to play Rat Pally, and I was like, oh, this is cool. Like, I could vibe with this. Like, this is the type of DPS I would play. Although I'm not normally a melee enjoyer, I could vibe with this. It was that or Unholy. My two favorite DPS from beta were Rat Pally and Unholy. But I had to choose one because I'm not going to play Blood, I don't think. So, yeah, these guys are just kind of going to be left here, unfortunately. Part of me wants to do a key on like VDH or something. Feral Forever. I got to do a guide with Cybear too. That was super cool, Lament. I asked Cybear if he would basically record the Feral videos with me, and he was like, sure. That was super cool. I was thinking about asking Mr. Shadarek, to do Havoc with me. And maybe I was thinking about who would be a good one to do Devour at some point. I think maybe like Jedith or Preheat or something. I could ask a few people. Even something like Dev Evoker would be a fun one. Maybe I could ask Kess for Og, or I don't know. There's a bunch of people. I think it'd be cool to do a Fury Warrior vid with like Noxiv or Crit Cake or somebody too. I don't know if, Mina from Liquid, you could ask him. Well, obviously they're going to be busy right now, but the idea is I think I love those types of videos. I really, really like being able to do the guide videos. I think they're so cool to get to get the option, right? To do that. Okay. Very quickly, let's make a decision about whether or not I try to do even a vault or something. I don't think so. I don't think realistically I'm going to be able to obtain things. So this has 1. We got 1. 1, 2. This is 2. I'm not getting 3 here. Do a Fury Warrior video. I'm having strong with single target. The Fury Warrior video I would need to learn as well because I'm not a good Fury Warrior. My Druid looks pretty beefed up. I've maxed out Crest. I mean, we did so many Druid keys this week. Mostly tonight, I want to make a video about to help some tanks out going forward. There's like there's some information about tanking right now that I think is not very well understood, and I think that hopefully I can help people. Do note in my Discord right now, ask me questions, by the way, specifically, if you are concerned or don't know which spec should you open your vault in. It's your first mythic vault. Don't mess up. Don't choose the wrong item. Just know this. If you're on NA and you post your vault in the section of my Discord where you can share your vault options, I will respond to it. But if somebody else responds to it before me, I don't know who they are. Just know that, okay? Just like there's some conversations. Sometimes they say like somebody will respond to it, be like, "Oh, take this." Like just wait for me to wake up. Again, I cannot express that the servers unfortunately go live at like 1 a.m. for me. That is unfortunate, highly unfortunate. But general dungeon running, still Feral Loop. So let me explain why we're probably opening as Feral. There are a bunch of tank trinkets that are just a little bit off. And you want to see if possible, if you want to mitigate them as much as possible. Because the trinkets that you're actually after are going to be feral, not tank. So for example, this one here, right? You don't really want this. Like this is just not a trinket you would actually use. Unless for some reason, but even if you ever needed an absorb trinket for whatever reason, by the way, what you actually want to do is you would just have this in heroic version on your bags. If for some reason you actually did need an absorb trinket, then all you would have to do is get this on heroic, and the one dungeon that you actually want it, you just equip it at 13 item levels less, and that's totally acceptable. But there are so many better stat sticks, like the actual trinkets that you probably want are like Heart of the Wind from here. But you really want the feral trinkets. I guess this one, interestingly enough, there are 2 trinkets here on Feral that you don't want. I should kind of really confirm this. But I'm pretty sure you still open as Feral, to clarify. You can, like, Jelly Replicator for Bear you would not want. So you don't want that in your pool. Technically, this trinket, I don't actually think it'd be very good for Bear, but technically it'd be all right. So it's a fair question, I suppose, but maybe it's just ambivalent. Maybe it ends up being actually the same. This trinket's not bad. I've been using this on Bear. It's actually a few percent. But still, like, I don't want to see this Guardian trinket here. I wouldn't want to see this. That's a bad trinket. This one is like, again, as an absorb trinket, I suppose, but I wouldn't really want to see it. I would rather see something else. I'm pretty sure it ends up being a net neutral, or at least one possible trinket slot. I guess it's not the biggest deal in the world, specifically because of the Windrunner Spire. That's interesting that there are 2 trinkets here that are both feral, and you don't want either of these. Both of these suck. I had not thought about that. But I'm pretty sure you still want feral. Interesting. Resto Druid opens as Resto, right? Not balance. So the healer trinkets, it kind of depends if you already have your Abyss or not. Also a fair question. There are a few healer trinkets from keys that you definitely do not want. Like, you're not really going to... I need to confirm with Resto Druid. It's a good question. You just have to look and say, would I ever want this trinket? And if the answer is no, then don't open as Resto. Because what if you got, for example, your first Mythic Vault, as an example, Like, that trinket is not bad, actually. The thing is that this is not the worst trinket in the world. But I think your Abyss for Resto is going to come from Raid. Okay, so as an example, what if, for example, you found a Mythic Echo of Lura in your first vault? You'd be kind of upset. Like, you don't want this trinket. So, yeah, Resto is probably balanced. So this BS as a Dev Evoker? It's true. It helps you look at how many ults did vault. True. Do a Fury Warrior. What's up, Dalen? That is the one Resto trinket that is actually good. So to be fair, that's not on the Resto table. Ask Resto Druid. Ask a specialist for Resto Druid, because there is a world where, actually speaking, I could see a world where you want the coach, this one. Although I'm still pretty sure that your Abyss as a Resto Druid is going to be from the new raid. Isn't there like a really good trinket, a healer trinket from the new raid coming out next week? Do I have to do this raid, by the way? This one. This trinket was it got nerfed already. On beta, this trinket was quite good. There was Light of the Cosmic Crescendo. Locust and the one from Dreamer for Abyss. That makes sense. I'm pretty sure it's not from Keys, though. Or if you don't get the one from Illyria, because sometimes that's hard to obtain, at least you can do Chimeras. Is not a hard thing, though. Hi, Hardamir. Hello. Hello. Keys are going pretty well. We got a bunch of alts done today. I think my Druid, not bad this week. We push more next week. I got some 15s. Tried some 16s, but we'll do more next week. Overall, feeling pretty good. Hi, Art. I hope you've been enjoying your first week of Midnight Season 1, the official launch. I still like the video I did with you. Still want to do a podcast because of it. Feel like we should film another one at some point. How much harder is Chimeras Heroic? It's the same, Growins. Literally identical fight. Actually identical fight. Literally, it cannot be... It is the same fight as a tank. You still get the same debuff, everything. It just hits slightly harder. Having the best time. Nice. You found some good outfits that you like. You found some good transmog aesthetics. I still have no idea what they look like. I'm not going to lie. I have zero clue what any of the transmog sets look like still, except for Monk. I don't know if you've noticed anytime you stop by my stream, but I have 11 versions of this exact tank top. They're just different colors. Sometimes I change them day by day. But it depends entirely on how much I've sweat that day. For example, like let's say I've had a day and I've been a long day. Like today I've been gaming for 7 hours. So pretty sure I don't really have to test it. But if I were, for example, to lift up this arm and I was like, it's really not that bad today. It has been remarkably cold in this room. Maybe a little bit too cold. That fan has been kind of blowing. I just turned it off recently and I actually got kind of cold today. So really quite good sweat management. So I would say that I could wear the same shirt tomorrow, like no problem. But fashion is not really my thing. It's not, I don't have that sort of innate sense for the fashion, if that makes sense. You help me with my vault. I don't know what spec of rogue. Well, that just depends if you want the daggers or not, right? Arms should be fine. You say that incognito, but don't underestimate just how sweaty I can be. I used to drink Monster Energy drinks at some point in my life and just play games and not sleep and stuff. That was me, for sure. I was hardcore back in the day, but now I'm old. Never tanked before the season. Is tank supposed to be this hard to live on? What tank are you playing, Jim? My lower back against your chair? Yeah, that's why I have the penguin. That's why I wear the penguin. Look, that the penguin separates my back from the chair. You see that? Look, you see this? This is the play. This is the whole reason I have the penguin back here, is so that I don't actually make contact with this chair from IKEA. That's literally the whole point of the penguin. He's very flat. He used to be way more rotund, and I'm not gonna lie. Look how flat he's gotten. Yeah, he used to be a chunky penguin. He does not look very chunky now, does he? He's been squished to the degree where there's not a lot of life left in these eyes, unfortunately. Yeah, like honestly, he used to be like, he's supposed to be like this. Like that's what he's supposed to look like, but these days he's kind of a little bit like this. Yeah. But I put him back here. He's always just basic. This is like my back pillow. I'm kind of a big believer personally in the if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And also, I'm terrible at fixing things anyways, so I really just pray kind of in the back of my mind that things don't break because I am not a handyman. I have never learned the skills. I just never figured out like where people learned how to do things. And also I don't know, my fingers are not like I'm not very coordinated though. Do you feed the penguin well? It would be very weird if I fed him because he's a stuffed animal. If you ever caught me feeding the penguin, feel free to call someone. Like if I was trying to spoon feed this stuffed animal, I spent my entire life trying not to end up on an episode of Criminal Minds. That would be a step backward. Enwas, that's not a new diet. That diet's been around for a long time. You seem like you would be very handy. Yeah, that's an illusion, and Copper. These are market muscles. I just want to point out, these are market muscles. No. I'm fit, like, in terms of the fact that I can run wind sprints and stuff. Like, you're probably not going to outrun me. But these are market muscles. These are not functional muscles. I am not actually that strong or handy. I am the opposite of a handyman. If you call me as your handyman and there isn't some saxophone music playing in the background, you've called the wrong person. I have a limited skill set. Gregory, my group's healer is overhealing this season and wants the DPS. Now I'm dropping tank and I'm going to be the healer I've always wanted to be, hopefully. I see. Gregory, what are you going to play for healer? Small, I'm imagining that you can put the pieces together. Aspiring Druid tank here. Wanted to say thank you for your videos. They're helping me become more confident as a tank. Hey, awesome. I'm glad. I'm really excited next week. I know my friends were kind of waiting to send their crests and upgrades and stuff, so we should be able to actually farm at least... I'm assuming it's Resil 15 is a goal next week and basically going into 16s. So we should be like 3,300, 3,400 next week. I'm not sure exactly what the goal is. We're kind of chill. So we'll see. We'll see what the plan is. And sexual? Oh, no problem. Yeah, no problem. Also, I'm not really like a big fan of having music on anyways, though. Because it doesn't make it different, or also no dodge. So technically speaking, what you want to do, if you can, is you want to face the mobs for dodge chance. But aside from that, Lacus, correct. You want to be technically correct? Dodge chance for melee and keys. But aside from that, yes, your Iron Fur is omnidirectional. If you have Iron Fur up, then you will be able to have your armor benefit from it. And all of your DRs apply equally no matter if you're facing the mobs or not. So Lunar Beam, Bark Skin, Survival Instincts, all those things get applied, even if you're not facing the mobs. Pretty much Warrior Vengeance. Warrior, yes. Vengeance before on beta, but not... I don't think I'm actually going to gear my Vengeance this season. It would be cool if I could maintain all the tanks, but I just don't think so. Resto Shaman, I think, is a sleeper spec in M+. So, yeah, I know a few Resto Shamans who are absolutely pumping. Rain, Shamlock, like, there's a bunch of people who are doing very, very high keys on Resto Shaman. I still think that it will be a rough pug healer because of how it heals right now. But ultimately, yeah, Resto Shaman... If the numbers are there at the very least, it can make it work, but I still think you're going to have to rely on people outside of cooldowns. Like, your Apex talent is too much trickle healing to actually deal with spiky pug damage, I think. Baby steps? Good steps, though, Mats. Good job. I think Resto Shaman could struggle to be a good pug healer, in my opinion. But ultimately, yeah. Okay, anyways, I'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to release a video tonight. I'll try to make some, though. So... I think it's not so much the setup anymore. I just think it's the fact that if things are really starting to actually become bursty, I'm thinking like the hallway of Magister's Terrace as an example. if you don't get an extra Apex Totem proc, which you can try to force proc, like maybe you always play Farseer, so you always know you have at least one in that situation, and you're caught unawares and you've already used your healing stream, you've got nothing. You know, like you can technically be trying to, yeah, you can technically be trying to do some stuff, but it's just not bursty. We're running a coordinated group. Okay, that's good then. So in that case, you should be all right. But that's, you just kind of have to be, I think to be a successful high level resto shaman, you just have to tell your team, hey, defensive now. Or, hey, I've got you now. Because your cooldowns are still powerful, but you just don't have a ton of coverage. And I think that's kind of the sneaky part of it, basically, is that you have to be careful about that coverage issue, if that makes sense. That, in my opinion, is the kind of the breaking points of it. But it is fun, and I actually wish that I had gotten a vault on mine. I kind of would play Resto Shaman a little bit more, but I can't maintain so many characters. It'd be awesome. At some point, I'll have to take a day off stream. I need a haircut, among other things. But, oh well. Fox ears for a minute. I'm sorry, I missed your fox ears for a minute. We'll see. But the video I want to make tonight, A, I want to make some more tanking tips for Patreon videos. That would be really cool. And B, I want to just give a kind of PSA announcement for all tank players and all groups, not just tank players. There's like, every season has a theme, and this season's theme is becoming very obvious. There is a specific way that you will time more keys right now, but you need to understand the perception. Looking up to pick a range character as your alt. Mage. Mage, Warlock. Both of them are good right now. We're looking at like a Brewmaster, Subtlety Rogue, BM Hunter, Havoc Demon Hunter, Resto Shaman. Yeah, you could slot in. I mean, you just want a warrior in there. I would probably want, you probably want to take the Rogue, and you want to put a warrior in that comp for sure, though. Yeah, of course. Competitive level pro warrior. Yeah, happy. Thanks for coming, though. I appreciate you tanking for my very low geared Prez Evoker. I greatly appreciate it. Again, you help me, I help you, as the saying goes. I'm excited to keep cooking the Resto Druid build as well. Okay. Frost Mage? Yeah, I think Mage is so... I mean, like, Devour, I was going to say. If Devour counts as a range spec, which it does, Devour is most likely going to be very strong for keys. Yeah. I'm curious. I mean, our comp that we're playing is so wildly off meta right now, it's not even close to being funny. We're playing a Guardian Druid. Okay, as of right now, it's Guardian Druid, Affliction Warlock, Guardian Druid, Affliction Warlock, Mistweaver Monk, Ellie Shami, plus 5th. Not exactly the most meta comp at the moment, but we'll see if it works out, huh? But yeah, Devour would also work for our comp, but same with a Ret Pally. Ret Pally would also kind of go hard in our comp. I think Ret Pally is actually doing good right now, if they're willing to lose a little bit of overall damage. Anyways, thanks for hanging out today. I know I ranted about a bunch of stuff, as I always do. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm very excited to check my first vault. If you see me online, if you're on my B tag and you see me online 5 hours after the servers come up, yell at me immediately. Deal? Do not let me check my vault. I'm telling you, you got it. If you're on my B tag, you can scream, shout at me, be like, oh, don't do it. Don't do it. If you see me online tonight, no, I must wait until I actually log in tomorrow. All right? That's the deal. So we choose to accept it. Have a good night. Yeah, it's nighttime for me, 7 p.m. Gonna go eat dinner and then go to work. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye. All right, bye, YouTube. Good night.